Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Was the Secret Heir of Slytherin in Black and Marriage with Ginny. So do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione. Uncensored spicy version, link in description. Lily stood in front of her kitchen window, looking out at the wintry landscape their garden had become. It had snowed overnight. The garden looked like a picture she had seen in a magazine many years ago. It was nothing like the snowfall they got in Scotland. But it was still beautiful. She cradled the cup of tea in her hands as she sighed happily. Today, Hay would be having their make-up Christmas with Remus and Sirius. The Yule Ball was last night. Since Harry was one of the Tri-Wizard Tournament champions, he had to open the ball with the other 3 champions. Because they had to stay at Hogwarts for the Yule Ball, Lily and James decided to move their family Christmas to Boxing Day. The last time they had to postpone their family Christmas was when Harry was 10 and sick with the flu. After the Yule Ball was over, Harry met her in her quarters. They flowed home to spend the remainder of the holiday with James. Due to their extended stay at Hogwarts, Lily had pushed most of the Christmas prep to James. She made him a to-do list of what he needed to get done and a shopping list of what he needed to buy at the shop. She would go to the show again while Sirius took Harry out for the day and picked up what James had forgotten. Luckily, it was a short list. Not only was Lily planning on cooking for their holiday meal, but she was also going to make all the treats and sweets she always made during the Christmas holiday. It wouldn't be Christmas without them. She was broken out of her thoughts when the front door opened and closed. A familiar voice called out, "Is anyone home?" Sirius was the only person who opened the door and walked in, regardless of which door it was, front or back, or what time of day it was. His timing today, however, was perfect. "Hello, Padfoot." James greeted his brother in everything but blood as he came down the stairs. James led him into the kitchen, quickly catching up with each other as they walked into the kitchen. "Hello, Evans. It's Potter, Black." Lily was never a fan of being called by her last name, especially her maiden name. "What time did you and Harry get home last night?" Sirius asked as he made himself a cup of tea. "1 in the morning," Lily answered as she began scrambling eggs and fry bacon and sausage. "It's nearly noon. Is Pronslett still asleep?" Sirius asked. "Yes," James answered. Without prompting, Sirius headed to the stairs, transforming into Padfoot as he went upstairs. Once on the landing, he went into Harry's room. Sirius approached the bed, jumping up on the bed. He laid down on top of Harry. The teenager never budged. Judging by the snores, he heard that Harry was still asleep. Sirius moved up to lick Harry's cheek, jolting him awake. Harry woke up, opening his eyes slowly. His vision cleared, and he saw the black dog. Harry wiped his cheek. "Ew, Padfoot. That's nasty." Sirius transferred back into his human form. "It's time to get up," Sirius shouted, shaking the bed. Harry groaned, turning over onto his stomach and burying his head under the pillow. "Let me sleep for a few more minutes," Harry mumbled. In response, Sirius pulled off the comforter, the blankets, and the sheets, leaving Harry uncovered with only his pajamas on. "Do I have to tickle you to get you up?" Sirius asked with a mischievous smile. Harry threw the pillow at him as he got up, admitting defeat. "Okay. You win," he mumbled. He headed to the bathroom to shower and get dressed for the day. "Harry, wear something nice. You and I are going to the movies," Sirius called from the other side of the door. The door to the bathroom swung open. Harry poked his head out. "Are you serious?" "Yes, I am serious." He and Harry looked at each other for a moment before they burst out laughing at the pun. "Okay." Sirius chuckled. "Get a shower and get dressed. Your mum will have something for you to eat before we leave." Harry shut the door to get into the shower. Sirius walked downstairs to the kitchen to join James and Lily. "I'll take the kid. You lot get everything ready, right?" Sirius clarified. Lily had repeated the plan for this day multiple times. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to keep her from going off on Sirius. She wasn't about to repeat herself. "Right," James replied. "What movie are you going to see, Sirius?" Lily asked. "I thought about that Dumb and Dumber movie. James and I saw a preview on the television." "You mean the movie trailer," Lily corrected him. I think he would like it. I think he will too, which is why I told Sirius to take him to see it, James explained. Can I leave the presents I have here? Sirius asked. Of course, Lily said, pulling out her roasting pan for the turkey she would pull out of the cold box in the scullery when Harry and Sirius left. She took it into the scullery to put the turkey in the pan. That is if I can trust you, Prawns. Sirius eyed his best friend, even though he was just as bad at peeking at presents as James. James nodded, trying to look convincingly innocent. You can trust me. There are charms on them that will go off when we open presents. If you get into them before, your hands will turn green. Lily hid a snort behind a cough. They were sitting around the table catching up when Harry entered the kitchen, dressed and ready for the day. Your breakfast is on the counter, sweetheart, Lily told him. Thanks, Mum, Harry said as he brought his plate to the table. James poured him a glass of orange juice, bringing it to the table. Lily began to clean up the kitchen, listening to James, Harry, and Sirius talk while Harry ate his breakfast. We'll head out after you've finished breakfast, Sirius said. Harry swallowed the last of his eggs and sausage. I'm done. After Harry drank the rest of his orange juice, he took his plate and cup to the sink and headed upstairs to brush his teeth. Brush your hair while you were up there, Lily called. Yes, Mum, Harry called back. Harry returned downstairs a minute later, his trainers and hooded jumper in hand. He tossed his jumper over the couch, flopping on the couch to put on his trainers. He put on his jumper as he walked back into the kitchen. Ready? Harry asked Sirius, putting on his coat. Ready. Sirius got up to put on his coat. We'll see you in about 5 hours. After telling James and Lily bye, Harry followed Sirius out the back door to Sirius's Land Rover, parked behind Potter's Range Rover. Are we driving your car? Harry asked. Yup, Sirius replied, popping the P as he unlocked the SUV. Harry opened the passenger door and climbed in. Closing the door, he buckled his seatbelt as Sirius started the engine and buckled his seatbelt. Let's roll, he said before he backed out of the driveway and drove off to London. Ooh, what kind of popcorn should we get? Buttery, sweet and salty, plain, Sirius asked, studying the menu. I want sweet and salty, Harry said, making his selection. They approached the counter to place the order. Can I help you? The girl at the counter asked. Sirius ordered one large sweet and salty popcorn and a large buttery popcorn. He then ordered 2 large Cokes and a pack of gummy bears. Harry got gummy worms. They moved down to the till to pay for their snacks and wait for the popcorn to be ready. With their snacks in hand, they walked into the cinema and found seats in the middle of the rows. It's about 2 best friends. They go on an adventure, Sirius explained as he told Harry about the plot. Something that I think you and Ron would do one day. Harry laughed. I could see us going on a road trip together. He'll be asking a dozen questions. Sirius laughed, agreeing. During the summer, Hermione and Harry took Ron on a tour of Muggle London with Sirius as the chaperone. Ron was wide-eyed all day, asking Harry or Hermione questions. Sirius only drove them to their location and let the 3 teens explore without him. Harry glanced over at Sirius. Thanks, Sirius, for doing this, Harry said suddenly. Sirius smiled and ruffled his hair. Not a problem, kiddo. The lights began to dim before the theater was dark and the movie started. Ooh, what did you think of the movie? Sirius asked as they were leaving the cinema. It was good. Ron and Neville will find it hilarious. I think I'll get it when it comes out on VHS, Harry decided. Sirius smiled. Harry would need to explain everything about the movie to Ron and Neville. They had spent time together over the previous summer, including a rainy day watch in the entire Back to the Future trilogy. As they had spent many afternoons watching television in the Potter family room when they were little, Harry didn't have to do much explaining now. Are we going to eat somewhere? Harry asked. We are, Sirius confirmed. Dirty Burger. Harry smiled. Read my mind. Sirius and Harry approached the car park, locating Sirius's SUV. They got in the SUV and buckled up. Ready? Sirius asked. Harry nodded. Ready. Sirius started the SUV and drove off to Dirty Burger. Since they were alone, Sirius thought it would be the perfect time to ask Harry about the Yule Ball. So, how was the Yule Ball last night? Did you have a good time? Sirius asked. It was fun. I had a good time, Harry replied, softly smiling as he remembered being with Ginny the night before. Sirius didn't miss the smile on his godson's face. Ginny was a third year and could only attend the ball if someone from an older class asked her. Following Lily's advice to ask someone he knew, Harry asked her. Ron and Hermione got into a row. They were arguing when I walked Ginny back to Gryffindor Tower, and they were still arguing when I left to meet Mum last night. Quote, Sirius hummed before asking, when will they just get it over with and snog already? That will be. Harry trailed off for dramatics. Never. Sirius chuckled, then became serious, no pun intended, when Harry told I am about a conversation he overheard between Snape and Karkaroff, Durmstrang's headmaster. Harry explained he and Ginny had gone on a walk through the corridors and had stumbled upon them when they ached the courtyard where the carriages were sitting. He and Ginny hid behind a wall to listen. They waited until they left before they headed back to Gryffindor Tower. What else happened on this walk? Sirius asked, smiling. He had a feeling Harry was falling in love with the Weasley girl. She was sweet, caring, generous, and kind-hearted, just like Lily was when she was her age. And Ginny was a redhead. And Sirius knew that Potter men tended to fall for redheads. We just talked about the tournament and how it was going, Ron and Hermione, and how long it would take them to admit they liked each other. She shared things about her life I didn't know about her. I told her about growing up as an only child. Ron and I have known each other for a long time. I've never paid much attention to Ginny before. She was just Ron's little sister to me. She's become a good friend to me over the last year. Sirius smiled knowingly to himself. It would not surprise him if Harry and Ginny got together. Ooh. Dirty Burger was a burger restaurant Harry and Sirius discovered when they had ventured out into London for the day over a year ago. They had explored a few of the new attractions that had opened and decided to try out the new burger place. The burgers were good. The service was excellent. Harry even commented that they needed to bring Ron and Neville here sometime. They had T. James after attending a Puddlemere United and Tutshill Tornadoes Quidditch match. It became one of their favorite burger restaurants. They are better than yours, Prongs, Sirius joked. James threw a chip at him. When they spent a family day in London, Harry and James talked Lily into eating there. To James's surprise, Lily liked it. What are you going to get? Sirius asked Harry as he looked over the menu. Harry decided on a cheeseburger with crinkle-cut fries, a Coke, and a chocolate milkshake. Sirius ordered their food, 2 cheeseburgers with fries, 2 Cokes, and a chocolate milkshake. While they waited for their food, Sirius and Harry talked about what they were hoping to get for Christmas, what Harry had gotten from Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, and what he had opened early from James and Lily. Dad and Mum got me a new Quidditch book. Ron loved the Chudley Cannons hat I got him. Hermione is easier. I got her a book. I figured she would like to read a book for fun, so I asked Mum what she might like. Harry paused as they brought their food to their table. She suggested this book written by a Muggleborn. It's about her story of becoming a witch. Hermione loved it. She was reading it an hour later. Sirius chuckled. Leave it to your mother to suggest a book. He paused when the waitress brought their order. So, what did you get, Ginny? I got her a book on Holyhead Harpies. She once said she was a fan. I found it in the same shop where I got Ron's hat. Harry then went on to tell Sirius that Ginny had given him a stuffed Hungarian horntail. Ron had given him some chocolate frogs and a book of wizard jokes. Sirius asked what Hermione's gift was to him when they were back in the car, as he had not mentioned it earlier. She got Ron and me a book on English and Irish Quidditch teams. I'm surprised. I figured Hermione would have gotten you and Ron a book about owls. Harry cut his eyes at Sirius. That's next year. I know. Hermione has been talking to some 5th years. About owls. Is she already worried about that? Sirius asked, starting the engine and pulling out of the car park. Yes, between her and Mum, I don't think I'm going to make it, Harry groaned. Sirius reached over, gently squeezing Harry's shoulder. You will. Ooh, we're back, Harry called when he opened the front door of Potter's cottage. We're in the family room. James called back. Sirius moved to let Harry go first. He stopped when he stepped into the dining area. What's going on? Harry asked. We're having our Christmas today, Lily explained, approaching her son. We're going to open presents and have our Christmas dinner. Is this why you wanted me out of the house? Harry gestured to the family room, decorated with the 6-foot tree they had cut in early December. Yes, Lily replied, embracing him in a hug, which Harry returned. He felt her press a kiss to the top of his head. Well, let's get started. We've got presents to open and a dinner to eat, James said excitedly. Harry smiled at the thought of presents. But at the thought of food, his stomach churned. Harry was full of the popcorn, candy, burgers, fries, and milkshake he had eaten. Maybe by the time they got to dinner, he would feel hungry. After exchanging and opening presents, Lily and James moved the food from the kitchen to the rarely used formal dining room. Remus, Sirius, and Harry stayed in the family room cleaning up from opening presents. As they cleaned up, Harry told Remus about the Yule Ball. Harry had returned from taking his Christmas presents to his room when James came to get the rubbish bag. Dinner's ready, Lily called. Harry sat in his usual seat next to his dad and Sirius. Lily and James sat at the head of the table with Remus, across from Harry and Sirius. To start a conversation, Lily asked Harry about the movie. The movie was great. I liked it. Oh, really? Lily commented, scooping some potatoes onto her plate. Pass the rolls down, sweetheart. She handed the basket to her son. He passed the basket of rolls to Sirius before taking one for himself. Harry was telling me about the Yule Ball. It sounds like you and Ginny had a good time, Remus commented. I did. Harry had decided to wait until later to tell James about what he and Ginny had overhead when he could talk to his father alone. When are you going back to Hogwarts? Remus asked, cutting into a piece of turkey. We're going back on Saturday before the first day of term, Lily added. This way, I could stock the supply room, and Harry could spend time with his friends before classes. So you'll be here for a week? Sirius exclaimed excitedly. What are we going to do? Harry asked. We'll think of something, even though the Tri-Wizard tournament and the Yule Ball threw a wrench into their plans. Harry thought this was one of the best Christmases of his life. So far. Ooh. Harry sat on his bed, reading the book Sirius had given him. To no one's surprise, it was a Quidditch book about Puddlemere United. Harry started following the team after Oliver Wood had signed with them. He had gotten a Quidditch robe set from Puddlemere United and a poster to hang up in his room. It was the team poster. Harry had already hung it above his desk beside the small bulletin board. He was looking forward to the little break he was getting from school. He didn't want to think about the tournament. He didn't want to think about what was going on at school. He wanted to spend this week with his family rather than think about the looming second task. He had yet to figure out the egg. It was still in his trunk in Lily's quarters. He had some time left before he needed to figure it out. After Sirius and Remus left and Lily was in the shower, Harry approached James. He told him everything he had overheard as he helped James put away the clean dishes. James was already suspicious of Snape and Karkaroff. What Harry had told him made him even more suspicious. He wanted to know more before he shared his suspicions with Lily. Not a word to your mother, James ordered. Yes, sir. Harry still hadn't told his parents about the dreams he had been having or about his scar hurting afterward. He knew he needed to tell James and Lily eventually. He had just finished the first chapter when a knock at his bedroom door stopped him. Come in, he called. Lily opened the door. Harry closed the book, setting it down on his nightstand. Did you have a good Christmas, sweetheart? She asked as she walked into the bedroom. Yes, Mum. Thanks for the presents again. Lily smiled as she sat down on his bed. Well, I decided to save some presents for you to open here. We've been planning this day since we learned you wouldn't be here for Christmas. A month ago, I talked to Professor Dumbledore about this. He said it was okay for us to come home after the Yule Ball and spend some time at home. Lily noticed how much of the book Harry had already read. How's the book? It's good, so far. How did Ron like the hat you got him? I forgot to ask you earlier. He even tried it on. Lily smiled. She reached up and pushed back hair away from Harry's face. I'm glad he liked it. And how did Hermione like hers? She said she liked it and couldn't wait to read it, Harry replied. I think Ginny liked what I gave her. The Holyhead book was a good choice. She kept thanking me for getting it. Quote. James walked in, not bothering to knock. Did you have a good Christmas, Harry? He asked. Mum has already asked me, Dad. It's been good. Even if it is the day after Christmas, Harry shrugged. Well, I'm glad we were able to do it. Even if it was the day after, James said. Lily smiled at her husband. I am, too. She was happy to be home in Potter's Bar. And looked forward to the week they would spend together. Lily didn't care what they did. She just wanted to spend time with her boys. Good night, sweetheart. Lily leaned over to kiss Harry's forehead. Sleep well. Once she left the room, James sat down where Lily had been earlier. I've got the next week off, James began. I was thinking you and I could do something together. Maybe explore London without Mum. Okay, Harry agreed. Sounds like fun. James looked at the clock, noticing that it was 11 o'clock. Isn't it past your bedtime? Dad, we extended it an hour when I turned 13, remember? Harry reminded his father. I remember. James smiled, ruffling Harry's hair. Harry moved to lie down in his bed. He fluffed his pillow and pulled the duvet up over his shoulder. Good night, son, James whispered. Good night, Dad. Harry turned out the lights. James pulled the door halfway closed and headed to his bedroom. He lay there, looking at the ceiling without his glasses, thinking of what he and James could do next week. With those happy thoughts, Harry went to sleep. Harry walked into the defense classroom with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Defense Against the Dark Arts is Harry's favorite class. He wasn't the only one who enjoyed it. The other students did as well. Well, except for the Slytherins. It was because of the new Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor Remus Lupin. Remus was hired to replace Gilderoy Lockhart. Dumbledore had asked him at the beginning of the summer. Remus made his decision to be the new defense professor in July. Remus enjoyed teaching, and as a bonus, he got to see Harry every day and work with one of his best friends, Sirius. He had chosen Sirius as his assistant. It would be Sirius who would substitute for him after the full moon. He managed the next day following the full moon by using Lily's version of the pepper-up potion. It allowed the drinker to stay awake for up to 6 hours. Doubling the dose would enable them to stay awake for 12 hours. Harry had the job of delivering the potion to Sirius. He would get the potion from Lily and take it to Sirius and Remus's shared quarters. Sirius and Remus shared their password with Harry, along with the invitation for him to visit their quarters anytime. When he delivered the potion, Harry would slip into the shared quarters and leave the potion on the table in the kitchenette. Sirius paid Harry 1 galleon for the potion delivery. Harry knew Remus was a werewolf. James had told Harry when he was 11, explaining how important it was that no one knew Remus's secret. After Remus officially confirmed he had gotten the job, he repeated the conversation with Harry about keeping Remus's condition a secret. Harry promised not to tell anyone his secret. He even volunteered to help deliver the Wolfsbane potion to Remus. Ron slid into his seat beside Harry. Hermione sat down at the desk in front of Harry, and Neville took the desk behind Ron. I wonder what we're going to be learning about today, Hermione pondered. Harry shrugged as she looked at him as if he knew. Remus never would tell him his lesson plans. He got more out of Sirius. That was because Sirius couldn't resist Harry's puppy pout and puppy dog eyes, especially when Harry combined them. I don't know. Remus keeps his lesson plans private. He wouldn't tell me even if I begged. I can get the lesson plans out of Sirius. But I didn't get to ask him. Are we meeting Sirius after class? Ron whispered to Harry. Harry shook his head. No, Sirius got called into the ministry this morning. That was what Mum told me at breakfast. Sirius, like James, was an Auror, a dark wizard catcher. James pretended to be hurt when he wasn't chosen to be Remus's assistant. But everyone, including Lily, saw through it. When is your dad coming to give a lecture? Ron asked. I think he is coming to give one next month, Harry answered. Multiple times throughout the year, James would come to give lectures about being an Auror and work with those who were interested in joining the Aurors. Good afternoon, class, Remus greeted as he entered the room from his office up the stairs. Good afternoon, Professor, the Gryffindors greeted. The Slytherins just sat there silently. Today's lesson we'll be learning about boggarts. Does anyone know what a boggart is? Hermione's hand went up immediately. Remus called on her. Miss Granger. A boggart is a shape-shifter non-being. It takes on the form of what that particular person's worst fear, Hermione explained. Excellent, 10 points to Gryffindor, Remus awarded. He then explained they would be doing a practical lesson, asking them to move their desks to the walls. I figured we're going to be studying boggarts. I've read all about them. Although I'm afraid of what mine would be. Hermione lowered her voice towards the end so no one but Harry and Ron could hear. Hermione, you'll be fine. Right, Harry. Ron turned to his best friend, who seemed lost in thought. Harry. Hermione and Ron said in unison. Harry shook his head as if he was returning to reality from his thoughts. Did you say something? The raven-headed teen asked. Aid that Hermione will do fine with the boggart, Ron repeated. Harry nodded quickly, hoping to hide the fact that he had been lost in thought. Oh, he's right. You'll be fine, he assured his friend. Harry had an idea of what his boggart could be. He knew what his biggest fear was. Harry knew, deep in his gut, what his boggart would be. He just hoped he was wrong. You can do this. It may not even be what you think it is. It might be something stupid. Maybe it would be a clown or something. We are afraid of clowns. Thanks for that, Dad, Harry thought. Now, a simple charm exists to repel a boggart. The charm is ridiculous. Remus explained. Repeat after me, ridiculous. Ridiculous. The class repeated. Good, now the charm requires a strong mind and good concentration. The incantation and wand movements alone will not affect a boggart. The correct way to perform the charm is to push past the fear and concentrate on something that will make the boggart look amusing. The charm does not repel a boggart. It just forces it to assume a shape that the caster will find amusing, inspiring laughter, which defeats a boggart, Remus explained. Any questions? Silence followed. Everyone get in a single file line. And we'll get started on the lesson. Neville, let's start with you. Neville walked up to the wardrobe. Immediately, Professor Snape came out and slowly approached Neville. He raised his wand to the professor, whom he feared most. Ridiculous. At Neville's command, Professor Snape was dressed in a green dress with a hat and a red handbag. The class exploded with laughter. From everyone except for the Slytherins. Excellent, Neville. Excellent job. Remus praised. Neville switched out for Padma, whose boggart turned into a snake. Ridiculous. Padma's boggart turned into a clown. Parvati switched with her sister. Her boggart took the shape of a bloody-looking mummy. Ridiculous. Her boggart was slipping all over the place. Laughter erupted all over again in the classroom. Excellent. You're doing so well, Remus commented. Ron approached the boggart slowly. To his horror, it turned into a spider. Come on, Ron. You can do it, Hermione encouraged. Wand at the ready, Ron, Remus directed. You can do it, Ron, Harry added his own words of encouragement. Ridiculous. The spider was slipping all over the place with roller skates on its feet, once again making everyone laugh. Excellent, Ron, Remus exclaimed. Good job, Ron, Hermione told him as he passed. He held his hand out for Harry, who gave him a high five. Hermione took a deep breath and stepped forward. Okay, Hermione. Wand at the ready, Remus directed. You can do it, Hermione, Ron encouraged. Just breathe, Hermione, Harry added. It was apparent that even though Hermione was the oldest of the trio, the boys were protective of her. They both knew that she had a fear of failure. There was a chance that Hermione's boggart would take the shape of something relating to her failing. And Hermione's boggart appeared in front of her. It was Professor McGonagall. Miss Granger, I'm sorry. You have failed all of your classes, the boggart informed Hermione. She shakily raised her wand. It's not real, Hermione. Ron reminded her. Ridiculous. Hermione shouted. The boggart turned into Professor McGonagall, who gave her an award. Nicely done, Hermione, Remus applauded. Hermione walked to the end of the line, only stopping when she reached Harry and Ron, who had been standing next to each other, ready to step in if Hermione needed it. She wrapped her arms around them in a big group hug and walked to the side. She and Ron stood there and watched as it was Harry's turn. The room suddenly became so quiet that if a pen fell to the floor, they would hear it. Harry stood there, watching Hermione's boggart turn into his worst nightmare. He stood there, frozen, feeling like something had punched him in the stomach. There in front of him were his parents, dead. His mother was lying across on top of his father. Her head was turned towards him. Her eyes, like Harry's own, were wide open and empty. His father was laying spread eagle on the floor. His eyes closed, and his mouth opened wide. Both were lifeless and ashen. Ridiculous. Harry stammered. There was another pop, and suddenly, Sirius and Remus joined James and Lily. Harry didn't hear Remus's sharp intake or the class's collective gasp. Ridiculous, he shouted. He couldn't think of how to turn this into something amusing. He felt the walls closing in around him, suffocating him. The room fell silent as Harry stood there, shocked. Unable to take his eyes off the 4 people he cared about most lying there, dead. Sorry, I need to. Harry stammered before he turned around and bolted from the room. His boggart had thrown him for a loop. All he wanted to do was to get out of there. Ron and Hermione only looked at each other for a split second before following Harry out the door. Remus managed to get rid of the boggart after it turned into his own. He was shocked, and then he felt concerned. He dismissed the class before he followed Ron and Hermione to check on Harry. Harry could see his family's corpses swimming in front of his vision. That was his biggest fear, his family dying and leaving him alone. Where would he go? He would rather die than go live with his aunt and uncle, the aunt and uncle he hated. His stomach lurched. He felt bile rising in his throat. He ran towards the nearest boys' restroom, slamming into the door and diving into the first stall. He did not bother to shut the door, and his lunch reappeared in the toilet. Ron, who had run ahead of Hermione, found Harry leaning against the wall of the first stall. "Are you okay, mate?" Ron asked. Harry nodded his head slowly. He felt sick, sweaty, and shaky. Ron went to the sink, got some paper towels, ran them under the faucet, and wrung out the cold water from the towels. Then he walked back to the stall that Harry occupied. "Here," he mumbled, sinking to the floor next to Harry, handing him the damp paper towels. "My biggest fear is losing my family. Where would I go? Would I have to live with my aunt and uncle? I hate them, and they hate me. What kind of a life would I have? Dudley loved beating me up. I'll be his punching bag," Harry exclaimed, his voice cracking and then rising. "Harry, Mum wouldn't let that happen. She would take you without hesitation," Ron assured his best friend. He knew his parents would gladly invite Harry to live with them if needed. Harry leaned his head against the wall. "Some Gryffindor am I. I bet Malfoy is crowing about this," he mumbled. Ron placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. "I told him to shut it, or I would hex him. Hermione said that we would deal with him later. We needed to check on you first," he explained. "Thanks," Harry said sincerely. "No problem, mate. Are you going to be okay?" Ron asked. "Yeah, but I think I'll head to the dorms," Harry replied. "Tell Hagrid I'm not feeling well." "Okay," Ron murmured. He gave Harry a hand to help pull his best friend up from the floor. Harry shuffled to the sink and rinsed out his mouth. "I've probably failed the practical." "The first person to do so," Harry muttered. "Harry, Remus would let you do it again," Ron assured his best friend. He opened the door, letting Harry go out first. "Are you okay?" Hermione asked. She was pacing outside the boys' restroom, waiting for Harry to come out. "Yeah, I'm not going to care of magical creatures. I'm going to the dorms." "Okay, do you need anything?" Hermione asked. "No, I'll be okay," Harry answered. He took his rucksack from Hermione and began to walk to Gryffindor Tower. "Harry." At the sound of his name, Harry turned around. He saw Remus approaching him. "Are you okay?" he asked. Harry nodded. "Yeah, I'm heading to the dorms." Remus's brows drew together in concern. "Are you all right?" he asked. Harry decided to use the excuse he used with his other when he wanted to get out of something he didn't want to do. "My stomach's not feeling too good. I'm going to go lie down. I asked Ron to tell Hagrid that I'm not feeling well." Remus nodded. Hat boggart must have thrown him for a loop, he thought. "Okay. Feel better, cub," Remus said. He watched Harry climb the stairs before he made his way back to his office. He decided to follow Lily Sin. He didn't have time to go to the hospital wing and get back before his next class. Harry climbed the stairs to Gryffindor Tower. He piggybacked in behind a group of 5th years. Georg. He turned around and saw Harry behind him. "Harry, are you okay?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm fine," Harry replied. He walked up the stairs to the 3rd-year boys' dorm. Opening the door, Harry walked in, closing the door behind him. Sighing, he approached his bed and climbed in, laying on his stomach. Harry didn't realize he had fallen asleep until someone shook his shoulder. "Harry, wake up." Harry lifted his head, picking up his glasses. He didn't remember taking them off. He slipped them on, finding Ron standing by his bed. Apparently, it was him who woke him up. "It's time for dinner," Ron informed him. "I'm not hungry," Harry told him. "Okay, I'll tell Hermione." Ron left the room, leaving Harry alone in the dorm. Harry sat up, pulling his knees to his chest and wrapping his arms around them. He had debated whether or not he should go to dinner. Even though Harry had told Ron he wasn't hungry, he was. He was more afraid of what everyone would say about what happened in defense earlier. "No doubt everyone knows what happened," he murmured. "Hey, kiddo, are you okay?" Harry looked up at the voice to find Sirius standing at the door. "I'm okay," Harry murmured. Sirius walked into the dorm, approaching Harry's bed. He sat down, putting his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Remus told me about what happened in defense today. Do you want to talk about it?" Harry shook his head. "Does Mum know?" he whispered. Sirius nodded. "Yes, she does. She sent me up here to find you. We're eating in her quarters. She gave orders to bring you even if I have to throw you over my shoulder and carry you." Harry slid off the bed, slipping on his trainers. He didn't remember taking them off either. "Let's go before Mum sends a search party." Sirius laughed, following Harry out of the dorm, down the stairs, and out the portrait hole. They walked in silence to Lily's private quarters near the hospital wing. "James," Sirius told the portrait of Nurse Helga. The portrait opened. Sirius motioned for Harry to go in first. He barely stepped into his mother's quarters before he was pulled into a tight embrace. Harry knew who it was. "Mum, you're squishing me," Harry croaked. Lily pulled back, holding her son at arm's length. "Are you okay?" "Remus told us what happened," Lily said. "Why didn't you tell us your fear of us dying and leaving you alone?" Harry turned at his father's voice. "Dad, what are you doing here? Your mum flowed me and told me what happened. We figured we needed to reassure you that we're alive and everything's okay," James explained. Harry walked over to James, letting him engulf him in a tight hug. "Do you want to talk about it?" he whispered. Harry knew he would be repeatedly asked if he wanted to talk until he did. It was that way last year with the Heir of Slytherin thing. It wasn't until after everything had calmed down and he returned from rescuing Ginny he told them everything. "I keep thinking that you all have dangerous jobs. But you could get killed or die from something. Then what will happen to me? Where would I go?" Harry asked, wanting to know if nothing else to ease his mind. Lily looked at James as if they were having a mental conversation. Lily then turned to Harry. "Sweetheart, your father and I have arranged for Sirius to take you if something happens to your father and me. But if something happens to all of us, Arthur and Molly would take you or Professor McGonagall. I promise you, Harry, you will not be going to my sister's. She has proven that she doesn't care for you at all. Would I choose who I would go with?" Harry asked. "The Wizengamot might let you. Considering your age," James replied. He was familiar with the Wizengamot proceedings and had watched a few custody cases in the courtrooms. "I need you to know we're still here. We're alive, and we're not going anywhere," Lily assured her son. "You promise?" Harry asked. "We promise," the four adults replied in unison. Lily got up and headed to the table where they had set up their dinner. "Hungry?" she asked the men in the room. "Let's eat." James and Sirius replied at the same time. Remus and Harry followed them. They sat, ate, talked, laughed, had a good time, and enjoyed each other's company. After dinner, they moved to the sitting area, where Harry curled up on the sofa next to James. He soon fell asleep. "James, Harry fell asleep," Lily whispered. Remus and Sirius quietly left the room, ruffling and patting Harry's head as they went by. James carefully picked up Harry and carried him to his room. Lily had an extra room in her quarters for Harry and kept some of his clothes there. He would be up early enough to return to Gryffindor Tower in the morning. James laid Harry down after Lily turned the bed down. Lily got Harry's pajamas, and between her and James, they changed him into his pajamas. After they had tucked him in and Lily kissed him good night, they silently stepped out of the room. Harry slept peacefully that night, dreaming of his family. Years from now when he turned 17 in 4 years. There was only one thing that puzzled Harry about his dream. Who was the second red-headed girl in his dream? "Can either of you explain to me why we are here?" Harry asked as he stood outside Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Black family, Sirius's childhood home. "Well, you're 16, James explained. In the Potter family, you're an adult at 16. Only you can't use magic yet. Sirius and I decided it's time to bring you into the Marauders. Tonight, we're doing your Marauders inauguration. James wrapped his arm around his son's shoulders. I've been waiting for this since you were born. And we're doing this at Grimmauld Place because, Harry knew the answer. Your mother, Sirius replied. Lily felt that Harry was ready to join the Marauders officially. James assured her they weren't making him join them. Harry was joining willingly. If James felt Harry wasn't ready to join them, they wouldn't be doing the inauguration tonight. James knew his son. During one of their conversations, Harry had mentioned becoming an animagus. That was among the things they were going to discuss tonight. So, we came here to get out of Mum's hair. Harry asked again, knowing the answer. Grimmauld Place was empty most of the time. It was used for order meetings, if any members of the order needed a place to stay, or for Sirius and James to experiment with pranks or discuss cases they were working on in the Auror office without being overheard. Grimmauld Place was currently empty. Yes, son, James answered. There's another reason. The inauguration involves some fire whiskey. What? Harry exclaimed. He knew Lily wouldn't be sympathetic if he came home drunk or hungover. He had learned about sobering spells and the hangover potion at school. There was one problem. Harry couldn't do the sobering spell due to the underage law. Lily didn't keep hangover potions in the house. He had even heard stories from Sirius about how his mother reacted when he would bring James home drunk. She wasn't sympathetic at all. When Harry turned 13, Lily had told him during their talk that if he ever came home drunk, he would have to suffer the consequences. We're not going to let you drown yourself in alcohol. Just follow our directions, and everything will be fine, James assured his son. Harry nodded. Got it. Harry followed them into the house. Noticing how quiet it was since Sirius had put a silencing charm on his mother's portrait. He also sent Creature to Hogwarts when the house wasn't occupied. We're going to do this in the kitchen, Sirius announced as they passed the dining room they used for the order meetings. James had suggested that the kitchen would be best for the inauguration because it would allow them to access water easily. They walked into the kitchen and sat down at the table. Sirius pulled out the bottle of fire whiskey from his jacket pocket and conjured up 3 shot glasses. Are we ready to get started? He asked, grinning. Yes, Harry and James exclaimed in unison. Sirius poured 3 shot glasses of fire whiskey. He first hands a glass to James, then he hands a glass to Harry before taking one for himself. I'll let you do the honors, Prongs, Sirius said, holding his glass up. Picking up his glass, he held it up. Harry followed suit. James grinned as he said, Welcome to the Marauders, Harry. They clinked the glasses and took their first shot. After the first shot, they begin with a discussion about Harry starting the process of becoming an animagus. The plan is to discuss with Remus the possibility of Harry joining them on their monthly jaunts when he successfully mastered the transition. How little did James and Sirius know what was about to happen. Ooh, Lily sat in her kitchen, a cup of tea in her hands. She was flipping through a photo album of Harry's pictures, watching her baby grow into the young man he was today. She paused when she came to a picture of Harry, James, Sirius, and Remus taken last Christmas. Lily. Looking up from the photo album, Lily found Remus walking into her kitchen from the back door. She hadn't heard him apparate or the door open and close. She must have been so lost in thought that she didn't hear the pop of apparition or the door. Mind if I join you? He asked. Not at all. She flicked her wand towards the kitchen cupboard. And a cup appeared beside her. She picked up the tea kettle on the table and poured tea into the empty cup beside hers. She pushed the little pot of cream and sugar towards the cup so Remus could add them to his tea. Thank you, Remus murmured, taking the seat beside Lily. I can't believe my baby is 16, she said softly. Remus smiled as he looked at a picture of Harry, James, and Lily on Harry's 16th birthday. Hestia had taken the photo for Lily, commenting that Harry was just a baby the last time she had taken their family picture. Lily sighed. I sometimes still see him as that baby who wouldn't let me out of his sight. Remus chuckled, nodding his head in agreement. I remember that time Sirius and I were visiting. You needed to go to Diagon Alley to run errands. It took James, Sirius, and me an hour to get Harry to quit crying. Lily smiled softly. She turned the page to find a picture of Harry with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Harry's arm was around Ginny's waist. And her arms were around his waist. I don't think I've seen him so happy as I do when he's with Ginny, she admitted. Molly told me she never worries about Ginny when she's with Harry. Remus agreed with her. Those two are you and James all over again. They are, Lily agreed. Everyone said that. Did you know Harry talked us into letting him take Ginny into London alone? No, he did. He took Ginny to London. They spent the whole day there, using the underground to get around. He took her to the movies. They took a bus to the Leaky Cauldron and had dinner before flowing home. He took Ginny home first. Then he came home. Are they planning another date before school starts back? Remus inquired. Lily nodded. Harry had asked her and James if he and Ginny could go to Uggle London again the following Tuesday. With the success of their first trip alone, James and Lily agreed. Arthur and Molly also agreed, much to Harry's relief. I think he's taking Ginny to the aquarium. And then they're going to Regent's Park for a picnic. They'll pick up food from a cafe nearby. Sounds like he's got it all worked out, Remus commented. Lily smiled as she turned the page. Oh look, here's a picture from last summer's vacation. Remus leaned over, smiling at the group shot. James had his arm around Lily's waist, his other arm around Harry's shoulders. Harry stood in between him and Sirius. That was a fun trip. Remus mused. Except for the vomiting. Harry had gotten car sick on their way to Weymouth Beach last summer. He also got motion sick on one of the rides at the little amusement park on the pier. Yes, I know. I need to remember to pack some motion sickness potions and medicines next time, Lily noted. She flipped the page to more recent photos in a different album. Here are the pictures from that road trip James, Harry, and Sirius went on earlier in the summer. Remus smiled as he looked at the pictures James had taken. He, Sirius, and Harry went on a short holiday to Alton Towers Resort in Alton, England. It was a place they hadn't been to since Harry was in primary school. It was just James, Harry, and Sirius as Lily was on a girls' trip. Remus and Tonks were on their holiday to Dover. You and Tonks were on holiday to Dover. James said he would have invited you to come had you and Tonks hadn't had plans. Remus nodded. Harry got car sick that time, too, didn't he? Sirius was driving, Lily explained, and he got food poisoning too. Remus winced. Poor kid. He and Lily spent the rest of the evening looking at pictures and enjoying each other's company until James, Sirius, and Harry returned. Ooh. Harry had passed out on the sofa in the lounge of Grimmauld Place. James and Sirius shared a look before Sirius broke the silence. You want the kid? Sirius asked. Yeah, I'll take him, James replied, staring at his son's limp form. You know, Sirius began. Maybe we should give him fire whiskey more often. He gets loose lips when he gets drunk. James agreed. Lily wouldn't allow it. Sirius nodded, pocketing Harry's glasses to keep them from falling off his face and breaking. James gently and carefully picked up his son, scooping him up in his arms. After the first 5 shots, Harry started spilling his guts out about his fears, everything from the prophecy to what could happen to those he cared about the most. Somewhere along the way, Harry moved on to admit to liking Ginny before the Yule Ball and how scared he was for her. They had just started dating for almost a year, and Harry didn't want her to get hurt, nor did he want to hurt her. When did he get a hold of the bottle? James inquired. I don't know, Sirius admitted. He probably just grabbed it when we were busy listening to his confession. They left Grimmauld Place, returning to James's car parked on the other side of the street. James carried Harry over his shoulder, careful not to drop his son. Sirius opened the back passenger door, so James could put him in the back seat behind the driver's side. Once Harry was secure and provided with a bucket, just in case, James and Sirius got in the car to head back to Potter's Bar. Ooh. Lily and Remus jumped at the sound of the back door opening. Sirius held the door open for James. He came in, carrying Harry, who was moaning slightly. James Henry, what happened to our son? Lily demanded. Well, we started slow. Only doing 5 shots. Somehow, Harry got a hold of the bottle and started chugging it, Sirius explained, shutting the door gently. Lily turned to her husband, hands on her hips. How did he get a hold of the bottle? She exclaimed, careful not to shout for the sake of Harry's pounding head. I don't know. Although, there was a benefit to that. The more Harry drank, the more he blabbed. James admitted, trying to keep a hold of his son. James headed upstairs to Harry's room, gently laying him down on the bed. He returned downstairs to find Lily pointing at a chair. I want to know what happened from the beginning. It was not a request. James sighed deeply. As I said, he started slow. Harry began with the prophecy and how stressful the last year was. He said that he couldn't take the pressure. After that, it was blabbing. He confessed to liking Ginny way before the Yule Ball. He was scared that Ron would find out he liked his sister. He moved on to how scared he was for Ginny. That was when he started drinking it straight out of the bottle. We didn't realize he had a bottle until it shattered to the floor. Lily shook her head before making her way upstairs. James followed Lily up the stairs and into Harry's room. Are you okay, kiddo? A muffled moan was his answer. Between James and Lily, they helped him out of his clothes. They dead to leave him in his boxers for the night. They tucked him into bed, knowing he would feel the effects of the fire whiskey in the morning. Ooh. Harry woke up with a pounding head and an upset stomach. He rolled over to lie on his belly, burying his head under his pillow. What did I do last night? He asked himself softly. He couldn't remember much from the night before. He would need to ask James or Sirius what happened last night. Anytime he tried to think about what happened last night, his head would throb. He moaned quietly, the noise muffled by the pillow. The light was too bright, worsening his headache and causing the roiling in Harry's stomach. Harry's head was still under the pillow when James quietly opened the door and entered his son's room. He chuckled to himself when he saw Harry's head under the pillow. How are you feeling, son? James's response was a moan from under the pillow. I take it you don't want any breakfast. Please don't mention food right now. Harry moaned as he felt his stomach roll. James reached over and closed the curtains to Harry's bedroom window. He pulled Harry's desk chair over, straddling it. The curtains are closed. You can bring your head up now. James whispered. Harry moved his head out from under the pillow, groaning slightly. I don't think Mum would sympathize with me and give me a hangover potion, would she? James shook his head. No. She's threatened to hex Sirius and me if we do. We love you, son, but we're not risking it. Harry knew that would be the answer. Lily would be using this as a teaching moment. Don't drink enough fire whiskey that you get drunk. I don't feel so good, he murmured. He felt James rub his back soothingly. Harry laid still, trying to gain control of his stomach. But his stomach wouldn't have it. He tried to get up, getting tangled in the blanket and duvet. He slapped a hand over his mouth, feeling some bile rise in his throat. James watched Harry's face turn a pale green. He quickly grabbed him, helping him get to the bathroom and getting him in front of the toilet, making it in time for Harry to puke his guts out. He vomited until he felt like there was nothing left in him. His throat burned. The muscles in his abdomen were aching. Harry continued to heave, feeling like he was never to stop. Eventually, he did stop. James flushed the toilet as he summoned a washcloth, dampening it with his wand to wipe the sweat from Harry's face. Once done, he tossed the washcloth in the sink and summoned a cup to fill it with water. Catching the plastic cup, he used his wand again to fill it with water. He handed the cup to Harry. Here, rinse your mouth out. Then take a drink, slowly. Taking the cup, Harry rinsed his mouth first, spitting the water into the toilet. Then he took a drink of water. Are you done? James asked, rubbing Harry's back. Yeah, for now, Harry replied hoarsely. While you're in here, take a hot shower. Breathing in the steam will help your head. The hot water will soothe your stomach. James went into Harry's bedroom, returning with a red t-shirt, Harry's gray lounge pants, and a clean pair of boxers. Harry took them when James returned to the bathroom. Thanks, Dad. You're welcome, son. Ooh. Lily stepped out of her and James's bedroom as James slipped out of Harry's bathroom. He met her halfway to give her the laundry he had collected from Harry's bathroom and bedroom. How is he? Hungover. He just got done throwing up. I'd wait a bit before asking him if he wants breakfast, James cautioned her. He's taking a shower. The hot water will help him feel a little better. Lily nodded, dropping the dirty clothes, used towels, and washcloths into her laundry basket. I'll take this chance to change the sheets on the bed. I can wash the ones that are on his bed now. James nodded mutely. Lily slipped past him, heading to Harry's room. She started working as soon as she walked into the room. She waved her wand to make the room smell refreshed. With another wave of her wand, she changed the sheets on the bed for clean ones. Lily tossed the ones on his bed into the laundry basket she left in the hall. Once she finished, Lily collected the laundry basket and left the room. James came back in when Lily was done. The shower was still running in Harry's bathroom. He settled in the red armchair in the corner of Harry's room to wait. He remembered sitting in the same armchair, reading bedtime stories to Harry when he was a little boy. He read so many books that he was positive he could quote them word for word. The bathroom door opened. Harry walked out, only pausing when he saw James in the armchair. "I remember you sleeping in that chair every time I was sick." "Do you?" James replied, amazed that Harry would remember that. "The Muggle flu when I was 10, Wizard's flu when I was 13, and that stomach bug back in the spring. I had it an extra day than you did. The time I woke Mum up in the middle of the night with a stomach ache when I was 14. I woke up the next morning. You were asleep in that chair," Harry explained. "And you remember all of that?" James asked softly. Harry nodded gently as his head still hurt a little bit. "Yeah," James smiled. "Did the shower help?" Harry nodded his head slowly again. The shower helped him feel a little better, but his head still throbbed, and his stomach felt awful. "Okay. Mum has some errands to run, but I'll be here. I'll be downstairs in my office if you need me for anything." "Okay. Okay, Dad." James was only gone for 5 minutes when Lily entered his room. She carried a tray with a plate holding a piece of toast, some eggs, and tomatoes. There was also a glass of orange juice and a bowl of bananas. "I thought you might be ready for some food. You don't have to eat it all," Lily assured him. She sat down the tray, handed Harry the plate and a fork, sitting a glass of orange juice and a bowl of bananas on the nightstand. Harry looked at the food apprehensively. "It might help you feel better to have something in your stomach. Now, I'm going to run a few errands and pick up some things at the shop. I'll be back soon. Dad is in his study if you need him." Lily kissed the top of Harry's head. As she was leaving the room, she heard, "Mum." Lily stopped and turned around at her son's voice. "Thanks," he said. "You're welcome, sweetheart." She smiled softly. With that, Lily left the room. "For not killing me," Harry whispered after she left. "Ooh." James entered Harry's room, finding his son asleep in his bed. On his bedside table was an empty plate, bowl, and glass with a dab of orange juice. James picked up the dishes and took them downstairs to the kitchen. He returned 5 minutes later with a bottle of water. He got the blanket from the back of the armchair. He tucked the blanket around Harry. Then he placed the rubbish bin beside his bed in case Harry got sick. "Is he asleep?" James whirled around to find Sirius standing at the door of Harry's room. "Yeah, he's asleep," James replied. Quietly, James and Sirius went downstairs to the kitchen. They sat down at the table. "How was he this morning?" Sirius asked. "Like that time we drank a bottle and a half of fire whiskey when my parents left us alone in the house. He threw up some this morning. He seemed to feel better after he had a shower. Lily made him some eggs, tomatoes, and a banana." "Did he keep it down?" Sirius asked. "I didn't hear him throw up in the bathroom from down here. He's never quiet when he throws up." The back door opened. Lily came into the kitchen carrying an armload of shopping bags. She sat the bags of groceries on the counter. She was only gone for an hour and a half. "How's Harry?" she asked. "He's asleep." James got up to help Lily put up the groceries. "I'm going to try to make chicken bouillon. I've read somewhere that helps with hangovers," Lily explained. "I picked up some Gatorade, bottled water, and apple juice. I also picked up things I figured would be easy on his stomach today and maybe tomorrow if needed." They looked up when they heard a faint thump from upstairs. "I'll go check on him," James announced, leaving the kitchen and picking up a bottle of water as he left. He walked upstairs to Harry's room with water in hand, finding Harry awake, curled in a ball. "Are you okay?" James asked. "My stomach's not feeling too good." Harry groaned slightly, wrapping his right arm around his middle. "Mum got you some Gatorade. I brought you some water. You need to stay hydrated." "I know," Harry sighed as he propped himself up with his left hand. He took the water from James once he was sitting up. "Do you want red or blue Gatorade?" "Red." James left the bedroom, returning with the red Gatorade Harry requested. He set the bottle on the side table. How are you feeling? He asked. Harry gently flopped back into the bed. He groaned. I'm never drinking fire whiskey again. James smiled, chuckling softly. So, we don't need to worry about you coming home drunk anytime soon. No, Harry deadpanned. He wasn't planning to get drunk anytime soon. Ooh. In the afternoon, Harry moved downstairs to spend the rest of the day on the sofa in the family room, watching television once his headache was dull enough to handle it. He slept on and off all day, drank Gatorade or water, and ate foods that were easy on his stomach. Lily made him take a vitamin potion and a hydrating potion. It helped replenish the vitamins that had been depleted from Harry's body from the vomiting and rehydrate him. Lily made the chicken bouillon, which Harry managed to keep down despite his stomach's protests. A stomach soother solved that problem when Harry mentioned he was feeling nauseous. Lily made chicken noodle soup for Harry and beef stew for James and herself for dinner. Harry sat at the table, crushing crackers into his soup as Lily and James talked, catching up. Are you going to eat? Lily asked. Yeah, Harry replied, scooping the soup with a spoon and bringing it to his mouth. Lily smiled as Harry started eating. Over their dinner, James and Lily discussed their plans for the rest of the summer. Was there anything else they wanted to do before Harry returned to school for his 6th year? Maybe we should go back to the coast, Lily suggested. Invite Sirius and Remus. Tell them to bring Hestia and Tonks with them. James said. And maybe we could take Ginny, Harry added hopefully. If it's all right with Molly and Arthur, Lily said. Maybe we should pick somewhere we can drive to instead of taking a portkey. That's fine with me, Harry blurted. James looked at his son over his glasses. Harry wasn't keen on traveling by portkey, especially after the third task. Car trips. He could handle if he had taken some anti-nausea or motion sickness potion. Sounds like a plan, James answered. We'll invite Remus and Tonks and Sirius and Hestia over and inform them of the plan. The rest of dinner consisted of the clanking of spoons against the bowl in the silent kitchen. Ooh. Harry stood outside the cracked door of James's study with damp hair and clean pajamas. He had taken a second shower. Having felt sweaty and gross after the day he had. James's study was a room that Harry was rarely ever in. The room was off limits, just like Lily's lab in the basement, to Harry when he was a little boy. When he got older, Lily started allowing him a section of her lab to practice brewing potions. James allowed him to get books for defense homework from the study. James's study was where consequences were often issued. When Harry came home from Hogwarts in his 1st and 2nd year, he no sooner walked through the door than James would tell him to go into the study. Harry remembered the tedious hours he had spent in his room, grounded after those school years. They were only for a week, but to Harry, they were the longest weeks of his life. Harry took a deep breath before he knocked on the door. Come in, James called. Harry pushed open the door and stood in the doorway. James glanced at his son standing in the doorway. You can sit down, son. Harry walked over to the sofa and sat down, waiting for James to say something. Am I in trouble for what happened last night? Harry asked before he lost his nerve. James looked up, noticing the frightened look on his son's face. Are you in trouble for what happened last night? James repeated the question. No. Harry let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. James noticed this. It's partly my fault. Sirius and I should have kept the bottle out of your reach. Lily joined them as James admitted he and Sirius should have kept a better eye on where the bottle was. She had finished brewing a potion that needed to simmer overnight and came up from her lab. She heard Harry and James in the study and joined them, knowing what they were discussing. Sweetheart, your father and I discussed this earlier. We decided that since this is your first offense with fire whiskey, you've suffered enough, Lily assured him. Harry nodded. Lily added, but if there's a second time, there will be consequences other than the hangover. I think you know what they are. Harry nodded slowly. He knew very well what the consequences were. I saw this morning when I asked you how you were doing, and you said that. James trailed off. I'm never drinking fire whiskey again, Harry finished. James smiled at Lily knowingly. We'll see about that. Ooh. James turned off the lights in his study, closed the door, and walked up the stairs to bed. He paused outside his and Lily's bedroom when he saw the light on in Harry's room. He stood there momentarily, decided to check on his son before bed, and headed to Harry's bedroom. Harry was sitting on his bed, a book in his hand. James knocked on the door. It's getting late, son. Harry looked up from the book he was reading. I'm almost done with this chapter, he said. His eyes scanned the page for another minute until he closed the book. Are you flowing to the Burrow tomorrow? James asked curiously. Yeah, I'm going to get Ginny, and we're going into Muggle London for the day. We might go see a movie or do something. James nodded. He approached the bed, sitting down on the side. You got enough money? He asked. Yeah, I got enough money. James nodded. You do know your mum and I are not mad at you. Right. Harry nodded. I figured this was Mum's way of assuring this doesn't happen again. It was my fault. I shouldn't have grabbed the bottle. Well, Sirius and I are at fault. We should have kept a closer eye on you. Just know that this shouldn't happen again, James warned. At least until after you were 17. Harry nodded. I know. I didn't know what I was thinking. James looked at his son. Harry was all James with Lily's eyes. You're 16 years old with a lot on your plate. I'm just glad that it happened under my supervision. Just didn't mean for me to grab hold of a bottle and drink straight out of it. Harry asked. Right. James looked at Harry sternly. This is not going to happen again, is it? Harry shook his head. No, sir. James got up, leaning over. He kissed the top of Harry's head. Sleep tight, son. I will see you in the morning. Good night, Dad. James reached for the doorknob, pulling the door, leaving a crack. Harry leaned over to turn off his lamp. He lay down, gazing at the stars on his ceiling. Feeling himself getting sleepy, he closed his eyes. Harry slept well that night. Although, he knew that he would wait until he turned 17 to try fire whiskey again. Halloween was a solemn occasion for Harry and his parents. It was the anniversary of the day Voldemort attacked the Potters and attempted to kill Harry. It had now been 14 years since that night. How James and Lily survived was a mystery that baffled healers even now. Harry was a mystery in his own way. Being the first and only person to survive the killing curse. One healer had said that the Potters were just lucky. By all accounts, none of the Potters should have survived that night. Harry would dress up for Halloween as a child and trick or treat around Potter's bar with Lily. He didn't have many friends at school for reasons no one understood. A boy named Henry was Harry's only school friend. Before Harry went to Hogwarts, Henry told him his family was moving to Leeds for a new job his father had gotten. But on a happier note, Halloween was the anniversary of Harry, Ron, and Hermione's friendship. It was Hermione's idea in their third year that they would celebrate their friendship anniversary, the Hogsmeade weekend closest to Halloween. It was Harry and Ron's idea to go to the Three Broomsticks for lunch, ending with an argument about who would pay for lunch between the three. Harry. Hearing his name called, Harry turned around to find Sirius standing at the door. Are you okay? Sirius inquired. I figured you would be at the feast. The 15-year-old shrugged, picking himself off the floor. I'm fine. Just wasn't interested, Harry replied. He just wanted to be by himself for a while. Come on, pup. We'll go for a walk. When we come back, we'll go back to my quarters. Your mum is cooking in my and Remus's quarters tonight. Harry followed Sirius down to the common room. They stopped in front of the fireplace. The fireplace is hooked up to the flow network. Did you know that? Sirius asked his godson. Harry nodded. James had told him this piece of information a few summers ago. Harry only used this method of transportation in an emergency to get to his mother's quarters. Marauder's quarters, Sirius called, disappearing in the green smoke. Harry followed, tumbling out of the flow. Never going to master that, are you, kiddo? Sirius chuckled. One day, Harry commented. Sirius got his coat from the hook by the door. Harry had left his heavy jacket in Sirius and Remus's quarters the day before when he was there to borrow a defense book from Remus. Picking it up from where Remus had laid it over the armchair in the sitting room, Harry slipped it on. They silently slipped on their coats and jackets and headed out the door. Together, they headed to the entrance hall to go out the front door. Students were still wandering around when they reached the entrance hall, some going to class, others heading to their houses. Sirius approached the double doors, opened one of the doors, and held it open for Harry to follow. Now outside, they headed down the steps, heading out to the Hogwarts grounds. There was a well-known walking path along the Black Lake. As they walked along the grounds of Hogwarts, Harry and Sirius walked in step with each other. making small talk as the Scotland wind blew softly. The weather was chilly on the last day of October, a sign that winter was definitely on the way. "What do you know about what happened after that night?" Sirius asked. "I know what happened to Mum and Dad if that's what you mean," Harry answered. Sirius tried to think how he should proceed. He had spoken with James and Lily last night about telling Harry what had happened following that Halloween night. It was decided it was time to tell Harry. James had been discussing some order business with Harry, so he knew what was happening and what the order was doing about it. Sirius felt that now that Harry was older, it was time to tell him what he had gone through following that Halloween night. How was he going to explain to Harry what he had gone through? The wind blew colder as they walked along the lake, making them pull their coats tightly around them. They walked along the lake, pulling their coats tightly around them. "Well, we thought that your parents were dead. Dumbledore wanted you to go to live with Petunia," Sirius began. "That was until we realized James and Lily survived. We quickly got them to St. Mungo's. Then we learned they were going to be okay. Dumbledore thought that I was the one who betrayed them. I explained James had changed the secret keepers to Peter. I had to take a truth potion for him to believe me." Harry nodded, knowing this part of the story. He knew it was Peter Pettigrew who betrayed his parents and him to Voldemort. That was why Voldemort came after them that night. After that, Dumbledore apologized to me for thinking I betrayed you, James, and Lily. Then he said you would stay with Petunia for your safety. Sirius turned to face Harry, putting his hands on Harry's shoulders. "I fought for you." Harry's jaw dropped. "What? I fought for you," Sirius repeated. "I argued that James and Lily had documents fixed that stated if anything happened to them, you were to go to me. I would get custody of you at their death. I reminded Dumbledore that my flat was in a Muggle neighborhood and that you would be perfectly safe there. Andromeda agreed to watch you during the day while I worked." Harry remembered Andromeda. She was a healer, like Lily. He had seen her a few times when she would come around for tea with Lily. He knew Tonks and Ted because of Andromeda. If Sirius or Remus couldn't babysit, Lily got Tonks to watch Harry. "Who exactly did you fight with over me?" Harry inquired. "First, Dumbledore, then I fought the Ministry." Harry just nodded, motioning for Sirius to continue. Surprised to learn this new information. "I was given a chance to have you for a month to see how it would work out." Sirius smiled, remembering the looks of shock he got when they returned after the month was up. They were surprised to find Harry healthy, clean, happy, and alive. "Professor McGonagall was my saving grace. She told the Ministry I was the only person you had been around besides your parents. I was with you almost every day since you were born." "Sirius, how long did I stay with you?" "Almost a year. Your parents were deemed able to care for you in September of the following year. We had celebrated your second birthday in their shared hospital room. I always wondered why my second birthday pictures had a hospital room in the background," Harry mused. "They were considered fully recovered by the end of August. They were deemed able to care for you 2 weeks later. I moved in with them because the lease was up on my flat. I wanted to move to a better neighborhood. I also didn't want to be away from you. Plus," Sirius paused, turning to his godson, smiling. "You had become quite attached to me. However, when I brought you to see your parents, you would reach for them, saying Mama and Dada. I was wondering, did Mum and Dad want more than just me?" Harry asked. "Harry, the curse had damaged that part of her body so badly that it would be hard for her and James to have another baby. They were just thankful that they had you. They tried for years after but weren't successful." Harry swallowed thickly. While he was grateful to be an only child, he was jealous of Ron's relationship with his brothers. He often wondered what life would have been like if he had a little sister or brother. But James was also an only child. He knew what his son was feeling. They were approaching the front doors when they smelt the sweets and food from the Great Hall. Harry's stomach growled in response, making Sirius chuckle. "I know your mother is in our quarters preparing dinner. But it's my job as godfather to give you enough sugar to knock your teeth out. What do you say about stopping by the Gryffindor table and get some treats? Then we'll head back to my quarters." Harry agreed. "Let's go. Hopefully, Ron and the guys haven't eaten it all yet." Sirius laughed, following his godson into the Great Hall, where they loaded up with treats. "Ooh." Harry and Sirius walked down the corridors towards Remus and Sirius's shared quarters named the Marauders' Quarters. When they reached the portrait of the wolf, the stag, and the dog, Sirius said the password, mischief managed. When the portrait opened, Sirius and Harry went in. He followed Sirius to the kitchen, where Lily had made shepherd's pie, roasted potatoes, and carrots. I figured you would want a better meal than the one in the Great Hall. Harry jumped at his mother's voice. Didn't mean to startle you, sweetheart, Lily murmured, pulling her son in a tight hug. Mom, I haven't seen you since breakfast, she said. Are we ready to eat? Sirius asked. Lily nodded. Yes. James will be along shortly. Remus is joining us for dessert. They sat at the round table in Sirius and Remus's queue orders to eat the meal Lily had prepared. The flow roared. James came tumbling out, catching himself before falling flat on his face. I see you've started without me, James commented as he sat down between Harry and Lily. Kissing his wife's cheek. We did. I didn't know what time you'd get here. Harry and Sirius were hungry, Lily retorted. James ruffled his son's hair. How are classes going? Harry filled him in on his classes and told him how the Quidditch team was doing. James listened attentively. I'll be there, James told him. I've never missed your games. Harry paused with carrots and potatoes in his mouth. Really? He mumbled, mouthful. Lily sighed. We've talked about talking with your mouthful. I swear I taught you table manners. Sorry, Mom, Harry apologized after he swallowed. Lily was serving dessert when Remus showed up 45 minutes later. James helped Lily serve the tea and the treacle tart. It's hard to believe that it's been 14 years, Lily said somberly. I told Harry about what happened afterward, Sirius announced to the group. Do you have any questions, Prongslet? James asked. Harry shook his head. Not really. I'm just glad that I still have you and Mom. Lily patted his shoulder, kissing the top of his head as she passed him on her way to her chair, sitting down with her own cup of tea. When heading to the sitting room, James pulled Harry to him. He hugged him tightly, but not too tight. Harry didn't fight him, letting him pull him into an embrace. Lily soon joined them, kissing her husband and then her son on the head. We love you, sweetheart, Lily whispered. So very much. I love you too, Mom. And I love you too, Dad, Harry added. No, I see how it is. You've always loved Mom more than you did me, James said, pretending to be hurt. Dad, I love you and Mom the same, Harry argued. Then, without warning, James pulled Harry into another hug, nearly causing Harry to trip. I know. But you are too easy to joke with. A few hours later, the Potters said goodnight to Remus and Sirius and headed to Lily's quarters, where they would spend some family time together. James and Lily walked with Harry walking in between them. He would be sleeping in Lily's quarters tonight. He will return to Gryffindor Tower in the morning. It was a tradition they had developed when Harry went to Hogwarts that they would spend Halloween night together. Just like how they've made it through the past 14 years. Together. Now that Harry knew the whole story, he would be forever grateful that his parents survived that awful night 14 years ago. Harry poked his head out of the fat lady's portrait hole, the entrance of Gryffindor Tower. He first looked left, then right, noticing the coast was clear. Breathing a sigh of relief, Harry slipped out of the portrait hole. He was trying to get to Lily's quarters without getting caught by Hermione or Lily. He was meeting James at home to go shopping. Mother's Day was coming up, and Harry needed a gift for Lily. The flow in Lily's quarters was directly connected to the Potter's flow at home, allowing Harry to flow home whenever he wanted. He could flow home and return in the afternoon if he wanted to. No one would know except for James. He had a knack for finding out things. You're up to something, or you. Harry jumped, turning around to find the fat lady smirking at him. I'm trying to sneak down to my mom's quarters without being spotted by Hermione. She's looking for me to study for exams that are next month. I have to meet Dad in 5 minutes. Turning around, Harry sneaked down the stairs. Staying in the shadows, he kept a close eye out for Hermione. Hi, Harry. Harry jumped again, turning around to the smirking face of his girlfriend. Did I scare you? Ginny asked as Harry pulled her in for a kiss. I swear you do it on purpose just to watch me jump. Ginny cupped Harry's cheek. No, I don't do it on purpose, my love. Are you trying to get to Lily's quarters without being spotted? Now, don't you have a cloak that makes you invisible? Ginny asked. She lowered her voice when asking about his invisibility cloak, as it wasn't common knowledge. Sirius borrowed it and hasn't returned it yet, he explained. And you're trying to avoid Hermione, Ginny noted. Suddenly, Harry smiled his Cheshire cat smile. Gin, can you do me a favor? Ginny knew that look. No, Harry, she said firmly. Can you please distract Hermione while I'm gone? Harry asked, pouting. Please, Gin. In addition to his puppy pout, Harry added his puppy dog eyes. Ginny could never say no to Harry, especially when he gave her the puppy pout and eyes. James and Sirius couldn't say no either. Lily only caved when Harry upped the pout to another level. Ginny sighed. Fine, I will distract Hermione. But it's going to cost you. Harry smiled, kissing her cheek. Thanks, babe. I've got to meet Dad. Tell me your price later. Giving Ginny one more kiss, he took off down the corridor. Even though Hermione was the last person Ginny wanted to deal with because of her owls, she would need to distract her long enough until Ron found her or Harry returned. Hermione had been hounding the boys to study since they had exams coming up. The exams were next month, not next week, which is how Hermione was acting. When he made it to the main entrance hall, he kept an eye out for Lily. She didn't know Harry was meeting with James today. Mother's Day was Sunday. It was Thursday, and Harry didn't have a gift yet. When they went to Hogsmeade last weekend, Ginny helped him search for a Mother's Day present for Lily, but the only thing that came out of the visit was Ginny had a Mother's Day present for Molly. Harry did get Lily her favorite candy from Honeydukes. But he felt that it wasn't enough. When Harry reached the entrance to Lily's private quarters, he whispered the password to Nurse Helga, the portrait that guarded Lily's private quarters. James. The portrait opened, and Harry stepped into his mother's quarters. According to the Marauder's map, Lily was in the hospital wing. That was where she was when Harry checked the map before leaving Gryffindor Tower. He rechecked the Marauder's map, double-checking that Lily was still in the hospital wing. Once inside his mother's quarters, he approached the flow. Picking up a handful of flow powder, he stepped into the flow. He threw down the powder, calling out, Potter Cottage. He stumbled out of the flow in the sitting room, catching himself on an armchair. Lily had the flow charm to clear away any dust and soot. It was less messy this way, for the floor in the sitting room and whoever flowed over. Never going to master the flow, are you, kiddo? Harry turned towards the doorway of the sitting room. James was standing there, hands in his pockets. I would like to think I would master it one day, Harry retorted. After a quick greeting, James and Harry headed out to the Range Rover. James drove them into Muggle London to shop for Lily's Mother's Day present. Do you have any ideas? James asked. I have one. They had been planning this trip for a few weeks. Harry and James would get Lily a joint gift for Mother's Day on top of Harry's gift. They've done this since Harry was a baby. It was James's way of saying thank you to Lily for giving him Harry. Harry knew what he wanted to get for Lily for Mother's Day. He didn't find it in Hogsmeade, but he knew he would find it in Diagon Alley. Harry brought up an idea for his and James's joint present. James got Lily an angel pendant necklace with July's birthstone in the middle for her first Mother's Day from him and Harry. James had requested that the birthstone for July be added to the angel's gems. He didn't know the birthstone was a ruby until he picked it up. The clerk showed him the chart when he asked if the ruby gemstone was July's birthday. Lily wore it with pride until the chain broke. Harry's idea for their joint present was to replace the chain to allow Lily to resume wearing the necklace. Using their communication mirrors, Harry and James discussed ideas of what to get Lily for Mother's Day and making plans for Mother's Day. I have the angel in my pocket, James informed his son as he pulled into the shopping center car park. Thanks, Dad. After James parked, he double-checked to ensure he had the angel in his pocket. Together, they got out and headed to the jewelry store. A bell rang when James opened the door. Hello. What can I help gentlemen with today? The man behind the counter asked. James handed Harry the angel to lay it down on the counter. We need a new chain for this, Harry explained. The store owner looked up at James. Mr. Potter, I remember when you came in and purchased this. Picking up the angel, he examined it. I'll clean it up, repair the stones, and replace the chain. Do you want a white gold chain or a gold chain? White gold. Mum likes it the best, Harry replied. James nodded approvingly. The store owner left with the angel, going into the back, leaving Harry and James alone. Are you going to tell me your idea for Mum's present? Harry leaned in, motioning for James to come closer. We'll need to go into Diagon Alley for it, he whispered. James mutely nodded. The shop owner returned with the repaired necklace in hand. Here we are, good as new. James and Harry looked over the repaired necklace, noticing how good it looked. It looked just like new when James bought it 15 years ago. It looks just as good as the day I bought it. I wouldn't recommend shopping with a 10-month-old, though, James chuckled. Harry realized what James meant. I was with you. Yeah, you were, James answered. You sort of helped pick it out. What do you mean? That was hanging on a display tree. You grabbed it. I took it from you to put it back when I looked at it. I realized it was perfect. All I added was your birthstone in the middle, James explained. After James had paid for the repairs and the new chain, he and Harry returned to the car to go to the next stop. James pulled out of the car park, heading to the car park close to the leaky cauldron. So, what's your idea? James asked as he parked the car. Harry smiled. You'll see. Ooh, it was Sunday, Mother's Day. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny had sent their mothers their presents a few days ago to ensure they arrived in time for Sunday. Harry took his gift to the Ollery the night before, giving it to Hedwig so she could deliver it to Lily during the morning post. Oscar was delivering the angel with the new chain from James to Lily. Did Harry say whether or not he had given Lily her Mother's Day present yet? Hermione asked. He took it to Hedwig last night, Ron replied. Quote, he told me that's what he did last night. He and Harry often talked, vented, and shared advice before bed or hanging out in the dorm. When the snoring got so bad in the dorm, causing neither of them to get some sleep, Harry and Ron would go to Lily's quarters. They would use the invisibility cloak and the map to get down there, where they would sleep in Harry's room. The bed was big enough that they could comfortably share it. Harry also would put up a silencing charm so Ron's snoring wouldn't wake up Lily. Unbeknownst to the boys, Lily knew. She would slip into the room after she was sure they were asleep, tucking the duvet around them. Has the owls brought the post yet? The voice caused them to jump. Harry had slid into the seat beside Ron without them noticing. Sorry, Harry said, didn't mean to scare you. So, what did you get your mum for Mother's Day? Hermione asked. I got my mum a book from the Muggle bookstore, Harry, Ron, and Ginny said in unison. I got my mum a book on household charms with a knitted scarf, Ginny said, then looked at Ron. What did you get, Mum? I got her an apron I found at that. He looked at Harry. What store was that again? The witch's cupboard, Harry answered. Around a mouthful of eggs and sausage, earning a glare from Hermione. I got Mum a cookbook from there as well, Ron added. I got the material for the scarf at the witch's cupboard, Ginny informed her brother. The sound of owls signaled the arrival of the morning post. Harry found Hedwig as she circled to the head table, flying among the owls delivering the post to the students. She flew to where Lily was sitting, landing in front of her. Oscar, the Potter family owl, landed in front of Harry, making him sigh. Oscar, you were supposed to go to Mum, not me, he said through gritted teeth. Go. Harry pointed towards where Lily was sitting. The owl flew off to the head table. Harry grumbled as he watched him go. Stupid bird, why Dad chose him, I'll never know. He turned his attention to Lily and smiled. He just hoped that Lily loved her presents. Ooh. Lily sat next to Madame Pomfrey at the head table, thinking about Mother's Days past. When Harry was little, he and James would serve her breakfast in bed. Now that he was in Hogwarts, things changed. Last summer, Harry got up early before James and Lily to fix breakfast for the 5 of them. Sirius and Hestia had flown over for breakfast. Sirius was surprised to find out Harry had fixed breakfast for them. She was about to help herself to a second cup of tea when Hedwig landed in front of her. Hello, Hedwig. She greeted her son Snowy Owl. She knew this was Harry's gift from just him to her. She took the wrapped package from Hedwig, offering the owl a piece of bacon. She was abo to open the package when Oscar landed next to Hedwig. Hello, Oscar, Lily said, petting the tawny owl's head. She noticed the package attached to the owl's leg. This one, Lily knew, was James and Harry's joint gift. She took the packages, petting the owls. Oscar took off to return to Potter's bar. Hedwig flew towards Harry, where she was rewarded with another piece of bacon. Lily opened the package Oscar brought her first. To her surprise, inside was the angel charm with Harry's birthstone. The chain had broken years ago. It never crossed her mind to replace it. She took the necklace out of the box and put it on. She picked up the note, smiling at the familiar handwriting. Happy Mother's Day. Love. Your boys, James and Harry. P.S. There's an unbreakable charm on the chain. Wear it proudly, Lily Flower. Lily smiled. She picked up Harry's note before opening his package. Mum. First, the new chain for the angel charm with my birthstone is from Dad and me. This one is from just me. Secondly, thank you. I know I haven't made things easy for you. I've caused you a lot of worry and trouble. But I know that you and Dad love me. Thank you, Mum, for always being there for me. Whether it's because I'm sick, I need a hug, or if I need advice. I know I've given you a lot of scares over the last few years, and for that, I'm sorry for every trouble that I might have caused you, Mum. I'm thankful that you always forgave me. Regardless, I don't know where I would be without you. I love you, Mum. I may not say it enough, but I love you. I will always be your little boy. Love, Harry. Lily W.I. Ped the tears from her eyes with the handkerchief Remus offered her. Are you okay? He asked. Lily nodded. Harry's letter just got to me. She looked at the Gryffindor table and found Harry watching her from the table. She took the package Hedwig had delivered. Opening it, she found a silver heart-shaped locket with a heart aligning the front of the locket. She opened the locket and gasped. Inside was a picture of Harry and James. One side was her husband, and the other was her son. She turned it over. It simply said, "My boys." That was James's idea. Lily looked up at the Gryffindor table to find Harry was gone. She was about to ask Remus and Sirius if they saw where her son was when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Looking up, she found Harry standing next to her chair. Without saying a word, she stood up, engulfing her son in a bone-crushing hug. I love you, Mum. Happy Mother's Day, Harry greeted. Thank you, sweetheart. I love you, too. Thank you for my gifts. I loved them. Lily kissed the top of his head, continuing to hold her son. When she let go, she asked, So, what are your plans for the day? Harry smiled knowingly. Well, To Lily's surprise, Harry D arranged for him and her to go to the Three Broomsticks for lunch. Lily was further surprised when they entered the pub and found James sitting at one of the tables with 3 butterbeers waiting. Lily walked straight to her husband. She kissed him passionately on the lips. They were cut off by someone clearing their throat loudly. We're in public, Harry reminded them. Well, we'll remember this when you and Ginny snog in public. James retorted. Well then, by all means, snog each other's brains out. Harry exclaimed, red-faced, prompting laughter from his parents. Thank you for the angel. I love the white gold chain. Lily told James. Harry picked out the chain. Lily smiled as she sat back to enjoy lunch with her 2 favorite boys. After lunch, James apparated them to a cemetery where Lily's parents were buried. Remus followed with Harry. His own mother was buried in the same cemetery as Lily's parents. James, I don't have any flowers. She felt a tap on her shoulder and turned to find Harry handing her a bouquet of lilies. Here, Mum. Remus and I made a pit stop for the flowers, Harry explained. He dropped a few nuts in James's hand. One-handedly, Lily hugged her son. Taking the flowers he handed her. The family of 3 walked until they got to the double headstone, where petunias were already laid on one side of the grave. I see Petunia has been here, Lily quietly muttered. She bent down, laying the lilies with the petunias. Happy Mother's Day, Mum. I miss you so much. James and Harry walked over to the bench, sitting down to give Lily some time alone. I wish you were still Mum. You would have adored Harry. He's 16 now. Where did the time go? She pondered. I know he would have adored you as well and. She paused, turning to her father's marker, and you, Dad. I love you. I love you both. She kissed her fingers, touching her parents' names, before standing up. She motioned to her boys to come since it was time to go. This time, James disapparated himself while Lily disapparated with Harry. They appeared at the cemetery where James's parents were buried. Hi, Mum, James greeted as he laid down the flowers Lily had conjured. Lily stood back with Harry, with an arm around his shoulder. It's a shame you never got to know your grandparents. They would have loved you very much. Harry wrapped his arms around his mother, leaning his head against her shoulder. "Happy Mother's Day, Mum," he whispered to her. "Ooh." Lily woke up to a gentle shake on the shoulder. She opened her eyes to find James sitting on his side of the bed. He had spent the night as he was scheduled to speak with the students interested in joining the Aurors that morning. "Harry's got breakfast ready. Come on." Lily slipped on her slip-rs and dressing gown before heading out to the common area of her quarters. She muffled a chuckle when she saw her son. "What?" Harry asked. His hair was wild from sleep. Part of it was sticking straight up. Lily approached him. She ran her hand down the back of her head to smooth down the hair sticking up. "That's better." Lily sat down to find Harry had fixed chocolate chip scones, eggs, and sausage. She looked at James as he broke into a scone, starting to eat half of one while Harry continued to scramble more eggs and fry more sausage. Lily noticed there was a basket with some scones in it. She knew they were for the other red-headed woman in Harry's life. Suddenly, Sirius barged into the kitchen, making a beeline for the scones. "I could smell them scones from our quarters." Remus asked to bring him some. Sirius got himself a plate and put eggs and sausage onto it. He got a few scones for Remus and one for himself. He will take them to him when they meet up in the classroom. Sirius had eaten the scone he had gotten. He was going to get another when he realized the plate was empty. He jokingly reached for the basket. "Don't even think about it, Sirius." Harry's tone meant Sirius wasn't to touch the scones in the basket. He pouted. "I know how many are in that basket, Sirius," Harry warned as he headed for his room to shower and change. Sirius pouted until Harry reminded him that he could make more, prompting laughter from James and Lily. "Ooh." Later that evening, Lily was getting ready for bed. She paused as she stopped by the group of pictures on her wall. Most of them were of Harry. She smiled as she watched her baby boy grow into the young man he was today. It was hard for her to believe Harry was turning 17 that summer. Where did the time go? She brushed her hair as she looked at the pictures, realizing how quickly time flew. She paused at one of her favorites, taken last year. Just as James snapped the photo, Harry turned his head to kiss Lily on the cheek. It was one of her favorite pictures of the two of them. She quietly left her room, heading to Harry's room. He was staying with her tonight and would return to Gryffindor Tower tomorrow. James had left to go home that evening after supper. Sirius and Remus retreated to their own quarters after sandwiches, butterbeer, and a game of Scrabble. It was the first time Harry and Lily had been alone for a long time. They talked, catching each other up on what was going on with their lives and reminiscing. Lily quietly entered her son's room, tiptoeing to the bed. She smiled as she saw he was asleep. Quietly, she adjusted the quilt and leaned down to kiss his cheek. He never stirred as she returned to the door, going back to her room. She slipped into bed, dreaming happily of all the Mother's Day past. "Where's Harry?" Hermione asked Ron as he sat down across the Gryffindor table from her. She had noticed Harry wasn't with Ron. "He was still in the dorm when I left. He hadn't come out of the bathroom when I finished getting dressed. I asked him if he was okay. He said he was fine and that I should go on to breakfast without him," Ron explained, loading his plate with eggs and sausage. Hermione shook her head, turning her attention to her charms book as she ate a piece of toast with strawberry jam. Neville entered the Great Hall a moment later. He walked to the Gryffindor table, taking a seat beside Hermione. He leaned across the table to Ron. "Ron, is Harry okay?" Neville asked, concerned about their best friend. "I think so, Neville." "Why?" Ron inquired, confused. "He doesn't look good. He looks pale." Neville didn't hide the look of concern on his face. Hermione sighed. "He's always pale, Neville. With no Quidditch, he'll probably be pale all year. Harry always tanned a little during the Quidditch months of school, especially during the warmer weather. When he's white as a sheet is when we should be worried," Hermione added. Ron looked towards the doors, saying his best friend enter the Great Hall. "Shut it, guys. Here he comes." Harry approached the Gryffindor table. He didn't look well at all. "Where have you been?" Hermione asked when Harry sat down next to Ron. "Not now, Hermione," Harry answered. He caught a glimpse of the eggs on Ron's plate. Immediately, he closed his eyes, trying to keep from gagging. "Well, you need to eat," Hermione said. "Class will begin soon." Harry shook his head. "I'm not hungry." Hermione huffed. She didn't even warn Harry his mother was approaching them. Harry closed his eyes as nausea continued to build. He could sense someone beside him, fixing a plate. A familiar voice whispered in his ear. He knew that voice. "Eat that. I don't want to hear any arguments, young man." Harry opened his eyes to see a stern expression on his mother's face. "Yes, Mum," Harry muttered. Lily left the great hall after straightening Harry's hair. Plain toast and a banana were on the plate in front of him. He peeled the banana, munching on it. He knew if he didn't eat anything, Lily would know. Harry didn't want that. He hated her lectures. Ron helped himself to a second helping of eggs and busted the yolk. Harry watched the yellow, gooey stuff pour out of the eggs. He felt something rise in his throat. He was going to be sick. "Excuse me," he muttered. He quickly stood up, running out of the great hall. Ron, Hermione, and Neville looked at each other. Eyebrows raised. "Wonder what that was about," Hermione pondered. "Maybe he realized he forgot something in the dorm," Ron replied. "Maybe." Hermione nodded. "Ooh." Harry slammed into the nearest boys' restroom, barely reaching a stall before he retched into the toilet. He leaned against the stone wall, clutching his stomach when he finished throwing up. "Why didn't I tell Mum I was sick?" Harry pondered out loud. He knew why. They were in the Great Hall, and he didn't want to display the babyish way he could be when he was sick. "Are you okay?" Harry jumped at the voice. He turned to find Sir Nicholas floating above the stall door. "I'm fine," Harry said, even though he was anything but fine. "You don't look fine. Should I get Lily?" Sir Nicholas offered. "No," Harry almost shouted. "I'll go myself." He straightened up slowly, relieved to find the pain and nausea were gone, at least for now. He heard the first bell ring, signaling it was time for class. After rinsing out his mouth, he left the bathroom. Harry headed to the Charms classroom when he heard Ron call to him. "Harry, wait up." He stopped to wait for Hermione and Ron to catch him. Ron handed him his rucksack. He had left it in his haste to get to the bathroom. "Are you okay?" Hermione asked, concern evident in her voice. "I'm okay," Harry assured, trying to sound convincing. The three friends entered the classroom, sitting down in their usual seats. Professor Flitwick entered the classroom not much later. After quickly taking the roll and collecting the essay on disarming charms he had assigned in the previous class, he started his lecture on the banishing charm. Harry sat silently in between Ron and Hermione, taking notes. He tried to pay attention to what Professor Flitwick was saying. In the middle of the lecture, the pain in his stomach returned. This time, it was much worse. Harry laid his head down, quietly sneaking his arms into his robes. He wrapped his arms around his stomach tightly. His elbow pressed against his right side, causing a burst of pain. He held back a moan of pain, trying to bring attention to himself. "Harry, are you sick?" Hermione whispered. Harry took a shaky breath. "Something's wrong, Hermione." Hermione immediately raised her hand. "Yes, Miss Granger." Professor Flitwick asked. "I think Harry's sick," she informed the professor. "Can you escort Mr. Potter to the hospital wing?" Hermione nodded. While the class was practicing the banishing charm, Hermione helped Harry out of the classroom without being noticed. Professor F.L. Itwick banished their things to Gryffindor Tower and their respective dorms. "Were you sick this morning?" Hermione knew the answer to her question before Harry told her. Harry sighed. "You're going to hex me, but yes." Hermione lectured him about how stupid it was to go to class feeling sick. Harry was about to remind her that she had a cold in their second year and still went to class when the pain in Harry's stomach increased tenfold. "Ow," Harry moaned. He bent over, holding his stomach. "Is it worse?" Hermione asked. Harry nodded. Hermione looked around, feeling mixed about the empty corridor. Thankful it was empty to save Harry the embarrassment of his display of pain, but more concerned because he needed help. "Stay here," Hermione directed. She ran back to the Charms classroom and threw open the door. Going unnoticed by Professor Flitwick, he was assisting Lavender and Parvati with the banishing charm. Ron had watched Hermione throw open the door and rush in. Hermione headed straight for Ron. He stood up as Hermione approached, worried when he didn't see Harry behind him. "I need help," Hermione exclaimed. "Something's wrong with Harry, Ron." Without another word, Ron ran out of the classroom behind Hermione. He found Harry in the same position Hermione had left him in, curled up in a ball on the floor, clutching his stomach. "What do we do?" Ron asked. Stay with Harry. I'm going to get help. Hermione took off and ran towards the hospital wing to get Lily or Madame Pomfrey. Luck was on her side as she turned the corner. Professor McGonagall was heading her way. Professor McGonagall, Hermione called. The Transfiguration professor saw the bushy-headed fourth-year run towards her. Something's wrong with Harry. Hermione explained what was going on before Professor McGonagall could ask. Where is he? Professor McGonagall demanded. Follow me. Hermione led Professor McGonagall back to the charms corridor where she had left Harry and Ron. Harry was still lying down on the floor, still holding his stomach. Ron looked relieved when he saw Professor McGonagall. Oh, dear, Professor McGonagall deadpanned. What's wrong, Potter? My stomach really hurts, Harry groaned. With a wave of her wand, a stretcher appeared. Let's get you to the hospital wing. Ron helps Harry stand up and lie down on the floating stretcher. Professor McGonagall levitated it in front of her. You may come with me if you wish, she told Ron and Hermione. Hermione and Ron took a side of the stretcher. Together, they walked to the hospital wing with Harry floating between them. Ron reached his hand over and held onto Harry's shoulder while Hermione reached for his head. She was surprised to see how shaky his hand was as he reached for hers. Ron gently tightened his grip as Hermione gently squeezed his hand. Both were silently telling Harry they were there. Professor McGonagall observed this silently. She smiled as she awarded Gryffindor 20 points for displaying friendship in a time of need. Finally, they reached the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey immediately sent them to an exam room and settled Harry on the exam table while Hermione and Ron waited outside. They watched the cat Patronus leave the hospital wing a minute later. They then watched a frantic Lily rush to and enter the hospital wing. They both sat back to wait for any news. Lily was leaving Severus's storeroom with a bag of potions the hospital wing needed that he brewed. She was headed back to the hospital wing when she recognized Minerva's Patronus. She stopped when it stopped in front of her. Lily, you're needed in the hospital wing immediately. It's Harry. Without further ado, Lily took off running to the hospital wing. She ran possible issues or illnesses in her head. Nothing could prepare her for what she was about to find out. She burst through the double doors to the hospital wing, drawing attention from Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall. Where is he? She asked. The first exam room, Madame Pomfrey answered. Hermione came to find me about 5 minutes ago, telling me something was wrong with Harry. They were on their way here when Hermione said he doubled over in pain, Minerva explained. He says his stomach hurts, and he's running a fever. I haven't examined him yet, Madame Pomfrey informed Lily. Thank you, she murmured. I'll go see what's going on. Lily headed towards the exam rooms, a secluded area of the hospital wing, to check on her son. She opened the door to exam room 1. She found Harry, his school robes removed, sitting on the exam table. He was hunched over and holding his stomach. Harry had looked up when he heard her come through the curtain. Mama. Lily stopped short. Harry only calls her Mama when he is sick or something is seriously wrong. Madame Pomfrey said your stomach hurts. Harry nodded. She pressed a gentle hand to his forehead. You're burning up, she exclaimed. She watched as her son winced in pain. It hurts, Mum. Harry leaned against Lily's shoulder. Lily felt her heart breaking at the pain in her son's voice. Something was seriously wrong. Lie down, sweetheart. I'll see what's going on, Lily gently directed. Harry slowly laid down on the exam table. Once he was lying down, Lily pulled up Harry's jumper and shirt. Where does it hurt? Lily asked. Here, Harry pointed to his right side. Lily tried to keep the panic off her face. She knew this could only mean one thing. Being a healer and a mother was a blessing and a curse. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'll have to press on your side for a test. Lily gently pressed her fingertips into her son's side. When she released the pressure, Harry moaned in pain. That hurt. Lily winced. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Lily scanned through the human bow. Die in her head to double-check if she was correct about the possible diagnosis while comparing Harry's symptoms. There was only one thing it could be. There's a chance it could be your appendix, Lily explained. My what? Your appendix? It's a tube-shaped sac attached to an opening into the lower end of the large intestine, Lily explained. For unknown and unclear reasons, the appendix often becomes inflamed and infected. And it could rupture. It causes severe pain in the right lower part of the belly, along with nausea and vomiting, which you seem to be experiencing. What does that mean? Harry asked, afraid of her answer. Lily sighed. We'll go to St. Mungo's and get you checked out. If it is your appendix, you'll have surgery to remove it. Harry nodded. He grabbed his mother's hand tightly. You'll stay with me, won't you? He asked. Lily felt her heart break at the sight of her son's scared face. Of course, I'll stay with you. I will have Madame Pomfrey contact St. Mungo's to inform them we're coming. I'll send a message to your father, let him know what's going on. Professor McGonagall will tell Hermione and Ron what's going on. You can see them before we flow to St. Mungo's. Lily covered Harry with a warm blanket. After getting Harry settled, she left to talk to Madame Pomfrey, send a note to James, and inform Professor McGonagall what she was going to do. Minvera nodded, telling Lily she would tell Ron and Hermione, who were still sitting outside the hospital wing. When she returned to the exam room, she heard her son moan. She recognized his, "I'm about to be sick," face. "Mum, I'm gonna be sick," Harry warned. Before he could blink, Lily had a basin in front of him. She made it just in time as he began to retch. When Harry was done vomiting, Lily cleaned him up and helped him off the table and onto a stretcher. She slowly pushed the stretcher to the floor. Professor McGonagall stood with Ron and Hermione. They were waiting by the fireplace to say goodbye. "We'll come and see you as soon as you're back to the hospital wing," Ron promised. He patted Harry's shoulder before moving so Hermione could say goodbye. "You'll be okay, Harry. We'll see you soon." Hermione leaned down and hugged Harry. "I'll keep you informed on how Harry is doing and when he returns to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall told the teens. She then turned to Harry. "You'll be all right, Potter." Lily pushed the floating stretcher with her son to the fireplace. Together, they flowed to St. Mungo's. Ooh. Harry watched the ceiling tiles move above him as he floated down the halls of St. Mungo's. He looked up at his mother, who was looking straight ahead. When they reached the pediatrics department, she pointed her wand at the double doors, and they opened. "Hello, Healer Potter. Poppy told us you would be arriving." "Follow me," said the Welcome Witch. Lily followed the Welcome Witch to the curtained-off exam area. A few kids had dragon pox, while another had cat features and human limbs. Another child was talking backward with a duck's beak. "Here we are. Change into the gown. Healer Dalton will be right with you." Lily levitated Harry to the bed. Once he was settled, she helped him change into the gown. He laid down on the bed, curling up on his side. "Are you warm? Do you need another blanket?" Lily asked once Harry was changed into the gown and settled back on the bed. "I'm fine, Mum." Healer Dalton came in a few minutes later. He was a short, bald, gray-headed, and chubby man. The glasses on his face were ancient. He was dressed like a Muggle doctor. "Hello, I'm." The healer trailed off at the sight of Lily. "Hello, Lily. What brings you here? I thought you worked at Hogwarts during the school year." "I do," Lily replied. "But I brought in my son." Healer Dalton nodded as he approached the bed. "I read the paperwork that my Medowitch filled out when she was talking to Poppy." He turned his attention to Harry. "Hello Harry, I hear we're having some abdominal pain. When did it start?" he asked. Harry looked at his mother and back to the healer, bracing for a Lily lecture when he answered. "Last night before I went to bed," Harry replied. "It wasn't as bad, but it was worse when I woke up this morning." Healer Dalton made some notes in Harry's file. Once he was done, he turned to Harry. "I'll need to have a look at your abdomen. Can you lie on your back for me uncurled?" he requested. With some effort, Harry uncurled himself and turned slowly on his back. He winced at the pain in his side and felt the healer pull up the gown, baring his belly. "I'm going to feel around your belly. See if anything else is going on in there. Tell me if you have any discomfort." Harry nodded apprehensively. Lily took his hand in hers, giving him a gentle squeeze. Healer Dalton started his examination. He began pressing on other areas of Harry's abdomen, ending with the side where it hurt. "I'm going to press on your side now," he warned. Harry nodded as Lily squeezed his hand. "Just breathe," Lily whispered. "It's going to be okay." Harry swallowed as he felt the healer's hands on his right side. He winced. When the healer pressed directly on his side, he jerked. "Sorry about that," Healer Dalton said. "You did good, sweetheart," Lily soothed. "Now, let's do the diagnostic. I'm just going wave my wand over your abdomen. You shouldn't feel a thing. Harry nodded, swallowing thickly. Healer Dalton ran his wand over Harry's abdomen, muttering diagnostic spells. When he finished, Healer Dalton turned to Lily. The diagnostic tells me it's his appendix. I want to have a look before I get in there. I'm going to do an ultrasound before we go any further. Lily nodded. Okay. I'll be back with the ultrasound machine. In the meantime, we'll give Harry some pain potions to help with the pain. Lily let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. Thank you. Ooh. James entered the pediatric ward of St. Mungo's, Foal, lowing the welcome witch to his son's bed. He had gotten a note from Lily saying she was taking Harry to St. Mungo's and what she suspected was going on. James left his office immediately after sending a message to Sirius. He sent James a Patronus back, telling him he would meet them at the hospital. The welcome witch pulled back the curtain, allowing James to enter the bay where his wife and son were waiting for the healer to return. Hey! Lily looked up from the magazine she was flipping through, smiling when she saw her husband. Hey, yourself. James approached the bed. He gently stroked the side of Harry's head. His son's green eyes looked up at him. Hey, Dad, Harry croaked. Hey, son, I hear you're not feeling well. Harry shook his head. James patted Harry's shoulder gently. What do we do now? He asked Lily, turning his attention to his wife. Healer Dalton wants to do an ultrasound. Remember that scan I had when I was pregnant with Harry? At James's nod, she continued. They're going to do that scan. He thinks it's Harry's appendix. James nodded, sitting down in the chair next to Lily. Sirius is on his way. I sent a message to him. He replied, saying he would meet me here, he informed his wife. Okay. The curtain was pulled back, admitting Healer Dalton with a Medowitch behind him. We're going to get ready and do the ultrasound now, he told his patient and his parents. Hello James, how are you? I've been well. Let's get the ultrasound started, shall we? Healer Dalton asked. Harry repositioned himself back to lie on his back. The gown was pulled up, exposing Harry's abdomen. Healer Dalton spread the gel on Harry's stomach. That feels cold, Harry commented, shivering a little. Okay, I'll start the ultrasound. I need you to lay still for me, Healer Dalton explained to Harry. Harry nodded slowly. Comfortable. Sorry, I should have asked before we started. Healer Dalton was known for his excellent bedside manner and for ensuring the comfort of his patients. I'm fine, Harry assured him. Healer Dalton gently placed his wand on Harry's side and began the ultrasound. Harry tried his best to lie still. Lily stood by the bed as James stood at the foot, both watching the screen and their son. 4 sets of eyes were looking at the monitor. The healer scanned Harry's lower abdomen, focusing on his right side. The pressure from the wand added to the pain, causing Harry to wince. We're almost done, sweetheart, Lily soothed. Healer Dalton steadied his wand over Harry's lower right side. He looked at Lily and then at James. See this here? At James and Lily's nod. He continued. That is his appendix. When is the surgery? Lily asked. She knew it was Harry's appendix when she saw it was inflamed. Healer Dalton didn't hesitate. As soon as possible. Ooh. Harry floated on a stretcher, waiting to be taken back to the operating room. He was scared. He didn't know what would happen. Healer Dalton explained the procedure to him and his parents. He was going to make a small incision in Harry's abdomen and remove the appendix. Harry didn't know how to feel about it. Healer Dalton was going to take something out of his body. What if something went wrong? After Healer Dalton left, another healer came in. He introduced himself as the healer who would administer the anesthesia. He asked James and Lily questions, allowing them to ask any questions. At the same time, a Medowitch came in and started the IV in Harry's left arm. After she finished, she asked Harry to move to the floating stretcher. Harry was taken down to the operation holding area. They would wait there for him to be taken into surgery. They stopped in front of the double doors leading to the operating room. This is where we let the parents say bye or see you later. I'll give you a moment. The Medowitch murmured. After the Medowitch left, James leaned over the bed railing to hug his son. He kissed the side of his head. We'll see you later, Harry. We'll be in the recovery room when you wake up. Harry nodded slowly, looking up at his mother. She kissed his cheek. We love you, sweetheart. We'll see you soon. The Medowitch returned. Ready. Harry took a deep breath and nodded. He felt himself moving as he headed towards operating room 8. Once inside, he was levitated to the table in the center of the room. The Metawitch and the healer H.R. saw earlier began prepping for the operation. I'm going to stick these stickers on you. These will allow us to monitor your heart during the surgery. Harry nodded. He felt the electrodes being placed on his chest and his sides. A blood pressure cuff was wrapped around Harry's arm, and a pulse oximeter was on his finger. A healer walked over with the anesthesia mask. Harry, I'm going to place this face mask on you. I need you to take some deep breaths for me. Okay. After placing the mask on Harry's face, the healer started the anesthesia. Soon, Harry felt himself go numb, and he knew nothing. Ooh, do you think he's okay? James asked. They had been sitting in the surgery waiting room for over an hour. James was getting restless. Lily sighed. Healer Dalton is an excellent healer. A lot of my friends said he's a wonderful surgeon. Harry is in good hands. Don't worry, she assured her husband. The doors leading to the main hallway opened. Sirius walked in, carrying a to-go tray with cups of tea. James called him when Harry went back for surgery and told Sirius to come to the pediatric surgery waiting room. He would let him know what was going on when he got there. Hello, Potters, how's Prongslet? He asked, handing James the tray. He has appendicitis. It's an inflammation of the appendix, Lily explained. They need to remove it because the appendix could burst and cause infection. James handed Lily a cup of tea. He seemed okay when they took him back for surgery. It's been over an hour, and we don't know anything. Sirius settled himself in the chair next to James with his own cup of tea. How long will he be in the hospital? He asked. He'll be moved to Hogwarts and recover in the hospital wing, Lily answered. This way, I could be with him more. Neville, Ron, and Hermione could visit. I'll send Minerva a note when we return to Hogwarts. They sat in silence for another 20 minutes. Lily found a Witch Weekly and started flipping through it. James pulled out a stack of cards and offered them to Sirius. He nodded. James began to deal out cards between himself and Sirius. Lily would now and then look at the door leading to the operating rooms for any sign of Healer Dalton or his assistant, Healer Andrews. She trusted both of them. She knew that Harry was in good hands. Ooh, what is taking them so long? Lily pondered, seeing at the door leading to the surgery department. She turned her attention back to the book she was reading. She heard the creaking of a door opening, making her turn her head in that direction. Towards the door leading to the operating rooms. Healer Dalton appeared, looking around the waiting room. Lily stood up. When he saw her, he approached her. James and Sirius were standing beside her when he reached Lily. The surgery went well. Harry did great. We got his appendix out smoothly. He's now in recovery, Healer Dalton informed the three adults. James, Lily, and Sirius took a collective sigh of relief. So, he's okay? Lily asked, her voice shaking with relief. Yes, he's okay. There were no complications. He'll be in recovery for about 2 hours or so. Then we'll move him into a temporary room until he's stable to be transferred to Hogwarts. Okay. Lily looked over at James and Sirius, who looked as relieved as she was. When can we see him? She asked Healer Dalton. We'll head back there now if you like. James, Lily, and Sirius all nodded. They followed Healer Dalton into the room where Harry was recovering. Lily was the first to approach the bed. She reached into her bag and pulled out Harry's glasses case. She set them on the bedside table. She lovingly ran her fingers through his hair. We'll start him on pain potions once he's woken up, the Metawitch informed Lily. Okay. She looked down at her sleeping son. James was on the other side, Harry's hand in his. They sat there in silence, waiting for Harry to wake up. Ooh. Lily hadn't taken her eyes off her son since coming into the recovery area. She sat down next to Harry's bed, watching her son. While waiting for him to wake up, she removed the sticky electrodes from his chest and the two on his side. That looks like it would hurt. James commented, pointing to the bandage covering the incision. It probably does, Lily replied. She continued with her sponge bath and began cleaning his face. She was about to wipe his face again when she noticed Harry's head moving. James jumped up from his chair. Sirius joined him. Harry, are you awake? Lily asked. Is it over? Harry groggily asked. He opened his eyes to slits. Yes, you're in recovery now. Dad and Sirius are here, Lily said soothingly, rubbing his head. Hi, son, James murmured, running his hand through Harry's hair. Hey, pup, how are you feeling? Sirius asked. Tired, sore, and sick, Harry replied. That's understandable. Lily continued to rub his head. Do you feel sick to your stomach? Harry closed his eyes as he nodded slowly, feeling nauseated. James patted his shoulder. I'll go get you some potions to help settle your stomach. Do you need a pain potion? Harry nodded. Thanks, Dad. Not a problem, son. James left to let Healer Dalton know Harry was awakened to ask for the potions. How bad is the pain on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the worst? Lily asked. Harry was silent, obviously thinking of how to rate the pain. About a 6. He turned his head towards his mother. Mom, what is it, sweetheart? Lily asked. I think I'm gonna throw up. Immediately, Sirius helped Harry turn onto his left side as Lily grabbed a basin. Harry leaned over, throwing up. He felt Lily rubbing his back soothingly. Are you done? Sirius asked when Harry stopped. Harry nodded, allowing Lily to help him lie back in the bed. James returned with a pain potion. A minute later, Healer Dalton came in. Hello. I see you're awake. How are you feeling, Harry? The healer inquired. Tired, sore, and sick, Harry repeated. Do you feel sick to your stomach? He asked. Harry slowly nodded. We'll get you some stomach soother, Healer Dalton assured him. We'll go ahead and give you a pain potion. Once you fully wake up, you'll feel a little better. Okay, Harry said softly. We'll rest here for a little while. Then we will go back to Hogwarts. Lily reached over to run her fingers through his hair. Harry nodded. Go back to sleep, sweetheart. You'll feel better when you wake up. Harry listened to Lily's soothing voice and let her head rub, lulling him to sleep. Ooh. A loud bang from the hallway woke Harry up 3 hours later. He groggily reached the bedside table for his glasses, but they were put on his face for him. His dad's face came into view. Hey, sleepyhead, how are you feeling? James asked in a low voice. Better, still a little sore, Harry replied. James helped him sit up long enough to get a drink of water. Sirius walked into the room as Harry was lying back into the pillows. Look who's awake. He approached the other side of the bed. Feeling better? Harry nodded. I don't feel like I'm going to throw up if that's what you mean. Good, Sirius murmured. Mom is making arrangements for you to be transferred back to Hogwarts. Healer Dalton said that your vitals are stable, and you seem to be doing well, James explained. Lily walked into the room, stopping when she saw her son was awake. Hi, sweetheart. Are you feeling better? She asked. Harry nodded as Lily fussed over his pillows and blanket. I just spoke with Healer Dalton. Since Harry's stable and doing well, we'll return to Hogwarts. We'll see him in a week for a follow-up. James and Sirius nodded. How are we getting to Hogwarts? Harry asked curiously. Lily shared a look with James before she answered her son's question. We'll go back to Hogwarts by Portkey. Healer Dalton knocked on the door, drawing everyone's attention. Hello. James and Lily greeted the healer while Sirius nodded to him. If there's any pain or discomfort, or if he starts running a high fever, bring him in immediately, Healer Dalton informed Lily and James, reviewing Harry's discharge instructions. Now, I want to check the incision. Ensuring it looks okay quickly. Healer Dalton checked the incision and was satisfied with what he saw. It looks good, he assured James and Lily. He sat down on the bed and turned his attention to Harry. Take it easy for the next few weeks. Get some rest. Let yourself recover before resuming your normal activities. As far as classes go, it depends on how you're feeling. I'll be including a note for your mum to give to your professors. Let mum know if you feel sick to your stomach, okay? Okay, Harry murmured. Healer Dalton stood up to leave. I'll see you next week in my office for the follow-up visit. He handed Lily some paperwork. I need your signature, Lily. Lily took the paperwork, read over it quickly, picked up the quill, and scrolled her signature. Where it said the parent of the patient. Okay, I'll let you all head to the Portkey. Call me if you need anything, Healer Dalton said before he left the room. Thank you, Lily said sincerely. You're welcome. Once Healer Dalton left the room, James helped Harry to the bathroom. He helped his son change into some lounge clothes Sirius collected from the house. A shirt and a pair of joggers, as Lily suggested something comfortable. When they left the bathroom, James helped Harry back to bed. I'm going to put you on a stretcher. It would be more comfortable for you to get back to Hogwarts, Lily told her son. Harry nodded. Let's go. The portkey is ready, James told the group. Quickly, Lily collected their things and conjured a stretcher. Sirius picked up Harry and laid him down on the stretcher. Lily covered him with the same blanket she had brought with them. Together, they made their way to the portkey area. Here, Lily said, handing Harry a bucket. In case you get sick. Thanks, Mum. Here we go, James warned. Harry felt a tug in his stomach, and the walls of St. Mungo's changed for the walls of a private room in the Hogwarts hospital wing. Harry's stomach churned, but he didn't throw up. He closed his eyes, breathing gently, trying to calm his stomach. Here, sweetheart, take this. It will make your stomach feel better. Harry opened his eyes to find Lily holding a very familiar pink vial. James helped him sit up so he could take the potion. Lily handed Harry the stomach soother. James held it for him so Lily could take the pain potion she had asked Sirius to give her. Harry swallowed the stomach soother, sighing when he felt it working in his stomach. He noticed Lily was holding another vial. What's that one for? He asked. Pain potion, Lily replied. She handed Harry the pain potion, which he took quickly. He accepted the glass of water James gave him. Thanks, Dad, he murmured. No problem, son. Harry laid back against the pillows, feeling sleepy as the pain potion kicked in. He was asleep in seconds. The thing about pain potions is that they make Harry sleepy. He might sleep for a while. He looks tired, Lily whispered. James nodded, removing Harry's glasses. He sat them on the side table. Lily ran her fingers through her son's thick raven hair, gently rubbing his head and neck. The soft snores told her Harry was really asleep. She kissed him softly on the forehead before she sat back in her chair. Harry slept for a few hours, only to be woken by his friends' whispered discussion. Lily stood outside the Great Hall waiting on her son. Today was a Hogsmeade day. Most students were discussing what they were getting their fathers for Father's Day next week. As she waited for her son, Lily thought of Father's Day in the past when Harry was small. She would pick out James's present. She continued until Harry got older. As he got older, Harry picked out James's presents himself. James admitted to Lily that he sometimes missed the finger-painted pictures and the drawings of a stick figure of James and Harry. Harry had overheard James tell Lily he missed the drawings Harry did. The following Father's Day, Harry gave him a drawing he did of a younger James in his Auror uniform when he graduated from Auror training. James was shocked by the gift. Since then, Harry would draw something, adding it to James's present. Ts shifted to the memories of her and Harry making breakfast together for James. When it was ready, they would go together and wake him up. She remembered how Harry used to wake James up by jumping on the bed and shouting for James to wake up. Those days were long gone. A tradition got started after Harry went to Hogwarts. A week after they returned home from Hogwarts, she and Harry would make breakfast together. Once breakfast was ready, Harry would wake up James like he usually did, jumping onto his father. She knew how special the father-son relationship was to James. She was thankful James had the relationship with Harry that he wanted. The close bond between Harry and James was strong. Lily was brought back to the present by her son's voice. Mum? Harry asked, waving his hand in her face. Sorry. My mind was somewhere else. Lily cleared her throat. Do you know what you're getting? Yeah, there's a book I thought of that Dad might like and a few other things. It depends if I find it, Harry shrugged. Okay. As long as it's not a joke or a prank book, Lily informed her offspring. It's not, Mum, Harry assured her. The book he was going to look for was both. Lily didn't say. A book that was both a joke and a prank book. Do you have plenty of money? Lily asked. I have plenty of money. I'm good, Harry assured her. He had enough to get James's Father's Day present and to buy Ginny lunch and some chocolate. Okay, are you helping Ginny find something for Arthur, or does she know what she wants? She said something about a model airplane, Harry replied. Oh, the Muggle store will be her best bet. Lily said. Professor McGonagall announced it was time for those going to Hogsmeade to line up. I gotta go. I'll see you later, Mum, Harry said, kissing her cheek before anyone left the Great Hall. Lily grabbed his arm and whispered in his ear. Take it easy on the sweets for yourself and your dad. I'm not happy with his last healer appointment. Got it. Do you want anything? Harry asked. He always brought Lily something when he went to Hogsmeade. I'll have some truffles. The ones with raspberries in them, Lily decided. Okay. I'll see you later, sweetheart. All right, bye, Mum. Lily watched Harry approach Ginny, asking her if she was ready to go. She watched as Ginny nodded, adjusting the strap of her handbag. Harry took her hand as they approached McGonagall, who was marking names off this time. She nodded to them, and Harry led Ginny down the lane to Hogsmeade. Once they were out of sight, Lily headed towards the hospital wing. Ooh, where are we going to go first? Ginny asked as they walked down to the village. I'm looking for a joke and prank book Dad used to have. It's called 1001 Jokes and Pranks for the Practical Joker and Pranker. I had destroyed it by accidental magic years ago. Dad has been looking for it since. Ginny nodded. Where would you find the book? At the bookshop or the joke shop? I'm going to check the bookshop first. Then we'll look in the joke shop, Harry replied. Both places could have the book. Harry just hoped he could find it today. Do you think you will find it? Ginny asked. Harry shrugged. I hope I can. Harry explained to Ginny how much this book meant to James, Sirius, and Remus. It was the book where they had gotten ideas for their pranks. Even the epic ones they were still known for around Hogwarts. All Harry had was the title, and what the front cover looked like was all he had to go with. If he didn't find the book in the bookshop, he might find it in the joke shop. I told Mum I was getting Dad a Quidditch book. Harry admitted. According to her, Dad doesn't need another prank book or a joke book. What happens if you do find it? Will she be mad? Ginny asked. Harry shook his head. I'm sending it to the house to Dad. She wouldn't know. She would only know what I've told her what I got him. Ginny nodded. Oh. They reached the bookshop. Harry held the door open for Ginny. Once inside, they passed Ron and Hermione and headed towards the Quidditch section. Mum said the Muggle shop would be a great place to look for something for Arthur, Harry told Ginny as he scanned the shelf. Okay. I need to go there for something anyway. Harry found the book he was looking for. He picked it up. The History of the Appleby Arrows, Ginny read. Isn't that your dad's favorite team? Harry nodded. It's also one of mine. I knew that, Ginny said. I'm going to look for a book while we're here. Is it the next one in your series? Harry asked. It is, Ginny confirmed. Ginny found the book she wanted on a display shelf. She picked it up, tucking it in her arm. Remember that game we played in your back garden last summer? Ginny whispered. Harry swallowed, nodding. I got it from the previous book. She admitted. It also had a sad ending. And it ended on a cliffhanger. Are you going to tell me what happens? Harry whispered in her ear. I will if you're good. After paying for their books, they met up with Ron and Hermione outside. They were separating so the girls could go to the Muggle shop, and the boys headed to the joke shop. Ginny was following Lily's advice. She was going to look for the airplane model at the Muggle shop. She had other purchases she wanted to make in the shop as well. Harry wished he had a picture of what the book looked like. It was in one of the pictures of James, Sirius, and Remus in their teenage years. He described it to Ron, who volunteered to help him look. They had looked almost all over the shop with no luck. Did you find it yet? Ron asked, approaching his best friend. Not yet, Harry muttered. They turned around another row of bookshelves. Harry scanned the shelf as he passed them, looking for this book. The joke shop was the only other place that would have it. Harry wasn't sure if it was even still in publication. He backed up to see if he saw it on a higher shelf. He could see a corner of the book, recognizing the front cover. It might be the book. Ron, I think I found it, Harry said. Where? Ron asked, looking over the shelves. Top shelf. I need a boost. The shelf was a little out of Harry's reach. Ron was 6 foot, while Harry was 5'8". Neither of them could reach this shelf without help. After checking to see if the coast was clear, Ron bent over, cupping his hands together. Harry put his foot in Ron's hand and hoisted himself up, holding onto the shelf for balance. Ron lifted him higher, allowing him to reach the book. Can you hurry up, mate? Ron grunted. Sure. Harry reached for the book, not believing he had found a copy. James had been looking for this book for almost 16 years. Now, Harry has finally found it. I got it, Harry said. Ron lowered him back to the ground. Harry sighed once he was back on the ground. Thanks, mate. Anytime, Ron breathed, wiping his hands on his jeans. You would do the same for me. Harry looked around to see if there was anything he wanted to add to James's present. After looking around the shop, Harry headed to the till with the book. Can you double wrap it? Harry asked. Yes, sir, the boy at the till replied. Thank you. He asked for it to be double wrapped in case he might run into Lily, not knowing whether or not she was coming to the village today for potion supplies. James wasn't on patrol today. He was working on a case at Auror headquarters. Harry met up with Ron at the door. They left the joke shop and headed to the Muggle shop to meet up with the girls. Did you find it? Hermione asked when she saw the boys enter the shop. Yeah, Harry replied, holding the wrapped book up. What's Lily going to say? Mum would never know I got it. Ron walks over to his girlfriend while Harry searches for Ginny. He found her looking at the selection of airplane models. Harry came up behind her, kissing her cheek. Any luck? Ginny nodded. Did you find the book? Yeah, I did. Harry held up the wrapped book. Is that the one you're getting? He pointed to the box in Ginny's hand. Yes, it is, Ginny said, leaving the section and heading to the till. After Ginny paid for the airplane model, Harry and Ginny left the Muggle shop. As they walked to Honeydukes, Ginny asked Harry about the story behind the book. So what happened to the book? How did it get destroyed? I might have set it on fire, Harry replied. What? I had a bout of accidental magic and set the book on fire. Well, I set a bookcase on fire. This book, Harry held up the wrapped joke and prank book, was among the few on the shelf. Mum was able to replace all of them except for this one. Do you think she didn't replace it on purpose? Ginny asked. She might have. Mum was sometimes a target of their pranks. Well, she was their trial for a few. She might kill me when she finds out I replaced the book. Upon entering the sweet shop, Harry headed straight for the chocolate bars. They were James's favorite. While Lily liked dark chocolate, James liked milk chocolate. Harry selected 4 bars of milk chocolate and 4 dark chocolate bars. They were how Harry survived Ginny's monthly visitor. He would eak off pieces and give them to her before he would get hexed. He picked up some truffles for Lily. Are you ready to head to the 3 broomsticks? Ginny asked, coming up behind Harry with her hands full of candy. Yeah, Harry answered. Together, they headed to the counter. Ginny watched as the clerk bagged up the candy. Her face lit up when she saw the dark chocolate bars. You got me chocolate. I love you. She threw her arms around her boyfriend. Harry stifled the laughter that was building inside him. No, Gin, I bought it for myself, he said sarcastically. Ginny knew Harry was being sarcastic. Is this the same chocolate you give me when it's my? She trailed off. Yes, dear, Harry replied. They paid for their candy and left Honeydukes, heading towards the 3 broomsticks. RRY held the door open for Ginny and followed her to a table in a corner. What can I get you? Rosmerta asked, coming to take their order. 2 butterbeers. I'll have the lunch special. Make that 2 lunch specials, Harry said. When Rosmerta left, Harry pointed towards the bar. Remus and Sirius were sitting on the stools at the bar. Just in case, Harry banished his purchases to his mother's quarters. He would get them when he went to check in with Lily later. Where did you send them? Ginny whispered. Mum's quarters. I'll get them later. Rosmerta brought their lunch and butterbeers. They ate, making small talk about the plans for the summer. After they finished their lunch, Harry paid the bill while Ginny went to the loo. When she stepped out of the loo, Ginny walked over to Harry. Taking her hand, Harry led Ginny out of the pub. They walked back to the gates to return to Hogwarts. Because it was a beautiful day outside, they decided to sit under the oak tree. It had become their tree, especially since Harry carved their initials on the side of the tree. He didn't realize it until after that his parents' initials inside a heart were also on the same tree. Only his and Ginny's were on the opposite side. Now that Harry had found the book, he couldn't wait to give it to James. He knew his father would love his gift. Ooh, did you find what you were looking for? Lily asked later that evening. Harry had come down to Lily's quarters for a quick visit and catch up. Yeah, I did. I found a book on the history of Appleby arrows and got him 2 small Honeydukes chocolate bars. He'll like the book you got him. When are you sending it to him? Lily asked. Are you going to send it with Hedwig or wait on Oscar? I'm sending it with Hedwig tomorrow, Harry informed her. He glanced at the clock. Noticing it was almost curfew. I gotta go, Mum. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, good night. I love you, she recited, telling Harry what she always said when she told him good night. Good night, Mum. I love you too. Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower in hopes of a good night's sleep. Ooh. Here, Hedwig. Take this to Dad, Harry instructed the owl. Hedwig flew off in the morning sky. If Harry did the math right, Hedwig would reach Potter's bar in the morning, in time for Father's Day. Ooh. Tapping on the window woke up James the morning of Father's Day. He sat up, reaching for his glasses. As he slipped his glasses on his face, he got up, heading to the window. Hedwig was at the window, waiting for him to open the window and let her in. Hi, Hedwig, he greeted her when he opened the window. She flew in through the window, perching herself on the chair to Lily's vanity. What have you got for me? James asked as he petted Hedwig's head. The owl motioned to the package tied to her leg. James untied it. Taking the package from the owl, he sat down on the bed. Go down to the Ollery and get some water. I'm going to Hogwarts later. I'll take you back to Harry. Hedwig hooted in reply and flew off downstairs to the Ollery. James heard the Potter's owl, Oscar, greeting Hedwig with a hoot. What do we have here? James pondered. He opened the package to reveal 2 books. One was the History of the Appleby Arrows, a newer edition than the one James already owned. He laid it to the side to see what the second book was. When he saw what book it was, he froze. He couldn't believe what he held in his hands. Was he seeing it right? In his hands was the book he had been looking for, 1001 Jokes and Pranks for the Practical Joker and Pranker. He used to own this book many years ago before Harry lit it on fire in a bout of accidental magic. He, Remus, and Sirius had been looking for the book for ages. He couldn't believe he had it back in his hands again. Laying the book aside, James noticed Harry had included 2 small bars of Honeydukes chocolate. He would need to hide this from Remus. And Sirius. Harry picked well for his Father's Day presents this year. He made a mental note to hug his son later and thank him for the books and candy. He would need to ask Harry where he found the book. After close to 16 years of searching, James had the book again. He couldn't wait to tell Remus and Sirius. They will be just as happy as James was. Harry was definitely getting a hug later. James picked up the note, unfolding it. He began to read. Dad, in case you didn't notice, I found the book. I know it has some meaning to you. I hope you enjoy it. Just don't use any of the pranks on me. That is all I ask. Now, on to the next thing. Thank you, Dad. Thanks for always being there, whether because I need advice to get out of trouble, I swear it finds me. Or for your words of wisdom when I needed it or not, and for your love and support through everything. I know I haven't made things easy. But I know regardless of what I do, I know you and Mum love me. Over the years, you've taught me how to fly a broom, I know it wasn't hard, all about Quidditch. And much more that is too many to list. You protected me when I was in danger. You took care of me when I was sick, and Mum wasn't around. If you don't remember, it was when Mum was gone for a week. I got sick from taking an expired headache potion. Then there's the time Mum was gone to that convention. I got food poisoning, and you took care of me. I got car sick last summer when we went on a road trip. Lastly, when I got sick from too many chocolate frogs when I was 13, refresh your memory. You took care of me, and once again, sorry for throwing up all over you twice. I'm thankful to have you as a dad. I don't know where I would be without you. I love you, Dad. I know I don't say it enough, but I do. I hope I've made you proud. Thanks, Dad, for everything. Love. Prongslet. James wiped the tears from his eyes when he finished reading. He gathered some clean clothes and headed to the bathroom to get ready to head to Hogwarts. Lily told him to come to Hogwarts in the morning for breakfast. She would collect Harry after breakfast. They would do the same thing they did for Mother's Day. They would spend the day as a family. Ooh. James tumbled out of the flow in Lily's quarters. The one benefit of the flow in Lily's quarters was the direct access to the house in Potter's bar to Hogwarts and vice versa. Sometimes, Harry would flow home for the weekend. Of course, he would get permission from James or Lily first. Noting the time, James knew Lily would be down in the Great Hall for breakfast. He dropped off his bag in Lily's bedroom since he was spending the night. The last lecture for those interested in becoming an Auror was tomorrow. James was looking forward to it. He left his wife's quarters and headed down to the Great Hall. Timing was perfect since breakfast had just started. James was approaching the open double doors of the great hall when a whirl of red rushed towards him. Familiar lips crashed into his. He sighed as he wrapped his arms around his wife. "Oh, for the love of Godric, do you two have to do that here?" The voice caused them to break apart. They turned to find their son, an exasperated expression on his face, arms folded across his chest. Ginny stood behind him, stifling giggles behind her hand. For a minute, James thought he was looking at his wife. Only Lily put her hands on her hips. "Well, then, we'll keep that in mind when you and Ginny." Harry cut him off. "No, go ahead. Snog each other senseless." He glanced at Ginny, who was amused. As they walked into the great hall, Lily met eyes with Dumbledore. He nodded to her. "Harry, I need to talk to you real quick," Lily said. Harry told Ginny to go on to the Gryffindor table. Ginny kissed his cheek and headed to the table. "What's going on?" he asked. "I forgot to tell you last night. We're going to spend the day with Dad today. We'll leave after breakfast," Lily explained. They headed on into the great hall. Harry went to the Gryffindor table while James and Lily went to sit at the head table. "I'll come and get you when we're ready to leave," Lily said as they parted. "Okay," Harry said as he slid in beside Ginny. "What are you planning?" James inquired as he sat down beside his wife at the head table. Lily just smiled, patting his cheek. "You'll see." "Ooh." The first stop was the cemetery where James's parents were buried. Lily conjured some flowers for James to lay on their grave. While James visited his parents' grave, Harry and Lily waited on the swing. As they did on Mother's Day, Harry and Lily gave James some time alone at his parents' grave. Sirius would go later in the day. He did the same on Mother's Day. James's parents were as good as his parents. Sirius would visit their graves, both alone and with James. "Are we going to the other cemetery?" Harry asked. "Yes," Lily breathed. "After we're done at the cemetery, we're going to spend the day in London, going to his favorite places." "Is the arcade on the agenda?" Harry asked. Lily nodded, imagining the intense air hockey game Harry and James would get into later. Lily saw James stand up. He said something to the grave before walking towards Harry and Lily. "I'm ready." They walked to a shaded area. James sighed along with Harry while Lily apparated alone to the cemetery where her parents were buried. They appeared under an oak tree in the cemetery where Lily's parents were buried. Lily conjured more flowers and headed to her parents' grave. James and Harry headed towards a bench to wait. James and Harry hung back to allow Lily to have alone time with her parents. "When I met Grandpa Evans," he said, "so you're the arrogant toe rag my daughter has told me about." Harry snorted. "Didn't you say Grandpa Evan liked you?" James nodded. "From the moment we met." James paused, looking at his wife. She was cleaning off the headstone. "He approved of me marrying your mom. He was happy to give her to me at our wedding. He even called me his son. Then he and Iris died. And things changed." James reached over, ruffling his son's hair. "I didn't see her smile much after that. Then she found out she was pregnant with you, and I saw her smile again. Actually, it was you who made all of us smile again." "Really?" James nodded, wrapping an arm around his son's shoulders. "It's no secret that you changed my life and your mom's life," James told him. "You single-handedly brought our happiness back. Despite the time we were living in. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be a dad," Harry commented. James nodded. "If there's anything I'm most grateful for," he paused, pulling his son close, "it's that I have you." Lily came over in the middle of the conversation. She sat down on the bench on the other side of Harry. "Ready?" she asked when James and Harry ended the conversation. "Yes, let's go." James, Lily, and Harry headed to the shaded area and disappeared with a pop. "Ooh, did you have a good time today, dear?" Lil Y asked when they went to bed that night. "Yes, I did. I enjoy any time I get to spend with Harry." Lily crawled into bed beside James, laying her head on his shoulder. "I'm glad to see you two have a good time." James smiled. He had a great day with his son and his wife. They played games in the arcade and had lunch at his favorite burger shop. Once they returned to Hogwarts, he spent the rest of the day with Harry and Sirius, flying around the Quidditch pitch and talking with his son. James was about to say something else to Lily, but there was a knock on the door. It cracked open, and Harry poked his head in. "Can I come in?" he asked. "Sure," Come in, sweetheart, Lily answered. Harry walked into the bedroom, approaching the bed. He was dressed for bed, wearing a Quidditch t-shirt and lightweight pajama bottoms. He walked to James's side of the bed, sitting on the side of the bed. Did you like your presents, Dad? Harry asked. James realized he didn't say anything about the presents he had gotten for Father's Day. He didn't say thank you to Harry either. Sorry, Harry. Come here, James directed. Harry crawled up to James's side. I love the books and chocolate you got me. Thank you, James sincerely said, hugging Harry to his side. You're welcome, Harry replied. Remember what I said, though. I will, James murmured. Happy Father's Day, Dad. James smiled. He leaned in to kiss the side of his son's head. Thank you, kiddo. I love you. Lily smiled as she headed to the bathroom to put lotion on her hands. When she returned, Harry was heading back to his room. Good night, Dad, Harry said, hugging James. Good night, son. Love you. Love you too, Dad. Harry walked over to Lily, hugging her. Good night, Mum. Good night, sweetheart. I love you. Love you too, Mum. After Harry left, Lily climbed in beside James. With a wave of his wand, James turned off the lights. Lily snuggled up beside him. He wrapped his arms around his wife. They talked about our day and what their plans were for the week. When James yawned, they kissed each other goodnight. I love you, Lily whispered. I love you, too. That night, James dreamed of the day he had spent with Harry and Lily. He dreamed of Father's Days past and a few that hadn't happened yet. What James said to Harry was true. He was grateful for Harry. Without his son, he wouldn't be a dad. Harry could hear whispering, recognizing the voices belonging to his best friends. He opened his eyes to slits and saw two blobs. One was bushy brown hair, and the other was red hair. It was his best friends doing what they do best. They were arguing. He looks peaky, he heard Ron whisper. Undergo surgery, Ronald. We'll see how well you look. Hermione replied. I was just saying he looked a little peaky. Can you not jump down my throat? We need to stop. We're going to wake up, Harry. I'm awake, Harry croaked. Ron and Hermione looked down and saw Harry's green eyes looking back at them. Hermione handed him his glasses. How are you feeling? Hermione asked, sitting down in the seat next to Harry's bed. A lot better, Harry replied, shifting to a better position to sit up, wincing at the movement. Except it hurts when I move. Hermione got another pillow from the next bed. She fluffed it before putting it behind Harry's back while Ron helped Harry sit up. Comfy? She asked. Very, Harry replied. How long will you be here? Ron asked. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Mum hasn't said, but I have a hunch I'll be moving to her quarters for a while. Then I'll move back to the tower. We'll come and visit, Hermione assured him. When you do, Lily wouldn't mind, would she? No, I won't. The voice made the teens jump. Harry winced, his side suddenly throbbing. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, Lily apologized. Yes, you may come and visit. Hermione and Ron smiled at each other. Good, I'll bring you the homework and copies of my notes. You'll help, won't you, Ronald? Ron looked dumbfounded. Harry cracked up laughing until a sharp pain in his side stopped him. He hissed at the pain. Ow, I forget it hurts to laugh. Hermione sympathetically patted Harry's shoulder. Lily was about to leave the room when she heard Harry say ow. She turned around to ask if he was okay when he answered her unasked question. I'm fine, Harry intoned. Lily smiled, leaving the room to give Harry time alone with his friends. What was it like? She asked, curious about how surgery happened in the magical world. Harry explained what happened while he was at St. Mungo's. Hermione listened closely. Ron knew what Harry was talking about as 3 of his brothers had the same surgery done. Wow, Hermione sighed. Harry sighed, leaning back against the pillows. Mum, Dad, and Sirius were there when I woke up. That must have been a surprise seeing Sirius, Hermione commented. It was, Harry said, remembering what happened after. I think I might have puked on his shoe. What do you mean? Hermione inquired while Ron winced sympathetically. Sleeping potions, muggle anesthetic, or the spells that put you to sleep make me nauseous afterward, Harry explained. The crazy thing is, I can take dreamless sleep potions without feeling sick to my stomach. That's crazy, Ron blurted. The bell rang, signaling the beginning of dinner. We'll let Neville, Ginny, and everyone, Hermione. Decided to say to keep from listing everyone who asked what happened to Harry. Know how you're doing. We'll see you tomorrow, Harry. Okay, thanks for coming. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Harry replied. Hermione nodded. Sure, mate. Do you want me to bring you anything from the dorm? Ron inquired. There's a book on my nightstand. It's a Quidditch book, I think. Can you bring it? Ron nodded. Of course, we'll see you tomorrow. After Ron and Hermione left, Lily returned to Harry's private room. Harry noticed she was trying something in her hand. I had your dad retrieve this from your bedroom at home, Lily explained. Handing Harry the snitch. It was a snitch Harry had since he was a little boy. Whenever he was sick, James or Lily charmed it. Whenever Harry released the snitch, it would fly to alert James or Lily that Harry needed something. It depended on who set the charm on the snitch, James or Lily, and that was who it alerted. James hated the bell they were using when Harry had chickenpox and had come up with the snitch himself. Thanks, Mum, Harry retorted. You're welcome. Lily had him laid down. She pulled up his shirt to check the incision area. I see everything's fine, she murmured. Replacing the bandage. Mum. Yes, sweetie. How long will I be here? Harry asked. A few days, then you'll move to my quarters, Lily replied. Okay, Harry replied. Lily fussed over his covers and tucked him in. Go to sleep, sweetheart. Rest is the best thing for you right now. She didn't need to tell Harry twice. He let his eyes droop close, and before he knew it, he fell asleep. Ooh. Harry woke up 2 hours later to churning in his stomach. He carefully wrapped an arm around his middle, groaning slightly. I better get Mum, he said to himself. He reached for the snitch on his nightstand, threw it towards the door, and released it. The golden ball flew out the cracked door into the main hospital wing. Ow! Harry moaned quietly, waiting for his mother to come in. He didn't have to wait any longer because Lily came rushing in, seeing the distress on her son's face. What's wrong? Does your stomach hurt? She asked. Harry nodded. I need a stomach potion, both calmer and a soother. I'm feeling a little nauseous. Lily walked to a cabinet in the corner of the room. She had stocked it with potions and things she might need while Harry was staying. In the private room in the hospital wing. Things like extra clothes for Harry and a heating pad just in case he needed it. There were basins and buckets in case Harry needed to throw up or if she dead to give him a sponge bath instead of letting him get a shower in the ensuite bathroom. She selected a stomach soother, stomach calmer, and anti-nausea potions. I'm going to give you the anti-nausea potion so you won't feel sick to your stomach for a while. The stomach soother and calmer will help relax your stomach. Lily helped Harry sit up to take the potions. In between doses, Harry took a drink of water. After he finished taking the potions, she gently helped him lay back down. Sitting at his bedside, she watched as he fell back asleep. She adjusted his cover, kissing his forehead. Shish. Moved over to sit in the armchair to watch over her son. Lily had a feeling it was going to be a long night. Ooh. James walked into the hospital wing in the morning, approaching his son's room. He carefully opened the door. He smiled as he saw his wife asleep in the armchair. Harry was still fast asleep in bed. Quietly, he walked over to where his wife was sleeping. He gently shook her shoulder. Her emerald eyes opened. She looked up at her husband. Good morning, darling, his wife greeted. Good morning, he returned. He motioned with his head towards their son. How's he doing? His stomach gave him some problems last night. I gave him some stomach soother and a stomach calmer. I gave him an anti-nausea potion since he felt nauseous. After that, he went back to sleep. James sat down on an armchair Lily conjured for him. He watched his son sleep. How long will he be here again? James asked, waving his hand around the room. A few days. Then I'll move Harry to my quarters. I'll wait until after the follow-up appointment with Healer Dalton before letting him move back to Gryffindor Tower. I informed Minerva of my decision last night when she checked on Harry. James nodded, smiling softly at the snoring coming from Harry's bed. I sent an owl to Remus to let him know what happened. He's coming up here today to check on Harry, James informed his wife. Sirius said he was stopping by this afternoon. He said he would stop by the Quidditch store and pick up some magazines for Harry. James and Lily continued to have a whispered conversation concerning their son's health when they heard a loud yawn from the bed. They turned their attention to their waking son. "Good morning, sweetheart," Lily greeted. "How are you feeling?" James asked. "Better," Harry mumbled. "My stomach feels a little sore. Probably from where they..." She trailed off, not wanting to explain what happened in the operating room. James's nervousness during Harry's surgery was fresh in her mind. If she told her husband how the healer did the surgery on their son, he might flip out on her. With his wand, he used the severing charm to cut into Harry's abdomen and through the layers of muscle and tissue. Lastly, he used the severing charm to cut out the appendix. It's no wonder Harry's stomach felt sore. "Do you feel sick to your stomach?" Lily asked. "No, not now," Harry answered. James helped him sit up so Lily could bring him breakfast. "You don't have to eat the whole thing," Lily assured him, sitting the bowl of porridge on the bed tray. She sat down. Harry wrinkled his nose at the lumpy porridge. "Do I have to?" he asked softly. Lily sighed. "You don't have to eat the whole bowl. Just as much as you want," Lily reminded him. Harry picked up the spoon and started to eat. He only managed 6 bites before his stomach was recoiling. "That's why I gave you porridge. We'll try soup around lunchtime," Lily stated, taking the bowl to the main hospital wing to send it back to the kitchen. "Mom, what is it, sweetheart?" Lily asked. She had stopped at his voice, knowing he was about to ask for something. "Can the soup be your tomato soup?" Lily smiled softly. She shared a knowing look with James. She had a kitchenette in her quarters, allowing her to cook. She could make the soup Harry requested. She would need to send James to the shop for a few things. She nodded. "Sure." As she returned the tray to her quarters, Lily realized why Harry had asked for her tomato soup. It was something she made when he was feeling under the weather. All Harry was looking for at this moment was some familiar comfort. "Ooh." Harry was reading Quidditch Through the Ages when there was a knock at the door. "Hi, Cub." Harry looked up at Remus's smiling face. To say Harry was surprised to see the man he thought of as an uncle would be an understatement. "How did you?" Harry trailed off. "Your dad sent me an owl to tell me what happened. I was stuck at a portkey office in France. I just got back to England late last night. Thought since I didn't have anything planned for today, I'd come and see you." Remus sat down in the armchair beside Harry's bed. "I never thought of asking where you were," Harry said quietly. "You were preoccupied," Remus argued. "Here, I brought you these." Remus handed Harry a bag. Harry took the bag from Remus and opened it. He found 2 books inside about the Appleby Arrows and the Puddlemere United Seekers. Benji Williams and Gregory Cotton's biography. Harry exclaimed. Remus smiled. "I figured you'd be bored being in bed all the time. So I bought you some books I figured you would like." "Thanks, Remus," Harry said, hugging the man he considered an uncle. "You're welcome." Remus's visit lasted 20 minutes. The full moon was coming up. And he needed to rest before then. "I'll come back to visit tomorrow if I feel like it, Cub." "Thanks for coming, Remus." Harry hugged him before he left the room. Now that Harry was on the mend, his friends and family would be in and out. Ooh. At lunchtime, Lily walked into the hospital wing with a tray of soup and crackers. She had listened to Harry's request and made her homemade tomato soup. She made the soup so many times she could make it without the recipe. It was a family recipe and one of James's and Harry's favorites in the cold winters England often had on sick days. Harry looked up from one of the books Remus had bought him when he heard someone enter the room. "Is that your tomato soup?" Harry asked. "That's what you asked for, wasn't it?" "Yeah, it is." Harry closed the book, laying it on the nightstand. Lily sat the tray down in front of him with a can of Sprite James had brought her when he went to pick up what she needed to make the soup. He had gone to the house for the ingredients since Lily had them in the kitchen at home. "Thanks, Mum," Harry murmured. "You're welcome. Eat as much as you want, sweetheart." Lily made herself busy, cleaning the room, taking out the trash, and reorganizing the get-well basket Minerva had brought with her when she visited Harry. She had come to check on him yesterday evening, informing Harry he had extensions on all assignments and that the professors would work with him to help him get caught up once he was well enough to attend classes. "How long will I be here again?" Harry asked. "A few days. Then you'll move to my quarters," Lily replied. "Okay." Lily then began to sort through the potions since Harry was due for the infection prevention potion. "Is it time for more potions?" "One, after lunch," Lily answered. To Lily's surprise, Harry ate the whole bowl of soup and drank the can of soda. She banished the tray back to her quarters, leaving the crackers for later before she conjured a cup of water. This is the potion to prevent infections. We'll need to remember to take on a full stomach. Harry nodded, taking it from Lily. He quickly downed the foul-tasting potion. Dad's coming back this afternoon. He'll keep you company while I go and make potions, Lily informed her son. Harry asked if he could get up for a bit. Since Harry needed to walk around some and James was coming to visit in the afternoon. Lily agreed to let him get up and walk around the hospital wing. Ooh. James walked alongside his son slowly as they made their 6th round, walking around the hospital wing. Think you can handle the corridor? James asked. Harry nodded. He wanted to get out of the hospital wing for a little while. To James's surprise, Harry managed to walk down to the portrait of Nurse Helga. The entrance to Lily's private quarters. After a couple of laps back and forth from the doors of the hospital wing to the end of the corridor, Harry started to lean against James. Taking it as a sign of Harry getting tired, James helped Harry back to his room in the hospital wing. Lily had turned the bed down, fixed a basin for a quick sponge bath, and set out a clean pair of pajamas. Once Harry was cleaned up and changed into pajamas, he went to sleep once he laid down. James decided to take a turn sitting with Harry to give Lily a break. He sat in the armchair, watching his son sleep. Before long, he was asleep. Ooh. Lily entered Harry's room in the hospital wing with a jar of scaring balm and a new bandage in her hand. Harry looked up from the book he was reading. He groaned, recognizing the small jar in his mother's hand. Do we have to? He whined. We don't have to. But we need to make sure it heals and doesn't scar so bad, Lily informed him. But it stinks. It makes my stomach feel numb. Harry complained. Then it's doing its job. Your belly will only feel numb for the time it takes for the cream to work. Lily sat the jar down on his bedside table. Lie down. Harry marked his place in the book and sat it on the bedside table. He laid down flat on his back in the bed. Lily pulled his t-shirt up, baring his abdomen. Carefully, she peeled off the bandage covering the incision. I need to be on the other side, she realized. She got up and moved to Harry's right side, settling on the edge of the bed. She picked up the jar, unscrewing the lid. She dipped her fingers in the jar. Lily looked up to see Harry's eyes following her fingers. I'm not going to hurt you if that's what you're afraid of, she assured her son. I know, Harry said softly. Still watching Lily's hand with the balm on her fingers. Ready? Lily asked. Harry nodded slowly, bracing himself for the familiar burning feeling, then sudden coolness. Lily applied the balm slowly, softly rubbing it on the healing wound. Healer Dalton's instruction was she apply the healing balm every day to help heal the incision in hopes the scar wouldn't be so livid. To Harry's chagrin, it had to be applied once a day. She looked up at Harry's face, pinched in a wincing expression. This hurts, doesn't it? She asked. Harry opened his mouth to answer. Don't lie to me, Harry James. After a moment of silence, Harry nodded his head. It does hurt a little. Lily finished applying the balm, replacing the bandage once she finished. All done, she said, banishing the old bandage to the bin in the room and standing up. There was a knock at the door. It's me, Sirius. Come in, you crazy mutt, Lily chuckled. Harry sat up as his godfather entered his room. Hey, pup, Sirius greeted. Hey, Sirius. Harry noticed just like Remus, Sirius was carrying a bag. What did you bring me? Sirius chuckled. I brought you some new magazines to look at. Something other than schoolwork. I see Remus has stopped by, he commented, noticing the books he had seen Remus purchasing at the Quidditch shop. How are you feeling, pup? Better. My stomach feels sore every once in a while. Mum's been giving me pain potions. It's bearable, Harry said. It hurts when I move. Sirius winced, hating that Harry was in any pain. Harry was more like a son to him than a godson. Like his parents, Sirius hated seeing Harry in pain or hurt. Especially hated seeing him sick. Have you had much company? Sirius asked for the sake of making conversation. Remus was here this morning, then you. Ron and Hermione were here yesterday when I woke up. They woke me up. They were arguing, yet they were whispering. Sirius shook his head. When are they going to snog already? I think. Harry trailed off. Never. It was a running joke between godfather and godson. There was even a bet going on when they would get together. Sirius sat down in the armchair Lily had conjured for the room. He and Harry started a conversation about their favorite top, Quidditch. When Harry started dropping off to sleep, Sirius patted his head and said he would be by later as Professor Moody had asked James to come and speak with the 5th and 7th years. Sirius was to help him with a duel. Lily peeked in to check on her son. She noticed the pain potion she had given Harry had worked. He was asleep. The pain potion knocks him out. It's the extra strength, specially made for those who had surgery. A regular pain potion wouldn't put him to sleep like this, she explained to Sirius, who helped Lily cover Harry up with a blanket. I'm lowering the dose today. We'll see what it does. Lily folded one of Harry's shirts Ron had brought when he and Hermione stopped by with some of Harry's clothes. Lily had only brought what she kept in Harry's room into her quarters. Ron and Hermione had brought his rucksack with his school books and the book Ron found on the nightstand. Let's let him sleep, Lily murmured. They left the room, heading off to their jobs, Lily to the potions storeroom, and Sirius to the defense classroom. Ooh, Harry woke up to Lily's hand soothingly rubbing his back in her soft voice. Apparently, he had been groaning in his sleep. As he woke up, he realized the pain potion had worn off. His side hurt. Do you need a pain potion? Lily asked. Harry nodded miserably, turning onto his back. Lily returned to the room. She helped Harry sit up to give him a pain potion. Here, sweetheart, she soothed. Harry downed the potion, feeling the effects immediately. Thanks, Mum, Harry sighed. Are you going to go back to sleep? Lily inquired. No, I think I'll look at some of the magazines Sirius brought, Harry said, sitting up. He leaned back against the pillows Lily had fluffed. Okay. Lily bent over and kissed her son's forehead. If you need me, send the snitch to find me. I'll be here as soon as I can. Thanks, Mum. Lily left the room, leaving the door cracked. Harry picked up which broomstick and began reading an interview with Victor Crumb. Ooh. Harry was reading a review on the new Firebolt in Quidditch Quarterly when there was a knock at the door. Can I come in? Harry looked up at the voice, trying to keep the surprise off his face. Ginny, he said, almost in a question. Ron told me what happened. How are you? Ginny asked, coming into the room. Fine, he answered. Remembering his manners, he asked, would you like to sit down? Thank you, Ginny returned and sat down in the armchair. I brought you a get well card. It doesn't sing, she assured him. Handing him the card. Thanks, Harry replied. So, what have I missed? Ginny spent 15 minutes telling Harry all about what had been going on since Harry had been in the hospital wing. I think Ron and Hermione were coming after visiting Hagrid. They said that he invited them for tea. Oh yeah, that was today. Harry remembered that he, Ron, and Hermione were supposed to go to Hagrid's that day for tea. The half-giant would understand that Harry wouldn't make it. So, what's it like? Ginny asked. Having Mum here. Ginny nodded. It's nice. She's taken care of me since I've been here. I honestly would want her over Madame Pomfrey. Mum doesn't hover so much. When are you moving back to Gryffindor Tower? Ginny inquired. Maybe after I see Healer Dalton, I don't know. Ginny nodded. They got into a conversation about Quidditch and who was the better team. Harry knew Ginny was a lifelong fan of the Holyhead Harpies. He made a mental note to save the Quidditch Today magazine due to its article on the Harpies and interview with Captain Gwynog Jones. I should go. Let you get some rest. I'll come and visit again, Ginny stated, getting up from the chair. I might be moved to Mum's quarters. I don't think she'll have a problem with you coming and visiting, Harry informed her. Okay, bye, Harry. Bye, Ginny. After Ginny left, Harry made a decision. He got up from the bed and walked to the bathroom. He couldn't take being in bed much longer. He hoped soon he could move around more than he was now. Ooh. The next morning, Lily told Harry he was moving to her quarters. The arrangement would allow Harry to get more rest, and Lily could still keep an eye on him. It's only until Healer Dalton thinks you're ready to return to the tower, Lily assured him. Harry agreed, considering he didn't have a choice. Healer Dalton told Lily that for an hour a day, now that the surgery had been a few days past, they could take the bandage off and let He area breathe before replacing it and applying the balm. Using her old hair ties and rubber bands, she fixed Harry's shirt so he could walk around. He was a little self-conscious walking around with his belly exposed at first. It was only him, Lily, and James when he walked around with his shirt pulled up. He found himself looking at the incision area in the mirror. He was trying to figure out if it would scar or not. Even with the scaring balm, sometimes it would still leave a scar. "We'll see when we go see Healer Dalton," Lily told him when he asked. Harry laid in bed the night before the appointment with Healer Dalton. Looking at his stomach in the pale moonlight, he was beginning to feel self-conscious about his body, even at 14. He was more afraid of getting fat than anything else. Harry pulled his shirt down and turned on his side. He missed hanging out with his friends at night before they went to sleep. They talked about different things, Quidditch being the #1 topic and girls being the second. In his bedroom in his mother's quarters, Harry felt alone, even though Lily was in the bedroom next door. He hoped tomorrow night he would sleep in his bed in Gryffindor Tower. Ooh. Harry sat on the exam table in Healer Dalton's office. Today was the follow-up appointment after his appendectomy. It had been a week since the surgery. Harry was about to go stir-crazy. He hoped Healer Dalton would allow him to return to his routine today. He would be happy to sleep in his bed in Gryffindor Tower again. Lily sat beside the exam table, looking at a magazine. Harry looked around at the different posters on the walls. The exam room wasn't any different than the one in Dr. Jacobs, the Muggle doctor Lily took Harry to. The exam table on which Harry sat was similar to the one that Harry had sat and laid on in Dr. Jacobs's office. The exam room wasn't different from Dr. Jacobs's office. There was a knock on the door before it opened. Healer Dalton stepped in, carrying Harry's file. "Good morning," Healer Dalton greeted, closing the door behind him. "How are we doing?" "I'm fine," Harry answered. "He's been resting, been sleeping a lot, of course. He's had some bouts of an upset stomach. But nothing that stomach soothers couldn't take care of," Lily added. Thus began the questions and answers as Healer Dalton asked if they had issues with the scaring bomb. He asked Harry about any instances of extreme nausea, vomiting, or pain, as well as other questions regarding Harry's recovery. Lily answered the questions about the bomb and potions. Harry answered the questions regarding how he felt over the last week. "Okay," Healer Dalton murmured as he wrote notes in Harry's file, which Lily noticed was thick. He added a form to Harry's file for that day's exam. He asked Harry if he was ready for him to begin the physical part of the examination. Harry nodded. "I'm ready." "Okay, lie down on the table. Let's take a look at your belly." Harry laid back on the exam table as directed. Without being asked, he pulled up his shirt. "I'm going to remove the bandage," Healer Dalton warned. "Okay," Harry replied. Slowly, Healer Dalton pulled off the bandage and looked at the healed incision. He gently ran his finger over the incision, seeing that the stitches were ready to be removed. "Looks like the incision healed nicely," the healer noted. He took out his wand. He pointed it to Harry's abdomen, muttering a spell. Suddenly, a part of Harry's digestive system was floating above his belly. "Whoa, that's weird," Harry murmured. "This is your large intestine and down here." Healer Dalton pointed to the lower part of Harry's ascending colon. "Was where your appendix was. Everything looks okay, right?" Lily asked from Harry's left side. "Shish." He was scanning the image floating above her son. "Everything looks like it's healed well," Healer Dalton assured the concerned mother. "I'm going to remove the stitches and then do a quick abdominal exam." "Okay," Lily agreed. Healer Dalton cancelled the spell and pointed his wand at the incision, muttering a numbing spell. Slowly, he began to remove the stitches. He checked in with Harry as he removed the stitches. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Harry turned his head, looking down at his stomach. He watched as the stitches were removed. "Now, I'll begin the abdominal exam." Healer Dalton pulled out his Muggle stethoscope. He placed it on Harry's skin and began listening to his abdomen. "I'm hearing a lot of growling and gurgling. His bowels sound normal. Probably digesting breakfast and last night's dinner," the healer said to Lily. "Are there any areas of tenderness? Do you have any pain in your belly?" Healer Dalton asked Harry, rubbing his hands together to warm them up. "No," Harry answered. "Okay. I'll begin by palpating, pressing on your abdomen. Let me know if you feel any pain, tenderness, or something feels uncomfortable." Harry nodded. He watched the healer's hands press into different areas of his belly. He could feel the healer's hands pressing firmly on his middle and lower abdomen. Healer Dalton moved to Harry's right side. He gently pressed over where the area was healing. His abdomen feels nice and soft. Everything feels normal and healing nicely, he told Lily. She nodded. Healer Dalton concluded the abdomen exam with a feel of Harry's incision. You may sit up now, he said when he was done. Pulling down his shirt, Harry sat up on the table. Now, since he seems to be recovering well, he could return to his classes. You can start half a day. And it's up to you when you would allow him to return to his dorm. Harry perked up at that and turned to his mother. Can I, Mum? Lily seemed to be thinking about whether or not she should when Harry turned on his puppy face. Lily agreed, on the condition that if Harry didn't feel well, he was to come to her. I'll see you in a month. That should be the last time I see you. If you need to see me sooner, give me a call, Lily. Once Healer Dalton left the room, Lily turned to her son. Well, let's get back to school. You can move back to Gryffindor Tower today. Not needing to be told twice, Harry Clem bed off the exam table and followed his mother to the flows, where they returned to Hogwarts. Ooh. Harry walked into the Great Hall. He scanned the table for his best friends, finding him at their usual spot. He walked to where Ron was sitting, approaching his bickering friends. What happened now? Harry asked Neville, causing the boy to jump. Hi Harry, Ron might have accidentally hexed Hermione in charms, Neville told him. Harry laughed as he imagined Ron hexing Hermione. It's not funny, Hermione growled, but she softened when she saw it was Harry. Hey mate, are you moving back to the dorm? Ron asked. Yeah, I just dropped off my stuff before I came down here, Harry replied. Snorting, he asked what he missed. Ron gave him the play-by-play, much to Hermione's horror. As Ron recounted the story, he and Harry started laughing. They reached a level of hysteria Harry hadn't seen in weeks. It's nice to laugh without a twinge in your side, Harry commented. Hermione and Ron filled Harry in on everything he missed while he was gone, even though he was in the hospital wing. Later that evening, Ron and Harry were getting ready for bed in Gryffindor Tower. Yikes, it did leave a scar, Ron winced. I know, but at least I can hide it under clothes. Mum is giving me some cream to put on, to make it look not so. Harry trailed off. Vivid, Ron finished. Yeah. Harry pulled his shirt on over his head. He stepped out into the dorm and flopped down on his bed. Man, I missed this, he mumbled. Ron and Neville snickered while Seamus and Dean just shook their heads. Harry was glad to be back in Gryffindor Tower. He missed his mother coming in, tucking him in, and kissing him goodnight. But being his friends, he couldn't compare. Good night, Harry, Ron yawned from his bed. Good night, Ron. Harry took off his glasses and lay down in his bed. His hand went under his shirt, his finger tracing the new scar on his side. He hoped that someday, the scar would fade. But little did he know that the scar on his side would be one of many he would get in his Hogwarts career. It was a beautiful morning on the last day of July. Lily quietly sipped her tea as she gazed out the window. She enjoyed the peace and quiet of the house before her men woke up. Every year, they allowed Harry to sleep in as late as he wanted. Since entering his teens, Lily noticed he slept until noon most of the time. Like James, Harry was not a morning person. He was known for being incredibly cranky early in the morning. Today, her baby was 16. Where did the time go? Lily asked herself. She could look around the house and still see Harry as a small child. They moved to Potter's Bar the summer after Harry started school. Lily had fallen in love with this house when she saw it. There were different reasons why they decided to move to Potter's Bar. Lily needed room for a potions lab. James wanted space for a Quidditch pitch in the back garden. Life in Potter's Bar was quiet. They loved the town with all the shops and restaurants. They allowed Harry to roam the village without an adult since he was 14. Lily turned to the stove and began making pancakes. They were one of Harry's favorite breakfast choices and his choice for breakfast that morning. As a treat, Lily put chocolate chips in Harry's pancake. The flow in the sitting room flared. Lily didn't need to know who it was that arrived. Good morning, Lily, Sirius greeted as he entered the kitchen. What's for breakfast? I'll let you choose what you want. I'm fixing some eggs and sausage to go with the pancake I'm fixing for Harry. I can easily add more. Lily turned to Sirius, giving him one of her looks. Thanks, you're a doll. Sirius helped himself to some tea and sat down at the table. James entered the kitchen. Good morning. Padfoot, James greeted his oldest friend. Good morning, Prongs. Is the birthday boy still asleep? Yes, I could hear his snoring from the door. Don't let him hear you say that, Lily warned. Harry always complained about Ron's snoring. James and Sirius wanted to tell Harry that he was just as bad, only a lot quieter. The back door opened. Hello, anyone home? Come in, Remus, Lily called. Good morning, Moony, James and Sirius said at about the same time. Good morning. Is Harry still asleep? Yes, they all said in unison. Lily began putting food on the plates, asking Remus what he wanted for breakfast. Nobody turned down Lily's cooking. She managed to teach Harry the basics over the summer. He can now make his breakfast and lunch for himself. He could get supper started if he needed to. Can I go wake him up? Sirius asked, jumping in his chair like a child on Christmas morning. I'm going, Black, Lily said firmly. It had become a tradition. James got him up on September 1st. It was Sirius who got him up for Christmas. But Harry's birthday was Lily's day. She liked being the first person her son saw when he woke up on his special day. She considered it her reward for the 20 hours of labor it took to bring Harry into this world, something she reminded the teenager of when he gave her grief. She quietly entered her son's bedroom, surprised to see that the clothes were off the floor. His desk was cleared off, except for his summer homework. His books were on the shelf, organized, except for the one on his nightstand. Harry's back was to her when she sat down on the side of the bed. Gently, she shook his shoulder. Harry, sweetheart, it's time to wake up. Harry turned onto his back. He picked up his glasses, slipping them on. Morning, Mum. Good morning, sweetheart. Happy birthday. 16 already. Where did the time go? She ruffled his bedhead as she told him that breakfast was ready. I'll be down in a minute, Mum. Harry shuffled to the bathroom. He relieved himself and washed his hands before heading down to the kitchen. It was just Remus and Sirius. They didn't care that he was barefoot and was wearing an old Gryffindor Quidditch shirt and pajama bottoms. Happy birthday, Cub, Remus greeted, alerting James and Sirius. Happy birthday, Pup. James waited until Harry was in his seat and ruffled his hair. Happy birthday, son. Thanks, Dad. Quote. Harry leaned back in his seat when Lily brought his plate of breakfast to the table. She sat the plate of food in front of him. Thanks, Mum. She pressed a kiss to the top of his head. You're welcome, sweetheart. She then waved her wand towards the plates filled with eggs, sausage, and toast, sending them to James, Sirius, and Remus. James knew Harry's pancakes had chocolate chips while his pancakes were plain. He reached over with his fork to try and take a piece of Harry's pancake. Don't even think about it, Dad, Harry warned. So, what are the plans for the day? Sirius asked. Ginny is coming over, and I think we're going into the village, Harry said. Or we might go into London. She told me I can pick where we go. Just make sure wherever you go, you take the medallion. James said, cutting up his sausage. I will, Harry assured him. Molly wouldn't let Ron or Ginny leave the burrow without taking them. That's what Arthur said the other day. When Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and I went to London. Harry asked. James nodded. Just make sure you have it. I will. Harry took a sip of tea he had poured. When is Hestia coming back? Next Wednesday. She hates she's missing your birthday. She will make it up to you when she returns, Sirius said. Hestia had to go to Wales to finalize the sale of property that belonged to her mother. And to finalize the last of her mother's estate. All of it went to her as the only inheritor. It was taking longer than she thought, especially since she was getting things transferred to England. Gee, Innie's birthday present is tickets to see the Holyhead Harpies play. I was wondering, to appease Molly, would you and Hestia go with us? Sirius smiled. Of course, I would love to see Red's reaction to seeing her favorite team play. She's seen them play before. But isn't Gwynog related to Hestia? They're cousins, why? Sirius asked. I thought we could arrange something for Ginny to meet her, Harry said. Popping a piece of sausage in his mouth. I think we can arrange that. When everyone finished breakfast, they took their plates to the sink. Harry knew what was coming. Sirius and James always tried to tackle Harry and tickle him on his birthday. He tried avoiding it, but he failed every year. I'm going upstairs. Breakfast was good, Mum. Harry kissed Lily's cheek as he made his way out of the kitchen. Sirius and James shared a look as they approached Harry. Sirius tackled him to the ground and began tickling his godson. James joined after giving Sirius a head start. They hit all of Harry's ticklish spots, under Harry's neck, his underarms, sides, his stomach, and down to his feet. The sound of Harry's laughter filled the house. Okay, stop, Harry stuttered. Sirius's fingers kept ticking, remaining on the most ticklish part of Harry's body, his stomach. It wasn't until Sirius got tired and removed his hands to stretch that Harry took the opportunity and bolted to his room, narrowly missing his mother. The sound of the door to Harry's room slamming shut and James and Sirius's laughter filled the house. Lily sighed as she started baking the cake for the party. Ooh. After tormenting the birthday boy, Lily sent James and Sirius outside to set up the backyard. Harry decided to have a small gathering with just the Weasleys, Sirius, Remus, and Tonks. Hermione was currently in France. She had sent Ron Harry's present to give him for her. Lily decided they would eat outside since the weather was nice. She went shopping last Friday while running errands, dragging Harry with her so he could have a say in the menu. Lily prepared the ground beef for shepherd's pie. She was fixing it how her mother always made it. She turned the light on in the oven to check the cake she was baking. She had given Harry the choice of shop-made or homemade. Homemade. I would rather have your cake than shop-made. Lily wasn't surprised when that statement was followed by, and make it chocolate. The cake recipe was another one of her mother's recipes. It was the first thing she ever baked and the first thing she made for James. She made it for Harry's birthday every year. She had a while to cook yet. They weren't getting together until 5. The flow flared in the sitting room, making Lily pause. She knew who it was when a familiar voice called out, "Anyone home?" "In here, Ginny," Lily called. The redhead entered the kitchen, a tin in her hand. "Mum sent these." She went overboard. Bill told her he asked Fleur to marry him. She's been baking since. Lily stifled a giggle. "Well, at least I won't be like that. I happen to like my son's girlfriend. I would be delighted if they were to marry one day." Ginny blushed. "Thank you, Lily." "You're welcome, Lil," Y said over her shoulder as she walked to the stairs. "Harry, Ginny's here. Coming. What do you plan on doing?" she asked as she walked back into the kitchen. "I'm letting the birthday boy pick," Ginny replied. She smiled when Harry came downstairs and entered the kitchen. "Hi, stranger," she greeted her boyfriend. "Happy birthday." "Thanks. We just saw each other yesterday," Harry reminded her. "Right." They turned to Lily. "Be back around 4, she told them. Harry kissed her cheek as they headed out the back door. "Bye, Mum," Harry called over his shoulder. "Do you have the she ailed off when Harry held up the medallion. She watched them go out the door. She laughed when she heard, "Bye, Dad." She put the finishing touches on the shepherd's pie. Opening the oven, she pulled he cake from the oven and moved it to the counter. Then she put in the shepherd's pie to bake. She inhaled the smells of her cooking, sighing contently. Ooh. Lily walked into the family room for a rest. The cake was cooling. The icing was made, and the shepherd's pie was in the oven. Approaching the bookshelf where she kept the family photo albums, Lily pulled out the blue one. She settled into an armchair, opening the album. In this photo album were pictures of Harry. She watched as her son grew up, from the newborn in her and James's arms to the loving teenager he is today. The most recent picture of Harry was taken in the spring. Harry was home for the Easter holiday. She would need to take an updated picture sometime. She knew she was lucky to have a son like Harry. He was known for his kindness at school. Everyone bragging to her how kind and sweet Harry was. He was kind, sweet, and gentle. He used to be quiet and shy as a kid. But he was now talkative. James joked that Harry never stopped talking. He definitely got the sass and sarcasm from James. Harry was built just like James and was almost at James's height of 5 feet 10. The last time he was measured, he was 5 feet 8. He was taller than her. She was 5 feet 1. He wasn't the skinny little boy he was. He was slim, at the weight he needed to be. His weight was something the healer and the Muggle doctor Harry saw were concerned about, but not anymore. Harry had put on more weight this summer. Most of it was in muscle. He was more physically active than most teenage boys. While Harry was a mixture of his parents, he was his own person. Lily knew Harry had an unquenchable thirst to prove himself. He took after James in Dada but was terrible at potions. He wasn't a straight-O student like Lily had hoped. Harry had an outstanding in defense. His other classes were exceeds expectations, even in potions. If there was anything Lily wished Harry didn't inherit, it was her temper. In truth, Harry was a mixture of her and James. Like Lily, Harry was dangerously quiet. Like James, it took a light to light his fuse. When you did, Lily shuddered at the thought. But Harry was smart enough not to lose his temper with his parents. The one time he had told Lily to bugger off, ended with him being grounded for a week and working with Lily in the potions lab. He had apologized as soon as the words had left his mouth. He and Lee had a long talk while working in the lab. After that, Harry was careful about what he said to his parents. He was even careful about what he said to Remus and Sirius. Harry was 13 when this happened. Lily was grateful that Harry was still the respectful, kind, and caring boy she knew. Lily flipped through the album, smiling at the pictures. She felt sad that Harry was almost an adult. She sometimes looked at Harry and still saw a little boy. But her little boy was grown up. Even though he didn't need her as often anymore, he still needed her. "He'll be 17 next year," she whispered, letting a few tears flow. She wiped them quickly when she heard the front door open. "We're back," Harry called from the back door. "I'm in the family room," Lily called back. She looked up as Harry and Ginny came into the family room. Harry groaned at the stack of photo albums. "Not the pictures, Mum." Lily had to laugh at her son's face. She decided to ask Harry a question regarding a selection of pictures. "Harry, we seem to be missing some pictures. Do you know where they are?" she asked. "No idea," Harry replied, hoping he sounded convincing. He had hidden the embarrassing baby pictures in a box on a shelf in his bedroom. They were all of Harry in different stages of undress. Why James and Lily wanted a picture of a naked baby Harry, he didn't know. Harry quickly grabbed Ginny's hand. They headed outside to sit on the swing on the deck. Lily laughed as she began to put the finishing touches on the meal and transfer the food to the table on the patio. Ooh, laughter fi. LLED the backyard as James and Lily began a birthday tradition. Everyone went around the table to share their favorite Harry memory from the year. It was something they did before the presents and after they ate. Sirius went first, claiming it was his right as godfather. James and Lily didn't argue with him. "My favorite memory with Harry this year is when James, me, and Harry all went on a 4-day holiday, just us. I enjoyed riding the rides at the amusement park, except for the one roller coaster. It's my favorite because it was the first time I saw Harry act like a teenager for a long time." "Why didn't you like the one roller coaster?" Tonks asked curiously. "Harry had gotten sick on that ride," James answered. "Next," Harry called, wanting to change the topic, causing laughter to break out. "My favorite memory is," Remus began, tapping the table with his fingers. "Easter holiday, after you and James got better from the stomach flu. You and I made breakfast for everyone one morning. It was the first time I spent time with you without anyone else around in a long time. Fred and Minor shared. Is that okay?" George asked Lily, who nodded. He continued. "Our favorite memory is when Harry introduced us to Sirius, Remus, and James as the Marauders. Why doesn't that surprise me?" Harry asked no one in particular. "Okay, my turn," Tonks said. "Mine has to be Christmas when Harry stood up to Mad Eye. I never knew anyone who told him off and lived to tell about it." That prompted laughter from the adults. Arthur went next, telling the story of discovering Harry and Ginny under the mistletoe in the drawing room at Grimmauld Place. The teens were included in the Christmas party, and Arthur went looking for them to tell them it was time for the passing party. "It's my F.A. Vorite because you made my little girl very happy. I couldn't think of someone else better for my daughter than you." Harry and Ginny both blushed. Molly shared about Ron and Harry's gnome throwing contest. They hadn't been home from Hogwarts very long. It had entertained Molly so much she was dying laughing watching the boys. She even laughed when a gnome hit an unsuspected Sirius and Bill. The mage the story produced prompted more laughter, even from Sirius. He said he thought Harry had a good arm and should have been a chaser instead of a seeker. Once they were done, it was Ron's turn. "My favorite memory is us hiding from Hermione when owls got closer." This statement prompted laughter from Fred, George, James, Sirius, and Arthur. "Where did you hide?" Sirius asked through his laughter. Anywhere we could think of. Harry told him. I liked the late-night chats we would have. Before we went to bed. Ron's statement prompted laughter from James, Sirius, Fred, and George. We sound like a bunch of girls, Harry noted. You do, Neville added, prompting laughter and Ron and Harry to throw a piece of a roll at him. My favorite memory is when we had that sleepover for old time's sake. When we made pizzas and ice floats. Harry inquired. Neville nodded. We did that when we were kids, right? Right, Lily replied. If you boys want to do that again before school starts, you're more than welcome to. My turn, Ginny called. She turned to her boyfriend, smiling. My favorite memory is a late night we spent sitting by the fire. Neither of us could sleep. We snuggled under a blanket by the fire and talked. It was something I pictured doing when we got together. Ah, the woman present all chorused. Ron added, was that when you and Harry fell asleep on the couch? Yes, Harry replied. Lily and James shared a look before James motioned to Lily to go first. My favorite memory is my birthday and Mother's Day. You made both so special. He sneaked into my quarters and cooked breakfast for just the two of us. You even picked lilies for me along with my present. I wonder how I got lucky with a son like you. Because you deserve it, Mom. Lily leaned over, pressing a kiss to Harry's forehead. She whispered, I love you. James cleared his throat. My favorite memory is when we went to the beach, and Harry and I buried Sirius in the sand. I thought we weren't going to mention that, Sirius grumbled, causing laughter to break out again. And when we went to the coast. Harry and I went to an arcade alone. It was nice spending time with just my son and no one else. 1. Harry ticked it off with a finger. There are pictures of Sirius buried in the sand. 2. Another finger joined the first one. I remember that I creamed you in air hockey. Alright, that's everyone. Time for cake, Lily announced. She brought out the cake and lit the candles as everyone started to sing happy birthday. Make a wish, sweetheart, Lily said. Harry thought for a second and then blew out the candles. He knew not to share his wish, for it wouldn't come true. Ooh. Presents followed the cake after everyone ate their slice of cake. Harry began opening his presents. Thanking each person he went to without prompting from Lily. James got him a book called The Professional Guide to Quidditch Captain, New Arm and Shin Guards, and Seeker Gloves as a combined con. Grats on being captain present and a birthday present. I had that book when I was Quidditch captain. That is the new edition. Lily got him new jeans, shirts, and a Quidditch jersey from his favorite team, Puddlemere United. Sirius had gotten him a book on Quidditch plays and a broom servicing kit. He told him Hestia had something for him that she'll give him when she returned. Remus and Tonks Go. Harry a collection of defense books for Aurors. I read some of them during my last 2 years of Hogwarts. I felt they helped me. They'll help you as well, Tonks explained. Thanks, Harry replied, before he tore into his gift from the Weasleys. Molly had knitted him another jumper, this one in Gryffindor red. Fred and George said he could pick out anything he wanted from the joke shop. Lily roved of Harry giving Fred and George his Tri-Wizard winnings. She knew he didn't want it. He had even tried to give it to Amos. He refused to take it. When Ron told him what happened to Fred and George's savings and how their dream of opening a joke shop was gone, Harry talked it over with James. He gave them the winnings. In addition, Sirius and James made a deal with Fred and George. They would also invest in their joke shop on the condition they finish their education. The joke shop was a success. The business was booming. Ginny had gotten him 2 Gryffindor t-shirts, one with Seeker and the number 7. The other one had Potter and his number 7, as it was the standard for Seekers. She also had gotten him a toy snitch to play with. Thanks, Gin, he leaned over and kissed her cheek as James snapped a picture. Hermione had gotten him a couple of books on newts. Ron had got him a Quidditch book. Neville had gotten him a different Quidditch book. This one was on Seeker drills. Thanks for the presents, everyone. Anyone up for a game of Quidditch? Harry knew the answer to that question. Yeah. The boys ran to the garden where the Quidditch pitch was, Ginny and Harry behind them. Ry only stopped to kiss Lily on the cheek. Thanks, Mum. She patted his cheek. You're welcome, baby. Harry ran to the broom shed for his broom. He soon was in the air with his friends, father, and godfather. Lily watched as her son and husband raced each other on their brooms. She smiled when Harry won, then watched as they picked teams. She smiled, thankful she and James were able to see this day. Ooh. Harry looked over everything he got for his birthday. James got him tickets to the Puddlemere United and Chudley Cannons match. James included the tickets to the Holyhead Harpies Ma. Harry was taking Ginny to for her birthday. Thanks, Dad, Harry murmured as he hugged his father. James ruffled his hair before he left the room. Harry stepped into the bathroom for a shower and to brush his teeth. He was going to bed early that night due to a stomach ache. He must have eaten too much at dinner. When Harry returned to his bedroom, he found a vial of stomach soother and a glass of water sitting on his nightstand. After downing the potion and taking a drink of the water, he laid down. He had just closed his eyes when he felt someone tucking the blanket around him. Soft lips pressed a kiss to his forehead. Thanks for the potion, Mum, he said softly. You're welcome, baby. Wake me if you need another. Good night, sweetheart. Lily pulled the door to a crack and headed to her bedroom. Harry slept throughout the night, dreaming of Ginny's birthday in a few weeks. He hoped that it went well. This will be Ginny's first birthday with him as her boyfriend. He didn't want anything to ruin her day. His 16th birthday was a good day. He wanted the same for Ginny. Lily couldn't remember a time the hospital wing was this busy. Not in her time here as a student or in last 2 years had she been the school healer. A few days ago, Hogwarts was a busy place, with students going from class to class, the library, and it was so noisy in the Great Hall that it was hard to hear yourself think. There were empty seats at all 4 tables. The sickest students were in the hospital wing, while the others were in their dorms. It was the official start of flu season in the Muggle world. Which meant even those in the wizarding world could still get it. Unfortunately, there was also a stomach bug floating around. Most of the dorm-bound students had the stomach bug. Everyone else had the flu. The more severe cases were in the hospital wing, under the watchful eye of Madame Pomfrey and the care of Lily. Madame Pomfrey sent a letter to St. Mungo's asking for assistance, hoping to prevent the school matron, healer, and potion master from being overwhelmed. They responded quickly but slow, assuring the matron help was coming. Lily, reinforcements are coming this afternoon. Madame Pomfrey told the young healer. Lily sighed in relief. Oh, good. She began making a list of the potions they were running low. She would give it to Severus when he came into the hospital wing. He cancelled his classes to help Lily and Madame Pomfrey with the load. Speaking of him and he arrives, Severus had just entered the hospital wing. Lily, I need 4 vials of fever reducer before I head to Ravenclaw Tower, he said. Lily headed to the storage room, calling over her shoulder, we're almost out of fever reducer. Is there more brewing? She returned with the 2 remaining vials of fever reducer. Amongst the potions of headache potions, stomach soothers, flu potions, and other potions. Yes, Severus replied. It will be ready by this afternoon. He took some of the potions from Lily and started transporting them into a box to help transport them from the hospital wing to Ravenclaw Tower. Lily fixed another box for Severus with potions he will need when he gets to Ravenclaw Tower. Currently, 12 students have the flu in Ravenclaw Tower. I should return this afternoon, Professor Snape announced to Madame Pomfrey and Lily. Send a few of the healers up to Ravenclaw when they arrive. There are at least 3 students who seem to be getting worse. I'm not capable of healing them. Lily asked for the names to add to the list of students the healers would need to see. We'll send some of the healers up there. Let us know if you need any help. Should someone check on Professor Sprout? I'm going to, Madame Pomfrey said, gathering some potions in her wand. As heading to the herbology professor's quarters. Severus picked up the box of potions and strolled to the door on his way to Ravenclaw Tower. Severus was leaving as Professor McGonagall entered the hospital wing and headed straight for Lily. Before she could stop herself, Lily blurted. Please, don't tell me Harry is sick. The head of Gryffindor shook her head immediately, causing Lily to sigh in relief. Harry's fine. He seemed to be in transfiguration this morning, she assured her former student and mother of one of her lions. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind checking on the head boy. Percy's sick? Lily asked. Yes. Miss Clearwater told me he wasn't in class this morning. I went to check on him. I'll send Healer Matthews, Lily said, turning towards the flow when she heard it roar. They're here. A group of healers began tumbling out of the flow, some falling on their faces and others catching themselves. One of the healers approached Minerva and Lily. "Lily, Minerva, what's the situation?" the brown-headed woman asked. "We've got proximity 60 students, most of the 2nd to 7th years, with the flu. Ravenclaw is approaching quarantine because almost every student is sick," Professor McGonagall explained. 10 of the 60 are in the hospital wing. The more severe cases we're keeping in the hospital wing, Lily added. A balding healer approached the group of women. He nodded to Lily. "Okay, so who do I need to see first?" Healer Matthews asked. "The head boy. Although, it might be better if Healer Morris goes and sees Percy," Lily pondered. "Oh, do I have a patient already?" The voice caused the women to jump. Lily turned and found the smiling face of her son's primary care healer. She smiled softly. "Yes, and no, it's not Harry." "Oh, I figured it was," Healer Morris replied. Lily smiled. "Knock on wood." She did just that. Harry's a 3rd year and has somehow managed not to get sick. "Really?" Lily's friend Janice joined the group. "Well, he's had an occasional headache or stomach ache, not the flu or a cold since he's been here. I don't recall a time he was ever sick since he started school here." "How's he avoided getting sick?" Healer Morris asked. "Immunity potions. I'm waiting for the teen strength one to be available." Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, causing the 2 healers to look at her. "Healer Morris, if you would follow me. I'll show you to the head boy's dorm." Healer Morris followed Professor McGonagall, stopping as he passed Lily. "If Harry does get sick and you need me, just let me know. I'll check on him if you want." "Thank you," Lily said sincerely. "So, Harry's not sick?" Janice asked as she approached her friend. Lily shook her head. "I hope he avoids the flu. But the stomach bug is what I'm more worried about." "How come?" "If there would be anything that Harry would most likely get, it would be the stomach bug." Lily sighed. "Would James need to come and take care of him if he did because you're tied up here?" "No. I'll take care of him. If Harry does get sick, he only wants me," Lily smiled. "Of course, he would want you. You are Mom. No one can help you feel better when you're ill than a mother." Janice placed a comforting hand on Lily's shoulder. "You make sure he takes an immunity potion, right?" Lily nodded. "It costs me a chocolate frog." Janice laughed. She left to help another healer heading to Hufflepuff, leaving Lily in the hospital wing. Lily had just finished putting away the new potions Janice had brought with her for the seriously ill when Remus entered the hospital wing. "Hello Remus. What can I do you for?" "I need another immunity potion. I think it's time for another dose. I'll need a second one for Sirius." Lily dug around the immunity potions from St. Mungo's. She smiled in triumph when she saw there were immunity potions for those ages 13 and up. She collected 2 adult strengths and carefully handed them to Remus. "Here you are." "Thanks, Lily," Remus said. "You're welcome." "Remus, could you do me a favor?" Lily asked. Remus nodded. "Sure, what is it?" "Could you send Harry down here after class? I found some immunity potions for teenagers." "Sure. Bye, Lily." Remus left the hospital wing in search of Sirius. Lily let herself relax. She looked down at the vial she held in her hands. After she had Harry take this, after a bribe of a chocolate frog, she wouldn't have to worry about Harry getting sick in the middle of a bout of the flu. Hopefully, Harry would avoid getting sick, she thought as she continued her work. "Ooh, are you feeling okay, Harry?" Hermione asked, voice sounding concerned. "Yeah, I'm fine," Harry deadpanned. In all honesty, he felt awful. His stomach hurt. It kept churning and clenching. "I'm going to the restroom. I'll be right back," Harry said, turning around from heading to defense. He ran to the nearest boys' bathroom. His stomach gave an alarming lurch. He quickly entered the first stall, locking the door behind him, and slid down the wall. He huddled into a tight ball, clutching his stomach. "I wish I went to the hospital wing instead of Remus's class. I'm sick." Harry tightened his grip on his middle, feeling his stomach cramp tighter. He felt another lurch in his stomach. Harry leaned over the toilet, throwing up the breakfast and bite of lunch he was fighting to keep down all day. He groaned, laying his head on the toilet seat. He wished his mother was there with him. When Harry woke her up sick, Lily would stay with him, rubbing his back when he threw up. She would also rub his stomach to help soothe the cramps. Harry heard the bell ringing from his place on the boys' restroom floor. He couldn't find the energy to get up and get to class. As Harry was in the restroom, fighting nausea that threatened to overcome him, Sirius and Remus started their lecture on magical creatures. Immediately, Sirius noticed Harry wasn't in class. It wasn't like Harry to miss class. Something must be wrong. He walked over to where Hermione was sitting beside the chair Harry usually occupied empty. "Where's Harry?" Sirius whispered to the bushy-headed third year. "He went to the restroom. I don't think he was feeling well, though," Hermione replied. Sirius thanked her for telling him. He motioned to Remus that he was stepping out. Remus nodded, having noticed that Harry wasn't in class. He knew Sirius must be going to find him. Sirius approached the door leading to the boys' restroom and opened the door quietly. He had seen that someone was in the first stall. "Pup, are you okay?" Sirius asked, calling Harry by his pet name that only he used. Pup had been his nickname since Harry was a baby. Even at 13, Harry answered him when he called his godson Pup. "I think I'm sick, Sirius," came the reply from the locked stall door. Sirius whispered the unlocking spell to unlock the door. He opened it to find Harry curled up in a ball, sitting near the toilet. He kneeled beside him. "When did you feel sick?" Sirius asked. "This morning. I felt sick when I woke up." "What hurts other than your stomach?" Sirius asked, wanting to make sure that Harry didn't have the flu. "Nothing. My stomach hurts," Harry mumbled. His belly clenched. He groaned, leaning into Sirius's shoulder. "Come on, let's go to the hospital wing," Sirius decided. He helped Harry off the floor, picking him up to carry him. Harry was too sick to care or to protest that he would walk. "If I feel like I'm gonna throw up, I'll let you know," Harry informed his godfather. Carefully as he could, Sirius walked to the hospital wing with Harry in his arms. They were lucky that no one was in the corridors until they got to the double ornate doors of the hospital wing. "Poor thing, he must be sick," Janice murmured upon seeing Sirius and a sick Harry. "Is Lily here?" Sirius asked, shifting Harry in his arms. "She is." Janice held the door open for Sirius to let him enter the hospital wing. He knew. RMU read a thank you and went in search of the red-headed woman. "Lily," Sirius called. "Hello, Sirius, who do you?" Lily trailed off when she recognized the raven-black hair sticking up in all directions. "He's sick, Lily," Sirius informed her. Lily motioned for Sirius to follow her. She led him into a private exam area. "Sit him on the table," Lily ordered. Sirius sat Harry on the exam table, holding him up when Harry leaned against him. Lily reached her hand to his forehead, feeling for a fever. "He's sick," she murmured. "He feels like he's running a fever." "I'll wait outside," Sirius whispered. "I assume he'll be staying in your quarters." Lily nodded, yes. She placed her hand on Harry's shoulder. "Sweetheart, are you feeling sick?" she asked her son. Harry nodded against her shoulder. "Mom, I'm here, Harry. When did you feel sick?" she requested. Harry winced. He knew Lily would not be happy with what he was about to say. "This morning, I thought I might feel better as the day went on." Lily sighed. Harry was just like James. They never told Lily when they felt sick. Unfortunately, Harry was more prone to nausea than James. Lily tended to find out when she would find Harry vomiting into the toilet. "What's wrong?" "My stomach hurts," Harry replied. As if to make its point, his stomach gurgled loudly. Harry groaned, hugging his stomach all the tighter. Lily sighed to herself. It was the first time that Harry was sick while at Hogwarts. Usually, when he did get sick, it was something simple that Lily could cure with a headache potion or stomach soother and a belly rub. But this was different. Madame Pomfrey told her that the stomach flu that had been going around lasted anywhere from 24 hours to 3 days. As she studied her son's face, she noticed he looked miserable. She knew he must be feeling awful. "Sweetheart, can you lie down for me?" Lily asked soothingly. Harry slowly laid back on the examination table, deciding to check for a fever first. Lily waved her wand over her sick son and nearly gasped when the numbers appeared, glowing their usual green. 38.8, Lily murmured. "We'll get some fever reducer in you before we go to my quarters." Harry didn't say anything, even when he felt Lily pull up his sweater and his shirt. She pulled out her muggle stethoscope, placing the earpieces in her ears and the bell on Harry's abdomen. Lily listened for a moment, leaving the bell firmly in place. After another few minutes, she removed the stethoscope from Harry's stomach, returning it to her robe pocket. She picked up her wand to perform the diagnostic charm. Lily waved her wand over her son's bare stomach. She watched as his belly glowed red. She sighed. "You have the stomach flu," she murmured. Helping Harry sit up, she noticed that he leaned into her shoulder. She remembered this behavior when he was sick with the flu at age 10. "Mum, I think I'm gonna throw up again," Harry warned. Lily quickly summoned a basin. She got it to him in time as Harry started heaving. Her motherly instincts kicked in as she rubbed her son's back as each wave of nausea washed over Harry. It wasn't until Harry was dry heaving that he quit. He leaned into Lily's embrace, wrapping his arms around his stomach. "Let's get you to bed," Lily stated. She sent a Patronus to Sirius to let him know she was ready for his help. Sirius entered the exam room a minute later, looking at Harry in concern. "Stomach flu," Lily told him. Sirius winced in sympathy. "Poor pup," he whispered. He gently picked up Harry off the exam table, carrying him bridal style to Lily's private quarters. Harry leaned his head against his shoulders, his arms never leaving his stomach. He felt it begin to churn uncomfortably. "What's wrong with Harry?" Janice asked as Sirius passed her carrying Harry. "Stomach flu," Lily answered. "Poor thing. Harry must feel awful if Sirius is carrying him." Janice turned to the box of potions that the healers had brought from St. Mungo's and pulled out some stomach soothers, calmers, and anti-nausea potions. "Just in case," Janice said as she pulled out a few vials of fever reducer. She put them in a bag and handed them to Lily. "Thank you," Lily said. Almost breathing the word, she walked out of the hospital wing, vaguely hearing Madame Pomfrey say, "Good luck, and may Merlin be with you." She headed to her private quarters, walking straight into Harry's room. She found her son lying on the bed. Sirius sat in the chair beside the bed, rubbing Harry's head. "If you need me for anything, let me know," Sirius quietly informed Lily. "I will," she promised. When Harry was sick as a child, she and James took turns taking care of Harry. She remembered when he was 10 and had the flu. James stayed up with Harry, watching cartoons. She walked swiftly to the wardrobe and opened the door. She kept some of Harry's clothes in her quarters. She had a few of his t-shirts, 3 pairs of jeans, a few jumpers, hoodies, a few pairs of lounge pants, pajamas, 2 pairs of shoes, an extra pair of his school shoes, and a complete set of his school uniform. She selected the t-shirt and matching pants pajama set and approached the bed. Laying down the clothes on the bed, she began to help him change. She helped him sit up long enough to remove his shirt, and he helped her with the pants. She pulled on his pajama pants, managing to get them on with some help from Harry. "Can you sit up for me a second?" Lily asked her son. Harry let Lily pull him up into a sitting position. He raised his arms to allow her to slip on his t-shirt. Lying back against the pillows, Lily noticed how tired Harry looked. "Go to sleep, sweetheart," she whispered, pushing back the fringe on her son's head. "I'm not going anywhere." Harry fell asleep as Lily tucked the blanket around him. She kissed his forehead before sitting down in the armchair. She knew she would most likely sleep in that chair tonight. "Ooh." Harry woke up an hour later, his stomach cramping. He moaned, muffled by his pillow, feeling his stomach churn. Curling up in a ball, Harry wrapped his arms around his middle. He winced as he felt another cramp roll through his belly. He groaned. He felt a hand on his back, rubbing in circles. Harry opened his eyes, looking up at his mother's face. "It hurts, Mum," he groaned. "I know, baby," Lily soothed. "I think it's time for some potions." Harry's eyes followed his mother as she stood up. He watched her measure out dosages for stomach soother and fever reducer. At the glimpse of the very familiar pink vial, Harry sighed in relief. If only for a moment. Before Lily could give him the first potion, Harry leaned over the side of the bed, heaving into the waiting basin. Lily had put it there while he was asleep for times like this, just in case. She had an extra one by the nightstand in case she needed a second one. Lily rubbed his back soothingly, whispering words of comfort. She summoned the stomach calmer as well. Even though both potions did the same thing, the stomach calmer worked better for the stomach cramps. When Harry laid his head back against the pillows, Lily used her wand to fill a cup with water. "Here, sweetheart. Rinse your mouth out. Sip it slowly," she advised as she handed Harry the cup. "I know," Harry croaked. I'll give another dose of potions. They'll help your stomach feel better. I hope so, Harry murmured, wincing as he felt his stomach react to the water. He sighed when it settled after a moment. He remembered the flu he had caught before Christmas when he was 10. Lily never left his side. James had taken over while Harry slept to allow Lily to eat or shower. She slept on a conjured cot in Harry's room. Harry sat the cup on the nightstand. He took the vial Lily gave him. This one is the stomach calmer, she said. We'll wait a second before I'll give the stomach soother. Then I'll give you the fever reducer. Harry turned up the vial, swallowing the potion in one go. He handed the vial to Lily, trading it for a cup of water. Harry sipped on the water, sitting the cup down on the nightstand. Lily gave him the second vial with the stomach calmer. As he did with the other potion, he turned it up. Swallowing quickly, he handed Lily the vial. She traded the cup for the vial. Harry took a drink of water before sitting it down on his nightstand. He laid back down, curling up in a ball. Lily tucked the blanket around him. He sighed as Lily added a warming charm to the blanket. He was shivering from the fever. The warmth of the blanket helped. He felt Lily take off his glasses. She then pushed back hair away from his forehead. He felt her other hand on his back, rubbing in soothing circles. He looked up at his mother with heavily lidded eyes. Even though his glasses were off and his vision was blurry, he knew she was there. Harry let his eyes droop close. He fell asleep. Hearing the even breathing, Lily noticed Harry had fallen asleep. She smiled softly, watching her son sleep. He stood up and moved to the armchair. She summoned the book she was reading from her nightstand in her room. She settled in the armchair to read her book and to keep an eye on her son. She wanted to stay close by if Harry needed her. It was 1 in the morning when Harry woke up again. His stomach was cramping. The feeling of nausea overwhelmed him. He curled into a ball, hugging his middle. He groaned slightly as each wave of nausea washed over him. "Mom," he called. Lily jolted awake. She was by her son in an instant. "What's wrong?" "My stomach hurts," Lily cooed. "Oh, I'm sorry, baby." Harry felt his stomach roll. He knew what was coming. "I think I'm gonna be sick." His stomach gave an alarming mighty lurch. He dove for the basin Lily had left beside his bed. Lily felt helpless as she watched Harry heave. All she could do was rub his back soothingly. She winced when Harry started dry heaving. Harry laid back on his bed, breathing heavily. "I think I'm done," he croaked. He winced, groaning as he felt the cramping in his stomach increase. He pressed his hand to his stomach, trying to find relief. "Do you want another stomach calmer?" Lily asked. "Please," Harry said, ignoring the whine in his voice. He wanted the cramping to stop. Lily flicked her wand at the basin, banishing the contents. She flicked her wand again to refresh the air in the room. Finally, she summoned a stomach calmer. "Here, sweetheart, take this. It will help settle your stomach," she soothed. She helped him sit up to take the potion. Harry swallowed it. Lily took the vial, giving him a cup of water. He sipped on the water, sitting it down on the nightstand. "Harry, lie back. I'll rub your belly. Will that help it feel better?" Harry nodded as he laid back against the pillows. He felt Lily pull up his t-shirt. The air was cool to his warm skin. Gently, she laid her hand on his stomach and began to rub slow, soothing circles on her son's abdomen. Lily's soft hand felt good on his belly. Harry started to relax under her touch. The massage had relaxed Harry's stomach enough that he fell back to sleep. Lily continued her massage for another 5 minutes. She wanted to make sure Harry was asleep before she stopped. When Lily was sure he was asleep, she removed her hand and pulled down his t-shirt. She tucked the blankets around him and kissed Harry's forehead before returning to her makeshift bed. She slept through the rest of the night until she heard her alarm go off. The sun had just risen when Lily walked into the kitchen. She approached the kettle, tapping it with her wand to fill it with water to make herself a cup of tea. Harry was asleep when she left his room. He was lying on his stomach when she woke up. She made herself some tea and ginger tea for Harry. She found a banana. Thanks to the charms she kept on fruit, it was still good. She found some cereal. She made herself a bowl for her breakfast. She added some strawberries she had found in the cold box. She sat her breakfast down on the table in the kitchenette. Before sitting down for breakfast, she checked on Harry. He was still asleep. She returned to the kitchen to eat her breakfast. As she ate, she listened for any sounds of Harry being up. After she finished her breakfast, she flicked her wand at the mess to clean up. She collected the ginger tea and banana. She carried them to Harry's room. Harry had just woken up when Lily walked in. "Good morning. How are you feeling this morning?" she asked. "I still feel sick," Harry replied. He noticed the cup in Lily's hand. He pointed to it. "What's that?" "Ginger tea," she replied. She sat down the cup on Harry's nightstand with the banana. "Do you want to try and eat something?" Harry shook his head. "Not right now." His stomach was gurgling. He could feel it bubble under his skin. Lily reached over, laying her hand on Harry's forehead. "Lie still," she instructed. She picked up her wand, tearing the spell to check Harry's temperature. 37.7, she murmured. "It's gone down. I think it's time for another dose of the fever potion. Do you need a stomach potion? Would it help with the bubbling I'm feeling right now?" Harry asked. "Yes, it would. I want the stomach soother." "Okay." Harry sat up as Lily collected a vial of the stomach soother. She returned to his bedroom with the potion in hand. Picking up the goblet, she measured out the required dosage of the stomach soother. She handed the goblet to Harry. "Here, sweetheart." Harry took the goblet from his mother, swallowing the potion quickly. He handed the goblet back to Lily. She traded him for a cup of water. As Harry sipped on the water, Lily prepared the fever reducer. "Here, sweetheart." Harry took the goblet, swallowing it as quickly as he had done with the stomach soother. "Does your stomach better?" Lily asked after some time had passed. Most of the stomach soothers were fast-acting. Harry liked them the best. Harry admitted. He laid back down in the bed, pulling the covers up. Lily took the goblets to the kitchen to wash them. She came back, looking around Harry's room. His Quidditch books and magazines were in his dorm. Sighing, Lily called out, "Dobby." Pop. Dobby, the house elf Harry had saved from the Malfoys, appeared. Harry's head poked out from under the covers for a second. He groaned. "Oh, God. What can Dobby do for Master Harry's mother?" Dobby asked. "Can you go get his Quidditch books and magazines for me?" "Yes, Mrs. Potter." With a snap, Dobby was gone. Harry's voice came out from under the blanket. "Thanks, Mum." "Ooh." Lily peeked in on Harry an hour later. He had fallen asleep with Ron's The History of the Chudley Cannons open on his stomach. The book was Ron's birthday present from Harry. Lily closed the book, marking Harry's place with a bookmark, and sat it on the nightstand. She then took off Harry's glasses and tucked the blanket around him. Pushing back stray hair, she pressed a kiss to his forehead. Quietly, she left the room and headed to the sitting area. "Ooh." The sound of retching woke Lily up. She didn't know when she fell asleep. That didn't matter right now. She ran into Harry's room, finding it empty. She turned around, heading into the bathroom. Harry was sitting on the floor in front of the toilet. Lily rushed over, kneeling beside her son. She started to rub soothing circles on his back. It seemed that this illness was about to run its course. Lily could tell. Harry wasn't puking as much, and his fever was trying to break. "Are you done?" Lily asked when Harry leaned back against her. "Yeah. Do you want to move back to your room?" "Yeah." Lily helped Harry to stand up, leading him back to his room. Upon returning to his bedroom, Harry laid back down in his bed. Without thinking about it, he curled up on his side, wrapping one arm around his stomach. "Does your stomach hurt?" Lily asked. Harry nodded. "I don't feel sick to my stomach. It just hurts." Lily sat down on the side of the bed. "Lie on your back, sweetheart." Harry obeyed, turning over to lie on his back. She pulled up his shirt. She then began to rub slow, soothing circles on his stomach. "Does this feel okay?" she asked. Harry nodded. "It feels better." The soothing circles continued until well after Harry fell asleep. Lily continued to massage Harry's belly until she was sure he was fast asleep. Ooh. The sun rose above the Scotland Hills on the far side of Hogwarts Castle. Lily woke up with the sunlight streaming through the window in Harry's room. She realized she had slept in the armchair next to Harry's bed. She stood up, approaching his bedside. She noticed he was asleep, the color had returned to his face, and when she felt his forehead, she noticed he felt cooler than he did yesterday. She pressed her lips to his forehead. "Cool as a cucumber," she whispered, pushing back his sweaty black hair away from his forehead. Harry's eyes cracked open. He looked up at his mother. She smiled softly down at him. How are you feeling? Better. Harry sat up, grimacing at the sticky feeling of the sheets in his pajamas. Go get a shower and change into clothes. You'll feel better. Okay. Harry got up and collected some clothes. He headed to the bathroom and shut the door behind him. When Lily heard the shower running, she flicked her wand at the bed, changing the sheets for fresh ones. She flicked her wand around the room, refreshing the air. Then Lily headed into the kitchen. It was a testament to how sick Harry felt that he didn't eat much. All he kept down was a piece of toast Lily gave him last night. Nothing else stayed down. She felt relieved Harry was on the mend. Since it was the weekend, she dead Harry could stay with her tonight and return to the tower tomorrow. Lily fixed herself and Harry some porridge and toast with some fruit she had. She looked up from the stove when Harry entered the kitchen. He was wearing his red and black t-shirt and black lounge pants. Feel better? She asked. Yeah, what's for breakfast? Harry noticed the porridge and fruit. This is it. Lily motioned to the food. Hungry. Harry's stomach answered with a growl. For a second, Harry winced until he realized his stomach was growling because of hunger and not because it was upset. Thanks, Mum, Harry said, sitting on one of the kitchen chairs. You're welcome. As they ate breakfast, Lily and Harry had a little catch-up. Lily didn't see Harry much except for meals in the Great Hall. Harry usually stayed with Lily in her quarters when he was sick or visited for a little bit, but other than that, they didn't see each other. Mum, what is it, sweetheart? Lily asked. Thanks for taking care of me, Harry said. Lily reached over, pushing Harry's damp hair away from his face. You're my child. I will always take care of you when you aren't feeling well. Always. From then on, Lily's words rang in his head when he was sick. It didn't matter what was ailing Harry. He wanted his mother whenever he was sick. And Lily was there to nurse her son back to health. She took care of him a few years later when he caught another nasty bout of the stomach bug. Harry didn't know when he for sure fell in love with Ginny. He had known Ron and Ginny since he was a kid. But he became quick friends with Ron, so before Hogwarts, they saw each other at birthday parties, Christmas, or the occasional play date. Harry and Ron became best friends quickly. By the time they went to Hogwarts, they were inseparable. Growing up, Ginny was just Ron's little sister. It wasn't until Harry saved her from the Chamber of Secrets that their friendship changed. Harry discovered as he got older, the more he started to notice Ginny. After his name came out of the Goblet of Fire, Ginny believed him when he said he didn't put his name in. She was his date for the Yule Ball. When he returned from the graveyard during the third task, she was among his friends who waited outside the hospital wing, not wanting to return to Gryffindor Tower unless they knew he was okay and saw that for themselves. Ginny was the first of his friends to visit him the next day. They talked about their summer plans. They talked about anything Ginny could think of to get Harry's mind off the last 24 hours. One night during the summer, Harry admitted to his father that he had slowly but surely fallen in love with the Weasley girl. James smiled knowingly. It came as no surprise to James. He told Harry how he had asked his mother to be his girlfriend. Harry knew it took multiple attempts for Lily to agree to go out with James. He was afraid that part of history would repeat itself. School had been in session for a month. The first Hogsmeade weekend was coming up that weekend. Harry had heard of Ginny's breakup with Michael Corner when he went to the Burrow to help Ron with keeper drills. Ginny was going to help, but then the letter came. She ended up holed up in her room for the rest of the day. When the now ex-boyfriend showed up at school with purple hair, black eyes, and a busted lip, Lily looked over at Harry, Ron, Fred, and George. They shrugged and didn't know how that happened. She never found out that they were the ones who did it. Are you going to Hogsmeade, Ginny? Harry smashed himself up against the wall when he heard the voice of Ginny's friend, Carrie. They were just ahead of him. I don't know. The sound of Ginny's voice made Harry's heart break. She sounded unhappy. He swallowed thickly, trying to think of a way to ask Ginny to Hogsmeade before someone else did. When he asked James for his advice, James advised him to be himself. Be the Harry Ginny knew, the kind, friendly, cheeky, fearless, but clumsy Harry. He really did become clumsy around her. The two fourth-year girls walked down the corridor, away from Harry's location. Just do it, Harry. Or you will regret it, Harry growled to himself. Coming out from the shadows, he ran in the direction where Ginny and Carrie had gone. His heart was pounding. His stomach fluttered with butterflies. He just hoped she would say yes. He realized they were going to Gryffindor Tower and followed them a few steps behind. When he reached the fat lady's portrait, he slipped in behind Katie and Angelina, discussing Quidditch practice. Angelina turned, realizing Harry was behind her. Harry, are you busy? The raven-headed seeker cut her off. 1 second, Angelina. Scanning the common room, Harry found Ginny sitting with her friends in the corner. They were sitting in the chairs, talking. Harry, unfortunately, had taken Fred's approach of asking a girl out and repeated what the redhead did with Angelina last year. Oi, Ginny, he called. What? Ginny called back. Would you go to Hogsmeade with me? Ginny squeaked in surprise. She felt the eyes of everyone in the room on her. Smiling, she nodded. Yes, I would love to. Great. Now able to breathe, Harry took off up the stairs to the boys' dorm. Ginny sat there, staring at where Harry was standing a moment before. She turned to her friends, who were all smiling at her. Somebody pinch me. I must be dreaming. The conversation quickly turned to what Ginny was going to wear on her date. The 4 girls moved upstairs to their dorm to sort through Ginny's clothes for something that would work for her date on Saturday. How little did Ginny know that her dream was about to come true. Ooh, Harry. Yeah, I heard you got a date with Ginny. Harry jerked up from his bed, only to fall on the floor in between his and Ron's bed. Who told you? Harry demanded after picking himself off the floor. Hermione. Ginny told her. Harry swallowed thickly, figuring now would be a good time as any. Ron. Harry began. Do you have a problem with me dating Ginny? Ron's silence sent panic waves through Harry. What if Ron had a problem with Harry dating Ginny? If I could pick someone for my sister. Ron paused for a second for dramatics. Then he turned to Harry, smiling. I would pick you. Harry's knees gave out. He slumped back on his bed, relief filling him to the brim. Thanks, Ron. Ron got up to head to the bathroom. He patted Harry's shoulder on his way. No problem. Harry let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He had just gotten Ron's BL.ing to ask Ginny to be his girlfriend. If the date went well, that is. Ron returned to the dorm a few minutes later, heading towards his bed. He and Harry often talked some before they went to sleep. Harry. Yeah, do you realize that if you hurt Ginny, best friend or not, I will kill you, right? Yeah, Harry replied, his voice sounding shaky. Noticing the nervousness in his best friend's voice, Ron decided to lighten the mood. So, what are your plans? Ooh. Harry's biggest challenge was keeping his date with Ginny a secret from Sirius, who would, in turn, tell James. However, keeping the date a secret was harder to keep from his mother than from his godfather. Lily didn't mention it until Harry was in her quarters Friday evening. So, I hear you have a date with Ginny. Harry spewed butterbeer on his shoes. How did you know? He exclaimed. I heard Ginny telling Luna about it. Don't worry. Sirius doesn't know. I hope he doesn't find out, Harry deadpanned. I hear. How he made your and Dad's first date interesting. He tagged along. But Sirius is going to London in the morning, Lily reminded him. Your dad and Sirius are going to do some work at the ministry. Taking over for the Aurors who would be here. Good, Harry sighed, relieved that James would be nowhere near Hogsmeade as well as Sirius. Mum. Yes, I'm thinking about asking Ginny to be my girlfriend after the date tomorrow. She sat down on the couch, sitting beside her son. He laid his head on her shoulder. Are you nervous? Very. Don't be alarmed if I don't eat much for breakfast. I have this fear that I'm going to throw up on her. Harry shuddered at the thought. Lily pressed a kiss to his forehead. You'll be fine, sweetheart. Thanks, Mum. Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower before curfew. He found Ginny sitting in one of the armchairs. She looked up at him and smiled. He smiled back. He just wanted everything to go smoothly tomorrow. Ooh. Butterflies were fluttering in Harry's stomach the next morning. As he and Ron approached the Great Hall, the fluttering increased. Nervous? Ron asked, taking the egg platter from Neville. Very. I don't think I can eat anything, Harry replied. You need to eat something, Neville said. I know. Ron, were you nervous when you asked Hermione to be your girlfriend? Ron and Hermione had finally gotten together over the summer. They told Harry when they got together in the middle of the summer for their yearly adventure into Muggle London. This year, they went without adults. They had a great time catching up with each other. Harry was happy for Ron and Hermione. But when he returned home, he started wondering if he would have a turn at having a girlfriend. Would girls be afraid of him? But when Ginny came to mind, those thoughts vanished. Sure, I was afraid she would say no. Harry sighed. That's what I'm afraid of. Ron turned to the doors, his jaw slacked. What is it, Ron? Harry asked before following his line of vision. When he looked towards the doors, his jaw too slacked. Hermione and Ginny had walked into the Great Hall, but Harry's eyes were only on Ginny. She wore her hair down with the sides pulled back by clips. Her hair was curled lightly and shinier than usual. She was wearing a dark purple sweater with 3/4 length sleeves. The neck was a deep V, and she wore a blue camisole underneath. She wore a pair of dark denim jeans. The hems were tucked into brown boots. Good morning, boys, the girls greeted. They sat down at the table across from the boys. Ginny started to fix herself breakfast. Hermione began talking about the plans she and Ron had for the day. As she talked, Harry munched on a piece of toast. He jumped when a vial appeared in front of him. He picked up the vial and read the note. Drink this. You haven't eaten much. It would make me feel better. Stop being so nervous. It will go well. I can't wait to hear all about it. Love, Mum. Harry uncorked the vial, swallowing the contents. He banished the vial back to his mother. There must have been a bit of calming draft in that, Harry whispered. He looked up at the head table, catching Lily looking at him. Thanks, Mum, he mouthed. She smiled. After breakfast was finished, everyone who was going to Hogsmeade headed to the courtyard. Where do you want to go first? Harry asked. Let's go to the owl shop. I need some treats for Pig. Ginny decided. Great, I need some treats for Hedwig. Hagrid said they have a salve or something for her wing. Hedwig had returned from London on Wednesday. Ron not. Iced when he came to bring a letter to Pig that her right wing was bleeding. He called Harry on the communication mirror Harry gave him for his birthday. Harry rushed to the Ollery, collected Hedwig, and rushed her to Hagrid's. Hagrid treated her, recommending Harry to call James to get in touch with an animal healer. After consulting with the animal healer at Elops, they determined Hedwig's wing was badly scratched. Luckily, her wing wasn't broken. James paid for the services, giving Harry enough money for the salve. Hagrid had used what he had. Harry volunteered to get him more. Will she be okay? Ginny asked. Yeah, Harry answered, holding the door open for Ginny when they reached the shop. Hagrid said she'll be back to flying next week. She's resting this week. She's lucky she didn't break her wing. Ginny headed to the owl treats, selecting the big box while Harry went to get the salve. Luckily, they had it. Harry picked up a box of treats, adding it to the basket with the salve. I need to go to the witch's closet for some tights, Ginny said as they left the shop. Okay, Harry said. Is there anywhere else you want to go? Gladrags, Mum's birthday is coming up. I was going to get her something there. As they walked to the witch's closet, Harry wasn't positive, but he was sure one of the Aurors nodded to him, smiling as if he was saying, way to go. He was stationed in between Zonko's and the bookshop. He shook it off, following Ginny into the witch's closet. Ginny headed for the tights while Harry stood with a few boys. One of them was a 7th-year Ravenclaw. Come on, Claire, how long can picking clothes take? The look the boy got back in return made Harry think, if looks could kill. In no time, Ginny joined him with a bag in her hand. Harry held tea. He door opened for her as they left the shop, heading to Gladrags. Once again, Harry opened the door for her. Thank you. Upon entering the shop, Ginny walked over to a selection of cloaks. Harry browsed through a bin of socks. He figured he could get something for Dobby for a bribe. They might need to use the house elf if they ever need to hide from Hermione. With owls this year, that might be a possibility. Harry held up a pair he thought Dobby would like. I think he'll like them, Ginny commented, coming up beside Harry. She had a cloak in her hand with a coupon from the morning paper. I'd use them if needed or keep them and give them to him at Christmas. After finishing at Gladrags, Harry and Ginny explored the village, wanting to save Honeydukes after lunch. There's a book I want to look for. Do you mind going to the bookstore? Ginny asked. No, lead the way. Ginny led Harry to the bookshop. Harry opened and held the door for Ginny before stepping inside. Ginny headed to the romance section. Finding the book she wanted, she felt a tap on her shoulder. "I thought you were on a date with Harry." Carrie asked. "I am. We decided to come in here before we went to lunch," Ginny explained. Carrie leaned over, whispering, "I hope you hook him soon." Ginny snorted, heading off to find Harry. "Since when did you read romance books?" Harry asked when she came up beside him. "I've always liked romance books. I borrowed one of Hermione's over the summer," Ginny explained. "I was hooked. There is nothing too steamy. It's not about sex if that's what you want to know." Harry blushed, his face turning red. Ginny noticed sometimes it extended down to his neck. It did right now. "I'm ready, so I'll go and check out." Harry nodded and followed Ginny to the door. As they left the bookstore, Ginny stuck her new book into her bag, along with her other purchases. "Ready for lunch?" Ginny asked. Harry's stomach answered for him by growling loudly. Ginny giggled. Harry led her to the 3 broomsticks. Ginny looked around for her brother and best friend. They found them sitting at the table in front of the fire. Of course, they were snogging. She looked at Harry, who shook his head. Ginny looked around and found a table in the far corner. "There's a table in the corner." "Okay," Harry murmured. They headed to the table, ordering a cottage pie with carrot curls and butterbeer. As they waited for their food, they swapped stories. "How mad was your mum when she found out?" Ginny asked after Harry told her about when James taught him about Quidditch. "Pretty mad. But since I was flying on a broom before I could walk, Mum had to let it go. Mum didn't want me to learn how to fly. I sneaked out of the house at night. I would break into the broom shed and steal one of my brother's brooms. Mum never knew. Now, I can fly just as good as my brothers. Or better. Broom sheds are easy to break into, aren't they?" Harry intoned. Ginny looked at Harry, shock written all over her face. "Harry Potter, are you telling me you broke into your dad's broom shed?" Harry shrugged. "Maybe once or twice. I climbed on the trellis that's beside my bedroom window." "Your parents don't know that, do they?" Ginny asked. Harry shook his head. "No. The waitress brought them their lunch, and they continued swapping stories." After they finished eating, Harry paid the bill. They ate a stop at the loo before heading to Honeydukes. Entering the candy shop, Ginny headed straight for the chocolate bars. She selected 4 dark chocolate bars. She picked up some candy to share with her friends. After she was done, she went in search of Harry. Harry picked up some truffles for Lily and chocolate frogs to split between him, Ron, and Neville. He also picked up a few of the dark chocolate bars Ginny had. "I didn't know you liked dark chocolate," Ginny stated. "Mum got me hooked on it last year. She likes it. It's something that I use to get out of trouble if I need to." Ginny laughed. "Does that work for you?" "No." Harry found that he enjoyed Ginny's company. When they returned to the castle, he planned to take Ginny on a walk along the grounds. They would stop at the tree. That became James and Lily's special spot. It would be there where Harry would ask Ginny to be his girlfriend. A part of him wondered if he was rushing things. But the bigger part of him didn't want to lose his chance. He didn't want to see Ginny with some other boy. Ginny was clueless about Harry's plan. She hoped he would ask her to be his girlfriend. If not today, soon. She noticed she loved seeing Harry being a normal 15-year-old. She loved seeing him smile and laugh. Harry sometimes felt the weight of the world on his shoulder. Ginny wanted to be the one who helped him forget about it all. "Where to now?" Harry asked. Ginny knew of one other place she needed to go. "I need to go to the apothecary," Ginny said quietly. She pointed to the shop. "Okay," Harry murmured. Harry didn't know why she was blushing. They walked into the apothecary, and Ginny walked down an aisle. Harry realized why she was blushing as she entered the feminine care aisle. He patiently waited for Ginny to make her purchases. While he waited, he looked at the sports injury treatment supplies. He picked up a bag of Epsom salts, a new hot water bottle, and a heating pad. He wanted something to help with the aches and pains he sometimes got after Quidditch practice. Lily brewed some balm for him that helped ease sore muscles. He wanted something he could use and wouldn't need to tell his mother. After making their purchases, Harry and Ginny left the shop. "Do you have everything you need?" Harry asked. "Yes, I do," Ginny replied. "Is there anywhere else you would like to go?" Ginny shook her head. "No, do you?" "No. Why don't we drop these off at the dorm and go for a walk?" Sounds good. They walked up to the castle, heading to Gryffindor Tower. After dropping their stuff off in their dorm, Harry and Ginny met in the common room. They left, heading outside to enjoy the beautiful October afternoon. As they walked the grounds, Harry reached for Ginny's hand. Ginny clasped her hand in his. She noticed that Harry's nervousness from this morning had returned. "I had a great time today," Ginny said, hoping to break the nervousness. "I did, too." Harry stopped when they reached the shade of the old oak tree. It was the exact spot where his parents had spent most of their time together. He didn't want to think about what they got up to in this spot. Harry turned to face Ginny, taking a deep breath as he did so. "Ginny, I have a confession to make." Ginny motioned for him to go on. Harry took another deep breath. "Ginny, there is no better way to say this than just saying it." Harry took a breath, closing his eyes for a brief moment. Then he opened them slowly. "I'm in love with you." Ginny felt that she could fly without a broom. She had dreamed of this moment for a long time and Dee kept holding on to the hope Harry would return the same feelings she had. She had an inkling that he loved her when he asked her to the Yule Ball last year. She knew that their relationship had changed then. Then Ginny said something that made Harry's heart jump. "I'm in love with you, too." Ginny leaned into Harry as he leaned into her. Soon, their lips touched, and they kissed. It was sweet, everything Ginny ever hoped it would be. Harry had to ask just one question. When they broke apart, panting for breath, Harry looked into the brown eyes he could so easily get lost in. Taking a deep breath, he asked Ginny the question she had been waiting for him to ask for 4 years. "Ginny, would you be my girlfriend?" Harry looked up at her, hoping she would say yes. Then Harry heard her answer. "Yes, I would love to." Harry smiled at her. She smiled back. He found himself engulfed in a hug by Ginny. He returned the hug. For a moment, he was afraid of letting her go. "I guess we're a couple now," Harry whispered. "Yeah, now we have to tell everyone." "Ooh." Lily entered her quarters to find a note on the table. She picked it up, reading it. She smiled as she reread the note. She said yes. She needed James to talk with their son now that it was official. She might even have a little chat with him as well. The flow flared. James tumbled out, managing to remain standing. "James, guess what happened?" Lily squealed excitedly. "Did Harry finally ask Ginny out?" James asked. Lily deflated. "How did you know?" "He asked me about it over the summer," James explained. "And I'll be up on Thursday to talk to him." "Thank you," Lily sighed. Sirius tumbled out of the flow, nearly knocking into James. "Sorry about that, Prongs," Sirius said. "It's all right, Padfoot." "Lily, should I tell him, or should you?" James asked. "Go on," Lily said, waving him on. "What's going on?" Sirius inquired. "Harry and Ginny are dating," James replied. "He asked her to Hogsmeade," Lily added. He sked her to be his girlfriend when they got back. Sirius grinned, chuckling as he shook his head. "Prongslet is dating. Where did the time go?" "It flew by," Lily commented. Sirius left to head back to his quarters. He couldn't believe that the little boy who used to chase him around when he was in his dog form now had a girlfriend. How was that possible? He knew if Harry came to him for dating advice, he would try his best to give him advice. He would need to be careful with his advice. The last thing he wanted was Lily to hex him. "It's like James and Lily all over again," Sirius chuckled. He was already imagining the hand-holding, the flirting, everything he saw James and Lily do when they started dating. Finding them kissing would be a possibility now. Snogging made Sirius shudder at the thought of Harry and Ginny doing that. He groaned when he realized he had lost the bet with Remus and he owed him 6 galleons. Ooh. Ginny woke up the next morning with a smile on her face. She headed into the bathroom to get ready for the day. As she got dressed, she smiled, remembering the events from the day before. Harry asked her to be his girlfriend. Her dream had come true. But did it? She stopped brushing her hair. Was it a dream? Was it real? Did Harry really ask her to be his girlfriend? She needed to know. Running out of the 4th-year girls' dorm, Ginny rushed down the stairs. She crossed over to the stairs leading up to the boys' dorm. Throwing the door open, she charged into the 5th-year boys' dorm. Approaching Harry's bed, she jumped onto it, thus waking up the still sleeping boy. "Harry, wake up. Was yesterday a dream? Did you really ask me to be your girlfriend?" she exclaimed loudly. Harry pushed himself up. Now sitting up, he rubbed his eyes with one hand. He reached for his glasses with the other. Slowly, Ginny came into view. He smiled. First, good morning. Second, it wasn't a dream. I really did ask you to be my girlfriend. Any other questions? No. Okay then. Can you wake me up every morning? Ginny leaned in, kissing him on the lips. We'll talk at breakfast. Get up. I'll leave you to get dressed. She got off the bed and walked to the door. She only took 2 steps before turning around to peek in. She watched as Harry got out of bed. She felt herself blush. Harry had slept without a shirt on the night before. Her eyes ogled at Harry's toned torso. Quidditch has been good to you, Ginny thought as she trekked downstairs. She walked into the common room and sat down on the couch. It wasn't long before Harry came downstairs. He scanned the common room until he found her. When he did, he smiled, walking towards her. Ready to go? He asked. She nodded. Taking his offered hand, she stood up and let him lead her to the portrait hole. Many people noticed their hand-holding as they walked down to the Great Hall. They found Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table. They met up the night before when Harry and Ginny returned to the common room. The hand-holding was the tell they were now together. Hermione squealed. Ron hugged both Harry and his sister. Several of Ginny's friends told her how happy they were for her. Ginny had told her friends in the dorm about the date the night before. I want the details before we start working, Luna said when she came over to confirm where they were meeting. I have a charms study group today. What do you guys have going on today? Ginny asked. Study group, Harry replied, cutting the sausage on his plate. What are we working on? Ron asked. Transfiguration, Hermione said. Going over what we've covered in class. We got an exam coming up. A week from tomorrow, Harry added. After they finished breakfast, Harry walked Ginny to one of the study rooms off the library. Harry, Neville, Ron, and Hermione were in the one next door. Standing outside the door, Ginny wrapped her around Harry's waist. She looked up at him, smiling. I'll see you later, she murmured. She turned to walk into the study room. But then she turned around and grabbed Harry right before he walked into the other study room. She grabbed him by the shoulder, turning him around. She reached up and pulled him down by the neck of his shirt. Without a word, she pressed her lips to his. He caught on quickly, returning the kiss. When they broke apart, she smirked at the slap-happy look on Harry's face. I'll see you at lunch, babe, she murmured. Turning around, she walked towards the study room. Opening the door, she waved at Harry. He waved back. Babe, Harry said, smiling. I can get used to this. The night was quiet. The cool nights of August came a day early. There was only an hour left on the last day of July. The only sounds in the house were James snoring, the fan running, and the water dripping in the bathroom. While everyone in the house was sleeping, Lily lay awake. She couldn't think of why she wasn't able to sleep. They celebrated Harry's 16th birthday that day. In a year, he would be 17. An adult in the wizarding world. She wasn't ready to let go of her son. If it were up to her, she would keep Harry with her. Lily knew the day was coming when Harry would spread his wings and fly. She would have 2 more years with Harry at home. Harry was going to wait until he was 18 to move out. Harry was already a little independent. He would wander off on his own when they went out, never leaving the house without taking an emergency portkey with him. Even though Harry was testing his independence, he wanted his mother. Even at 16, he still allowed her hugs and kisses. When he was sick, he wanted her. All he wanted was her comfort, no matter what was wrong. He was still a mama's boy, and Lily enjoyed every minute of it. Harry used to cling to her, not wanting to let go of her. He would hold her hand like a lifeline. Now, Harry was only clingy to her whenever he was sick. He will sit with her on the couch. He still lays his head on her shoulder or in her lap. She would run her fingers through his hair or scratch his back. Lily sat up, gazing out the window that gave a view of the back of the house. The sky was clear. The stars were shining brightly, twinkling in the night sky. She could see the Quidditch pitch that James installed the summer after they moved into the house. The tree with Harry's tree house stood tall and proud in the corner of the yard, not cutting off the view of the pitch from an upstairs window. Harry still went up there thanks to some charms James added to hold the weight of the now 16-year-old. Without thinking, she pushed the quilt back and stood up, pulling on her dressing gown and toeing on her slippers. She quietly walked out of her bedroom and down the corridor to Harry's bedroom. Harry's bedroom door was cracked open. Lily gently pushed open the door, smiling at the sight of her sleeping son. The moonlight shined through the window. The light cast a glow into the room. It made Harry look paler than he already was. Harry was lying on his back. His head turned to the side, facing the wall. Lily watched as his nose twitched. He let out a puff of air, turning his head towards the door. His right arm was slung across his torso. His left hand was slung over his head. The t-shirt rode up, showing a small patch of his belly. The quilt he slept under was bunched at his waist. Lily knew there was no use in fixing it. At some point in the night, it would be on the floor. This wasn't the first time Lily came into Harry's room in the middle of the night and watched him sleep. Last summer, he watched him sleep until James came and carried her back to bed. Harry never knew she was there, watching him sleep. Quietly, Lily pulled out the chair from the desk to the side of Harry's bed and sat down in the chair. She leaned forward, pushing back the stray hair off his forehead. Her mind wandered back to the day she found out she was pregnant. She was working the day shift at St. Mungo's when she was overcome with nausea. Realizing how active she and James had been, she took a pregnancy test. Her heart soared when the potion turned pink. She wanted a baby. They decided to wait until the war was over to start a family. They never decided how many children they wanted to have. James's reaction was nothing like Lily had imagined. He was excited he was going to be a father. He nearly shouted it from the rooftops. Sirius told her he had announced it big and loud at the Auror office the following morning. He received pats on the back and hearty congratulations. Lily was lucky that the pregnancy was smooth. Then, when the baby started moving, all comfort Lily had in the early months of pregnancy was out the window. James waited on her hand and foot, getting her ice cream at 2 in the morning, rubbing her feet. And keeping enough treacle tart in the house for her to eat one each hour. Lily's mind wandered to Harry's birth. He was 3 days overdue. Lily was ready to pull James's head off. She was a trooper during 10 of the 20 hours of labor. For the remaining 10, she sobbed in frustration and whimpered to James that she couldn't take it anymore and couldn't do it. But 1 hour before he was born, Lily was ready to push. She only pushed for an hour until Harry made his appearance. The look of pure joy on James's face when the healer announced it was a boy will be forever in her memory. Her heart swelled when she was handed their baby. A 9-pound, 22-inch long healthy baby boy. He was pink, screaming at the top of his lungs, and the most precious thing Lily laid eyes on. She will never forget the moment when they handed her Harry. His eyes were open and wide. He looked around at this new world he had just entered. Then he settled on his mother. James counted 10 fingers and 10 toes. He was holding him when he inhaled sharply, turning Harry towards Lily. "He's got your eyes," he breathed. Lily laughed. "He's got your hair," pointing to the mop of black hair on his head. There was a surge of panic as she realized this baby in her arms was her baby. No one will come and get him at the end of the day. He was hers. Then suddenly, Harry started to cry. Her motherly instincts came to her like second nature. She immediately latched him onto a breast. James watched as Lily went from panic-stricken to knowing what to do. Many different order members stopped by to see Lily and Harry the next day. Frank had wheeled down Alice, holding Neville to visit. The boys were a day apart. Alice joked they would be best friends one day. Remus took a picture of James holding Harry and Frank holding Neville. Lily needed to find that picture. After a while, it was just Remus and Sirius. Even though he had taken pictures the night before, Remus took a few more. He got one of Sirius holding Harry. This time, when Remus took the picture, instead of looking down at the baby, Sirius looked at the camera. Remus even managed to get a picture of James attempting to change Harry's nappy. When Lily had the pictures developed, the picture of James and the nappy change quickly became one of her favorites. James took a few pictures himself. He got one of Remus holding Harry, looking down at the baby and the camera. Of course, there were dozens of pictures of just Harry. The nappy changing picture and other pictures Harry deemed embarrassing were missing. Lily knew Harry had hidden the pictures but didn't know where. She knew she was lucky that Harry was a good baby. He ate well and slept well. In general, he was a happy baby. Things got rough for James and Lily when they went into hiding and were stuck in the house. Cabin fever settled in. Eventually, they had the yard warded so they could at least go outside for some fresh air. Sirius would come over to visit when he could. He would chase Harry as Padfoot in the backyard and let Harry chase him. The yard at the house in Godric's Hollow was a postage stamp compared to the size of the one that had now. Harry could build a house back there someday, and there would still be room for more. Then Halloween came, and Voldemort found them. They still couldn't understand how they survived. Dumbledore provided many theories, but they never concluded anything. Lily would never forget the 10 months they spent in St. Mungo's. When they woke up, the first thing they did was get in touch with Dumbledore. They told him Peter was their secret keeper, not Sirius. Then they wanted to know who had Harry. They were relieved that Sirius had him. During their first visit with Harry, Sirius told them he fought to get guardianship of Harry. Even though she missed 11 months of Harry's life, she was grateful Harry had someone like Sirius to take care of him. They visited every day when they were in St. Mungo's. When they went home, reality came crashing down. They now had Harry back. Sirius lived with them until he found a better place to live. He found a place in one of London's better neighborhoods and moved into the flat the summer Harry turned 3. Lily watched as Harry slept, having shifted to lie on his stomach while her mind was in the past. She knew she was one of the lucky ones. She had a teenager who didn't cause a lot of trouble. The few neighbors commented on what a sweet, polite, and caring young man Harry was. Lily felt that she and James were doing a great job. Sirius A&D Remus assured Lily and James that they had done a great job raising Harry. "Ooh, what are you doing?" Lily jumped at the voice and turned to find James leaning against the door frame of Harry's door. "Have a nightmare that Harry moved out or something?" James asked, whispering. "No, nothing like that," Lily assured him. "Just." She paused for a second before she said, "I can't believe he's 16 already. Where did the time go?" James pulled Lily out of the chair. He sat in the armchair in the corner of Harry's room, settling her on his lap. "I know you are having a hard time with this, Lily Flower. But it's not like Harry's leaving the nest tomorrow. He told you many times that I'm not moving out until I'm 18. I don't think you two would kick me out when I turn 17, Harry stated, sitting up. "How long have you been awake?" Lily demanded. 5 minutes. I need to use the loo. Be right back." Harry shuffled sleepily to the bathroom door connected to his room and went in, closing the door behind him. "He's right, Lily. We wouldn't be that mean and kick him out because he turned 17. Lily silently nodded, knowing that she was just being silly. He knew that there would come a day when Harry moved out of the house permanently. For now, she would enjoy having Harry home with her. When Harry returned to his bedroom, he asked, "Mom, how long have you been sitting there watching me sleep?" 45 minutes, Lily answered. "I've spent many nights sitting here watching you sleep when we first moved here. I remember you sitting there watching me sleep. That was not too long ago." Quote, "That was last summer," James reminded his son. "Well, we should be getting to bed. It's late." Before leaving the room, Lily leaned over and kissed Harry's forehead. "Good night, sweetheart." "Good night, Mom." James ruffled Harry's bedhead. "Get some sleep, son." "Good night, Dad." Returning to their bedroom, Lily crawled into her and James's bed. She laid down, allowing James to pull her close. He wrapped his arms around his wife. "What are you thinking about, Lily Flower?" he whispered. "I was thinking about something my mother said when I was growing up. No matter how old you are, you're still your mother's child. It doesn't matter how old Harry gets. He'll still be my baby." "I know," James said, hoping Lily would go back to sleep. But Lily lay there for a few minutes, long after James went back to sleep. "A mother's thoughts can keep you up at night," was the last thing on Lily's mind as she dozed off to sleep. Lily ran up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, and flung open the door leading to the spell-damaged floor. She had just received word from Healer Chorley that James had just been brought in and was injured. Running through the halls, she weaved through the maze of healers and metawitches until she reached the main desk. James was gone on a mission to capture a wizard wanted for muggle baiting. He was injured once again. This time, it warranted a trip to St. Mungo's. She was on James's contact list and imagined Sirius had gone to the house to get Harry. She regretted agreeing to let him stay home alone at that moment. But Harry was 14 years old. Too old for a babysitter, at least to Harry. Reaching the main desk for the spell damage ward, She stopped and slammed a hand down on the desk to bring attention to herself. I need to see Healer Chorley. I'm Lily Potter, James Potter's wife. Lily began rambling off to the Medowitch at the desk. Lily. She turned at the sound of her name and found the healer she was looking for. Healer Chorley was among the healers who oversaw the Aurors when they came to St. Mungo's. He was a medium-build man with brown hair, blue eyes, and about James's height. Between Healer Chorley and Healer Morris, Harry's primary care healer, Lily spent many hours in their waiting rooms. In 3 strides, she was in front of the healer. Tell me he's okay, she pleaded. He's okay. He took a spell to the chest. And he hit his head. He has a concussion as well, he explained. Lily sighed in relief, letting out the breath she had been holding. Did anyone come with him? She asked. Someone often came with an Auror when they were brought into the hospital. The healer looked in James's file. Lily noticed that it had gotten thicker. Yes, a Sirius Black, he said. You called. As if he was summoned. Sirius appeared beside Lily. She jumped. Sirius, don't do that, she growled. Sighing, she asked, did you notify Remus? Yes, and I flowed your house and told Harry. I offered to come and get him, but he said. Sirius was cut off by a witch's grumbling, the youth today, no respect. Sorry. A familiar voice called. They turned to see Harry weaving through patients, healers, and Medowitches. He was about to run past his mother, but she grabbed his shirt. Harry almost started to fight the person who grabbed him when he heard, "It's me, Harry." "Mum, what happened?" he panted. "That is what I was about to find out when you came charging in here," Lily informed her son. She turned to Healer Chorley. "What happened? It wasn't a request. I think he," the healer pointed to Sirius, "should explain. He approached a fugitive by himself. As a result, he got knocked unconscious," Sirius explained. The healer explained the next steps in James's care. He added they were going to monitor him closely. "Can we see him?" Harry asked, speaking up for the first time. The healer led the mother and son to James's room. Lily entered first, and Harry followed with Sirius behind him. James laid in the bed. He was pale but breathing and alive. Lily settled in the armchair beside the bed, leaving Harry with the hardback chair. This wasn't the first time James was brought into St. Mungo's. Lily knew it wouldn't be the last. "This is why I hope you don't become an Auror," Lily deadpanned, looking at her son. "I'll keep this in mind," he replied. Lily looked James over. She noticed his face was bruised. His lip was split, and there were a few other injuries. A concussion was one of them, and because Harry had inherited James's vomit trigger, she called it, vomit would be in her near future. "Well, this is a wonderful start to your summer," Sirius sighed, looking at Harry. "Huh," Harry said. "This is a wonderful start to your summer," Sirius repeated. "Did you say you informed Remus?" Lily asked. "Yeah," Sirius murmured. He walked over to where Harry was sitting. "Budge up." Harry scooted over in the chair to give Sirius more room. When Sirius sat down, he pulled Harry to him. Sitting beside him in the chair. "You're too big for my lap," Sirius teased. Harry looked at his godfather. "I'm almost 14. I'm too big for anyone's lap." Sirius ruffled Harry's hair and then patted his back. "This is where the party is at?" Remus asked as he entered the room. "Yes," Lily sighed. She looked over at her son, whose head was leaning on Sirius's shoulder. "I've spent too much time here." Remus hummed in agreement. Sirius chuckled. Harry never moved from his spot, leaning against his godfather. "I think so, too," Sirius said. Healer Chorley came in and checked James's vitals. He asked Lily if James had shown any sign of waking up. She said no. "Let me know when he does." And the healer left the room. After some time, Lily turned to Sirius. "I want the full story," she demanded. Sirius sighed and began to tell what had transpired that day. James and Sirius were searching for a man wanted for questioning in a case of Muggle baiting. Kingsley and a few others had suspicions the man they were after was the ringleader. James had spent so much time on this case that he hadn't been coming home until long after Harry went to bed. They were sitting on an old tree stump, waiting for Kingsley's signal. "Merlin's muddy boots, Padfoot, your breath stinks," James hissed. "When did you brush your teeth the last time?" "Really, Prongs. Complaining about my breath. When was the last time you took a shower?" Sirius retorted. "You smell worse than Harry does after Quidditch practice." James winced. Harry was known to come in from outside after an afternoon of flying or playing a game of football by himself, smelling like a wet dog. Shut up, Padfoot. You shut up. It was by pure luck that Sirius and James had become partners. Although Sirius went to Hogwarts this past year with Remus, and James had gone up to help during the nights and days after the full moon, James hadn't been assigned a new partner. But when they both were in the office, they worked together. Moody had often said that even though they could be mischievous, they were good Aurors. Sirius had transformed into his animagus form and walked around the property. James stayed on the stump, watching the property from where he sat. A snap of a twig brought James's attention to the house. They found the person they were after was leaving the house. James immediately got up and walked towards the man. Walter Riley. Quote. The man hesitated before nodding. Yes, I'm from the Auror department, Mr. Riley. You are wanted for questioning. Sirius watched as James approached the fugitive. Then he shot a red light off towards James. The next thing Sirius knew, he was portkeying to St. Mungo's with an unconscious James. When Sirius finished the story, they sat in silence until. James, you idiot, Remus said. I was going to say that, Sirius retorted. Lily shook her head at how childlike that statement from Sirius sounded. You're an idiot, James Henry Potter. Lily leaned back in her chair, watching her husband sleep. She sat there, staring at him, watching his breathing. The number of times she had sat here, watching her husband breathe, was too many. But really, she was thankful he was still alive. He is still here. He is breathing, and for that, she's grateful. She was brought back to reality when Harry sat beside her. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders, hugging her close. It felt odd to her. She was used to giving her son comfort. Not the other way around. She pressed a kiss to the top of his head. I love you, she whispered. Ooh. Sirius sat in the chair on the right side of James's bed. He had moved to this chair when Lily had set the reclining chair she was sitting in up for Harry when he had fallen asleep. Remus went to their house to collect some things James would need. Lily had asked him to bring a blanket and a book for Harry. He had just returned when suddenly James turned his head from left to right before slowly opening his eyes. Street Mungo's? He asked. Yes, the three adults said in unison. Healer Chorley had just walked in and stopped at the foot of the bed. I see you're awake, he stated. How are you, James? I'm fine, James replied. Lily leaned over the bed. Do you think I believe you? I know you're not fine. Okay, James sighed. My head hurts, and my chest and back hurt. He turned to Lily. Happy. Lily smiled softly and nodded. Do you know what happened? James shook his head, wincing at the pain in his head. You approached Riley by yourself, like an idiot, and got knocked unconscious, Sirius explained. He smirked at James. You mean Riley knocked me out? James asked, surprised. Remus, Sirius, and Lily nodded. James sighed and leaned back against the pillow, not minding Healer Chorley checking his vitals. Once the healer was done, he approached Lily. Here is a list of potions he'll need. He handed the list to Lily, knowing she would see he took the potions. He turned to his patient. Regardless, James, you've been seriously injured. The curse had hit too close to your heart. But it managed to miss it. I want to check that before you go home, but it did make your heart go out of rhythm. Lily gasped as James, Sirius, and Remus's eyes widened. Lily was thankful that Harry was still asleep and was clueless, for now, about what was going on. It had sounded serious, more serious than anyone could have imagined. I have another patient to check on. I'll come back and talk to you more. Once the healer left the room, Lily leaned over and kissed James on the forehead. Then they kissed. I love you, they whispered to each other. Ooh, Harry had woken up an hour ago. Lily explained what had happened to James. She didn't leave anything out and hadn't sugar-coating it. Sirius knew the reason was she was against the idea of Harry following in his father's footsteps and becoming an Auror. When Healer Jackson, James's personal healer, came in to check on James, Sirius and Harry retreated to the waiting area. Remus had left to begin something for dinner. This way, there was something ready to eat, and Lily didn't need to worry about cooking. Harry flopped on his back on the large loveseat in the waiting room. Sirius had noticed Harry had been quiet since Lily had told him what happened to James. What's on your mind? Harry took a deep breath, his belly deflating as he exhaled. What would happen to Mum and me if something happened to Dad? If Sirius was shocked by the question, he didn't show it. Harry was at the age where he was old enough to know what was going on. You and your mum will be fine. Remus and I could move in to help out around the house. The burden won't be all on you. Harry sat up, leaning against Sirius. This was normal behavior for Harry if something was bothering him or he wasn't feeling well. Sirius knew Harry wasn't sick because he didn't feel warm. Are you afraid that something will happen to your dad? Harry nodded mutely. Sirius patted his back. Harry was like Lily. He was a worrywart and tended to overreact to things, especially if it was life-changing, such as losing James. Come back in, you two, Lily said at the door. Harry followed Lily. Sirius trailed behind him. Lily stopped to let Harry catch up and wrapped an arm around his shoulders. Healer Chorley met them at the door and motioned for them to go in first. He followed Sirius into the room. Okay, we're going to release you to go home. I'm ordering bed rest for 3 to 5 days. Bed rest. Lily and James shouted at the same time. James nearly shot off the bed. But a pain in his chest stopped him. 3 to 5 days, the healer repeated. Oh my, Merlin, Lily muttered. It's going to be a long 3 to 5 days, Harry stammered. He couldn't have been more right. Ooh, Lily, can you bring me some water? Sure, give me a second. It had been 2 days since James had been on bed rest. So far, James had run Lily to death. She'd been in the basement working on potions when James called for her. She walked up to the kitchen and fixed a glass of water. She ascended the stairs and entered their bedroom. Here you go, Lily said, handing James the glass of water. Thanks, love. Lily headed to her closet and picked up her purse. I need to head to the store. Harry's here, so call him if anything. Okay. Lily left, leaving James alone in the bedroom. He noticed that Lily hadn't left him anything to read. He decided to get his wand and summon a book. Accio book. The book James summoned from downstairs flew upstairs. But another book sailed into the room. Followed by another. A faint, ow, sounded from downstairs. Then footsteps sounded on the stairs. Harry entered the room. He was not happy about being hit in the head with the book. If you want a book, tell me. I'll get one. Without another word, Harry left the room and headed to his room. The slight slam of the door echoed in the quiet house. Ooh, Ari peeked in on James before heading back downstairs. Lily had come back from the store and was putting her groceries up. She slipped into the scullery, putting away the extra cereal and crackers. Ari walked into the kitchen as Lily came back in from the scullery. Dad summoned a book, and it hit me in the head, he informed her. Lily instantly began checking Harry's head, afraid the impact might have caused something. Are you all right? Harry nodded and lifted himself onto the counter. It's not like he did it on purpose. Lily hummed in agreement. She headed towards the study to place me ink in the desk drawer when a book flew towards her. It whacked her in the face. She paused for a second and then charged up the stairs. Like a bull, she charged into the bedroom. She marched to the bed and took James's wand from him. I'm taking this. She left the bedroom, leaving a shocked James behind her. Ooh, it had gotten so bad that Lily would send Harry if James asked for something or to bring him his meals. Lily thanked her lucky stars that Harry was willing to help. James hadn't tapped his patience yet. Lily, I'm hungry. Can you bring me some crisps? James bellowed from his bed. Oh sure, I have nothing to do. I don't have anything important to do today. Lily grumbled. James waited for a while for Lily to bring him his snack. He waited, and waited, and waited. Harry, can you bring me some crisps? No answer. He's in the basement. James sighed and waited. Then the bedroom door opened. Sirius entered carrying a bag of crisps. Here, Sirius tossed James the crumpled bag of crisps. James caught it as Sirius climbed onto Lily's side of the bed. The armchairs were too far away. What happened to the? James trailed off, holding the bag of crisps. I don't know what you did, Prongs. That wife of yours is very frustrated with you. Sirius couldn't help but smirk. What was your first clue? James inquired. I would say it was when I walked in the back door. She handed me the crisps and then growled, literally growled, take this to that husband of mine before I kill him. James laughed nervously. He better tone down the complaining and whining. Lily. Had the power to make his life miserable. He didn't want his wife to kill him. Why didn't you just summon the crisps? Sirius asked. Because Lily took my wand, James hesitantly said, knowing Sirius would laugh. He was right when Sirius began to chuckle. Okay, why did she do that? I might have accidentally summoned a book that hit her in the face. Sirius went from chuckling to full-fledged laughing. Despite himself, James found himself chuckling too. I think she was going to take it anyway because before I summoned the book that hit Lily in the face, I summoned a book that hit Harry in the head. Sirius continued to laugh, increasing the volume in the house. So, what are you doing here? Sirius is staying here while Harry and I go clothes shopping. He's outgrown a lot of his clothes. Okay, have fun. When Lily and Harry were gone, James turned to Sirius. So, what's happening at the office? Ooh. Harry and Lily returned 3 hours later, only going to one store sin. Lily decided to get other clothes when they went to Diagon Alley and other times in the summer. She didn't want to leave James for long, but Harry really needed clothes. I see you're back, James said when Lily dropped a bag of pajama pants for James on the bed. Staying for dinner, Sirius. Always, he replied. Maybe you can keep her from murdering me, James murmured. I could help her, Sirius retorted. But then I'll be dead. Quote, oh, is that how it works? You want your best friend. Brother in everything but blood, dead. Alright, I won't. Sirius headed downstairs and collected some food from Lily. Sirius saw Harry sitting at the table. You knew you could. Harry cut him off, shaking his head. No, I'm not giving you to a fashion show. I've tried on enough clothes today. I'm not going to repeat that. Darn. Ooh. James sat in Healer Chorley's exam room, shivering. It was always cold in this room, and he had yet to figure out why. Why is it always so cold in here? James pondered. The door to the exam room opened. I ask myself that question every day, the healer replied. How are you, James? Better, no soreness. I can move without pain. Thanks for telling Lily to bring me in here. I would have gone mad if I had to stay in that bed. Well, I figured it would be better, so if I had to admit you to the hospital for any reason, it would be easier. Getting out his wand, Healer Chorley began running diagnostic charms. Okay, James, Healer Chorley said, depositing his wand inside his pocket. It appears you are completely healed. Does that mean no more bed rest? Yes, no more bed rest. James was a little disappointed. In the beginning, he was extremely bored and restless. However, as time passed, he discovered he had actually enjoyed being on bed rest. He was weighted on hand and foot. He also loved passing on the responsibility to Lily and gladly handed over the job of the yard work to Harry. Could we not tell Lily for another day or two? James asked. I think she's planning to hex me as soon as I'm healed. Too late, Potter. I know, Lily said, opening the door. Done at Healer Morris's already? James asked. Lily had dropped James off at Healer Chorley and had taken Harry to his appointment with Healer Morris. Yes. Ready? Lily asked. James followed Lily to the waiting room, where Lily collected Harry, and they flowed home. Go and change clothes and then head outside. The grass needs to be mowed. The weeds need to be cut. Get moving, she ordered. I thought Harry did that early. James trailed off as Lily gave him her look. I'll go take care of that right now. By the time James had finished the grass and the weeds, Lily had compiled a list of things he would need to do now that he wasn't on bed rest. It was getting to be pretty long. However, since Harry had his summer homework done and Lily had approved it, he was available to help his dad. Could I have my wand back now? Lily had yet to return his wand after the incident with the book. The work Lily had assigned him would take longer since he had to do it all the Muggle way. But at least he had Harry to help him. No, James sighed, desperately wishing Lily had not heard the healer's words. Ooh, Lily watched James sleep that night. She was grateful he was alright. She didn't want to think about a life without him in it. She didn't think she would handle it if something happened to him. How could she make it through Harry's teen years without him? She had 3 more years to go until he was of age, and she wanted James there. Quietly as she could, she slipped out of her bedroom and into Harry's room. He was asleep, lying on his stomach and snoring slightly. He had slept in between them the night before because of a nightmare. James and Harry had talked about it while they worked in the garden. Harry was able to get out his fears of something happening to James on the job. James assured Harry that he would always be safe on the missions. And this was an accident because of his stupidity. Lily watched them from the kitchen window, smiling and trying to keep the tears from flowing when she thought of the alternative. She could have been planning a funeral. But she wasn't. She turned to return to her bed when she heard, "Mom. What are you doing up, Harry?" she asked. "Something wrong?" Harry returned. "No. Just thought I'd check on you." She approached Harry and kissed his forehead. "Go back to sleep, and we'll see you in the morning." Harry obeyed her and fell asleep, soon snoring almost as loud as Ron. She turned to her bedroom and smiled as she watched James sleep. She hoped she didn't come close to losing him again. With his job, that was a possibility. Accidents and hospital stays would be in her future, regardless. She hoped Harry didn't want to follow in James's footsteps and become an Auror. That wasn't something she had to worry about for another year. She turned and stared at her husband. Even though he nearly drove her mad, she wouldn't have it any other way. Lily smiled at the excited faces and chatter among the third years. Today was the first Hogsmeade day of the year, Harry's first one. He had been a couple of times with her when she needed to stock up on potion supplies. She didn't take him every time, only a few times. The few times she took him with her, she used it as an excuse to spend time with her son. When Harry had gone with her, they only went to the apothecary, Honeydukes, and the Three Broomsticks. She had debated whether or not to sign Harry's permission form. There was a reason. Peter Pettigrew had escaped prison over the summer. Lily was worried he would come after Harry. James convinced her he would be safe with the Aurors present in Hogsmeade, assuring the Aurors would especially look out for Harry. Lily scanned the Gryffindor table for her son and his friends. She smiled when she found him at their usual spot, most likely discussing where they would like to go. Seeing Harry happy, talking with his friends about their adventure into the village, confirmed she had made the right choice. Of course, she had made it clear, like any other privilege, she could take it away. When breakfast was over, Lily headed to the entrance hall to wait for her son. James flowed to Hogwarts the night before. He gave Lily a money bag to give to Harry. She had forgotten about it when she left her quarters, having to turn around for it when she was almost to the Great Hall. Harry locked eyes with her when he looked in her direction. She crooked her finger in a "come here" expression. Harry listened and walked over to where she was standing. "Dad brought this last night. Spend it wisely. Get any supplies you need." She handed him the money bag. "Dad said to treat Ron and Hermione to lunch. Is Neville with you?" "Yeah, he's with us." "Okay, add him too." "Thanks, Mum. Is Dad going to be here later?" he asked. Lily nodded. "He will be." "Okay. See you later, Mum." Harry kissed her cheek and went to join the others heading to Hogsmeade. Lily watched him go a few steps before she thought of something and, in 2 strides, reached her son. She grabbed T. He hood of his hoodie and turned him around to face her. "Don't stuff yourself with sweets, all right?" "Okay, Mum." "Last call," Professor McGonagall called. Harry said bye to Lily and ran over to join Hermione and Ron in line. He waved to her as they walked out the door. Lily waved back, watching them go until they were out of sight. She headed up to the hospital wing, where she planned to spend day cleaning and organizing since there weren't many students staying in the hospital wing this weekend. With just the first and second years in the school, Lily found the time to do some potion brewing. Between her and Severus, they were always fully stocked with potions. Lily's specialty was a potion for girls. It was a version of the contraceptive potion. The potion helped balance girls' menstrual cycles, especially the heaviness and cramps, working similarly to Muggle birth control. Lily had made it so much she could make it blindfolded. She administered the potion to 15 girls from ages 13 to 17. There was a discussion on why they wanted to take the potion if they were opting to. Anyone under the age of 17 needed permission from their parent. Some had a recommendation from their healer. Others, like Hermione, asked her advice on whether or not to take it. After consulting with Hermione and Jane, Lily recommended starting with a low dose of the potion following her next cycle. Jane Granger even told Lily that she wished she had something like that when she was Hermione's age. The potion had worked for Hermione. Jane had written Lily personally to thank her for helping her daughter. Hermione thanked her for her help when she came for her next dose. The one downside to the potion was the side effects. It took a lot of trial and error for nearly every girl who took the potion. Loss of appetite to extreme moodiness was the most common side effect. Mood swings were brought to the forefront, especially with Hermione. Lily stifled her laughter when Hermione asked her if there was a way boys could understand what girls went through during that time of the month. The reason why she had asked was because of Ron. Harry had witnessed the moodiness Lily had during her time of the month. He knew what to expect and walked on eggshells around Hermione. Harry even tried to warn Ron to be careful, but the redhead shrugged. When Harry told Lily that Hermione had punched Ron, she couldn't help but laugh. From then on, Harry and Ron began keeping track. They even marked a calendar of when Hermione's moodiness began. When Neville asked what the marks were for, Ron explained to know when Hermione was moody next month. After she had finished the potions, Lily headed back to her quarters. She wasn't there long when Professor Dumbledore followed her, asking her to meet him in his office. When she arrived, she was surprised to find her husband. He was sitting in one of the chairs across from the headmaster's desk. "What's going on?" Lily asked. "The Minister has decided to send Dementors up here to search the grounds for Pettigrew," James explained. "Okay, and this concerns us how?" Lily asked. "Harry." Lily nodded, sitting down. She remembered what happened on the train here. Thankfully, Remus was there. He had looked after Harry until they made it to Hogwarts. When they arrived, she checked on her son. She hadn't thought about it until today. "Since Harry is the most affected by them, I thought we would teach him how to repel them." "How?" Lily asked. "The Patronus charm," Dumbledore replied. "I've convinced Fudge that they stay near the gates. But Hogsmeade is another story. Since the Aurors are patrolling the village, the Dementors will fly above the castle on these days." "On the days the students are visiting Hogsmeade," Lily clarified. Dumbledore nodded. "They can patrol from the sky as well. There's another thing. One word from Kingsley, and they return to Azkaban," James added. "If they cause too many problems for the school, they will." Fudge agreed. Lily asked. "It was a compromise," James said. "If Fudge had his way, they would be more than just the ones around the gates. They would be all around the school. It was my idea with the Aurors in Hogsmeade. Pettigrew could kidnap one of them, not just my son. It's a risk I wasn't willing to take. They all have given me their word they would look out for Harry," James explained. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, looking older than he was for the first time since Lily could remember. "How much does Harry know?" he asked, suddenly breaking the brief silence. "Everything," James answered. "I wasn't going to send my son to this school and him not know what's going on. He doesn't know, though, what Pettigrew tends to do. He doesn't know Pettigrew would want to capture him and—" Lily couldn't finish. The mother's intuition in her couldn't let her finish. Dumbledore watched as Lily got up and began to pace. Suddenly, she stopped. "Thank you, Albus, for bringing this to our attention." With that, Lily left the office and briskly walked down the corridor. "Lily, wait up." Lily stopped for a second to allow James to catch up. Then she walked briskly down the corridor. James didn't need to ask where they were going. They quickly reached the corridor leading to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and Remus and Sirius's shared quarters. "Mischief managed," James told the portrait. Lily walked in first. They found Remus sitting in the chair by the fireplace. He had a book in his hand and a cup of tea sitting on the table beside him. "Remus, could you do us a favor?" James asked, bringing the werewolf's attention to the couple in the room. "Sure, anything, Prawns." Remus closed the book, sitting it on the table. He leaned forward as James and Lily lowered themselves onto the couch. "Can you teach Harry the Patronus charm?" Lily asked. If Remus was surprised, he didn't show it. "Is this because of the demeanors?" At James and Lily's questioning look, Remus added. "It's in today's prophet. Yes, we know how the Dementors could affect Harry. I rather he knows how to repel one," James retorted. "I can talk to Harry about the lessons after class on Monday if you like." "Talk to Harry about what?" Remus, James, and Lily turned at Sirius's voice. He walked into the sitting room, sitting down a stack of graded papers. "Teaching Harry how to do the Patronus charm," Remus replied. "I thought he might need to learn that." "How long are the Dementors going to be here?" Sirius asked. Until Peter is captured. You know that, James deadpanned. Any sightings? James shook his head. He's laying low for now. I hope you find him. So do I, James murmured. Sirius joined James on the couch as Lily took the chair opposite Remus. She needed to talk with him about his potion. James and Sirius were discussing how things were going in the Auror office. I wonder what Harry's doing right now. Ooh. Harry followed Hermione, Neville, and Ron around Hogsmeade. They visited all the shops they wanted to stop at, the post office, and went to the Shrieking Shack. When Hermione headed to the bookshop, Ron and Harry went to the joke shop. Of course, she goes to the bookshop. Upon entering the joke shop, Harry, Neville, and Ron started looking for things Harry could use for pranks on James and Sirius. They had spent the past few weeks pranking Harry. The straw that broke the camel's back was when Sirius sipped a potion in Harry's drink that turned his hair pink. I hope you both know this means war, Harry told them as they cackled over the pink hair. The boys met with Hermione at Honeyduke's, where they loaded up with sweets. After making their purchases, they left the shop. Deciding to rest, they sat on a bench to discuss where they wanted to go. Hermione decided to go into the Muggle shop. Angelina told her that was where she could find some of her feminine care products. The boys opted to wait for her on the bench. They munched on some of the candy they picked up in Honeyduke's while waiting for Hermione. I can't wait to try the 3 broomsticks. Fred and George said that their food was good. I can recommend a few things, Harry said. I don't know what I'm going to get yet. Hermione had returned from the Muggle shop, and 4 friends headed to the 3 broomsticks. Lily's warning that morning had fallen on deaf ears. Ooh. After their discussion with Remus, James and Lily headed to her quarters. Noting the time, Lily decided to make a cup of tea. James headed to the sitting area, picking up Harry's transfiguration essay he had checked. Lily brought him a cup of tea, and they discussed their conversation with Dumbledore. Do you think Harry would be okay? Lily asked. I think he will. Remus said he would teach him the Patronus charm. He'll be armed with that if a Dementor gets close to him. I guess I'm just worried, Lily murmured, sipping her tea. Lily, you're his mother. You'll worry about Harry even when he's 30. James paused to take a sip of his tea. I wonder what he's up to. Probably hanging around with Neville, Ron, and Hermione and exploring the village. I heard Hermione talk about visiting the post office. The boys said they wanted to go to the joke shop and go to Honeyduke's. I hope Harry didn't fill up on sweets. He'll be fine, Lily. If he comes back with a little stomach ache, I wouldn't worry about it. He knows your rules and will follow them. Lily knew James was right. I met with Professor Flitwick the other day. He wanted to discuss Harry's last charms essay. He complimented how well written it was and how informative it was. I told him Harry had read my old charms books over the summer. When did he do that? James asked. During the week, he was grounded. The first week of summer break, Lily reminded James. Oh. James stood up from his chair, walked into the kitchen, and refilled his cup. What would you say about me coming up here once a month on the nights of the full moon? I would say be careful if you do, Lily replied. I know that you and Sirius would go and help Remus. Have you told Harry yet? I did, one night over the summer. I told him the rules. He understood. I told him when he's older, we could discuss the possibility. No, Lily said firmly. I know Harry would want to, but that can wait when he's of age. Lily, he'll be fine. Besides, I haven't even asked if he would be interested, James assured her. If you do, can you make it clear he will not join you on these full moons until he's older, a lot older? James knew it wasn't a request. It's not like I'm going to start animagus lessons and throw him out with us after his first transformation. I would wait until he's mastered it before I let him. Making it clear if he is out there without our knowledge and permission, he will be grounded for a long time. All right, that makes me feel a lot better. Finishing his tea, James put his cup in the sink. He then headed toward Lily's bedroom. He was staying over the weekend since he wasn't on duty. On Monday, he was going to give a lecture to the 7th years. Mainly the ones who were interested in becoming an Auror. Professor Dumbledore decided that James would begin to work with those 7th years earlier in the year and at different periods throughout the year. The head Auror, Rufus Scrimgeour, approved. Are you staying here? Lily asked, walking into the bedroom. No, Lily. I'm going to go and bunk with Harry in Gryffindor Tower, James replied, his voice laced with sarcasm. Let's head to dinner. I think the students who went to Hogsmeade are back. James followed his wife out of her quarters. In the corridor, he took her hand, and they walked together to the Great Hall. Entering the Great Hall, James followed Lily to the head table. Evening, Minnie, James greeted Minerva. Minerva sighed. Hello, James. She had given up on getting James not to call her Minnie. In private, Harry called her Aunt Minnie. The irony of it made her laugh, to be honest. James sat down in the seat beside Lily. Sirius traded seats to sit next to James. What time are you meeting with the 7th years, James? Sirius asked as he passed James and Lily. I'm thinking 10, James replied. A plate, silverware, and a goblet appeared in front of him. When the food appeared, they began making their plates. That early? Sirius inquired. Yes, I thought I would stay and help Remus with the 5th years. Great, maybe you could sit in on the 3rd year's lesson too. Remus said as he sat down. Should I be worried about the 3 of them sitting so close together? Professor McGonagall asked Lily. No, it's when they're talking low, she trailed off. What is it, Lily? James asked, noticing her trailing off. He followed her gaze to the Gryffindor table. They found where Ron and Hermione were sitting, but their son was nowhere to be found. Where's Harry? Ooh. Harry laid in his bed. He was curled in a ball and clutching his stomach. He, Ron, Hermione, and Neville had returned to Hogwarts and Gryffindor Tower. On the walk back, Harry noticed his stomach was starting to hurt. He knew Lily wouldn't be happy with him when she found out. She was bound to since he didn't show up to dinner. Ron asked him if he was going to dinner. Harry shook his head, trying to keep from throwing up at the thought of food. Ron and Neville left him in the dorm. By some miracle, the boys kept Hermione from charging up to the 3rd-year boys' dorm. Once he was alone, he changed out of his jeans. They were starting to feel tight and digging into his bloated belly. Unbuttoning his jeans, Harry discovered they left red indentations from where they dug in. He slid his jeans off and slipped on his pajama bottoms. Thankfully they were stretchy. He didn't want to think about what he had stuffed into his stomach. At the 3 Broomsticks, he had the chicken and chips meal with the slaw. To drink with lunch, he had a butterbeer. It was Hermione and Neville's first time having it and Ron's second time. Harry had it before. It was among the drinks James kept well stocked at home. Then he, Ron, and Neville ate more than enough sweets at Honeyduke's. There wasn't a free sample they didn't try. Plus, Harry had dipped into the stash he had bought. To top everything, they got ice cream from the parlor on the lower end of the village. Ron ate nearly as much as Harry, yet he didn't feel like his stomach was about to explode. Harry reached over to his bedside table and picked up the mirror. Maybe he could call Lily. And she could bring him a stomach soother. Noticing the time on the alarm clock, Harry realized Lily would be in the Great Hall for dinner. Most likely, she didn't have her mirror on her. He didn't know James was there. If he did, he would have called him. Figuring he would have to wait, he laid back down. Harry slipped his hand on his t-shirt, rubbing his stomach to attempt to bring himself some relief. His belly grumbled, apparently not really happy with him right now. He muffled a groan as he felt his stomach roll. Harry dozed off, falling asleep with his hand on his stomach. He wasn't asleep long when he heard footsteps enter the dorm. Figuring it was one of his dorm mates, he didn't think anything of it. He felt a hand on his forehead, patting his shoulder. Then he was lifted off the bed. Harry inhaled, smelling a familiar woodsy scent. It smelt like James's body wash. Dad, Harry asked. It's me, son. I got you. I will warn you that you had your mother worried. I'm sorry. It's okay, son. I did the same thing on my first Hogsmeade trip. I felt just as bad as you do right now. Harry lolled his head against James's shoulder. He knew they were going to Lily's quarters. He kept his eyes closed as James carried him to Lily's quarters. Lily waited with the portrait of Nurse Helga propped open for James. I figured this was going to happen, Lily commented as James approached. Are you feeling all right, sweetheart? Harry shook his head. I'm sorry, Mum. It's okay, baby. I'm not mad. She could find it in her to be mad. She should have expected it, to be honest. James carried Harry into his bedroom in Lily's quarters. Once Harry was lying on the bed, he curled into a ball, hugging his middle. He felt his stomach roil. Can you lie on your back for me? Lily asked. Harry nodded, turning to lie on his back. He knew Lily was performing a diagnostic charm when he felt the familiar tingling. The tingling spread throughout his body, but was mainly felt in his abdomen. Just as quickly as it happened, the tingling disappeared. Just as I figured, Lily murmured. She looked up at James, giving him a half-smile. Indigestion. James nodded mutely. He sat in the chair in the corner of the room, grateful for the 100th time Lily had her own quarters and a bedroom for Harry. There were many nights since Harry started Hogwarts. James would come up and stay for the weekend. Harry would stay in Lily's quarters, and they would spend time as a family. Many nights he would slip into Harry's room and watch him sleep. Lily did the same thing. I don't think you would want a stomach soother, would you? Lily asked. Harry shook his head slowly, groaning slightly. I don't think it would stay down. Okay. Lily sat down on the edge of Harry's bed. She reached over, grabbing the hem of his shirt. When Harry removed his hands, Lily pulled his shirt up. Seeing her son's belly, she noticed how bloated and distended Harry's stomach was. No wonder you're uncomfortable, she whispered. She could see the indentions his jeans had left. Do you want me to rub your belly? Harry nodded, eyes closed as he felt his stomach roll. Lily laid her hand on his stomach. She started to rub slow, soothing circles. Does this feel good? She asked. Harry immediately nodded. James chuckled. Good. As her hand made their circles, Lily felt his stomach rumble under her hand. This didn't surprise her, especially when Harry's stomach rumbled loudly. That didn't sound good, James noted. I know, but it's a good sign. It means that the digestive system is working. The warm and soft hands felt wonderful on his stomach. Harry never complained about Lily's stomach rubs because they always felt good. Harry's stomach gurgled. For a second, he thought he was going to throw up. He winced, covering his mouth with his hand. Are you going to throw? Before James could finish, Harry let out a loud burp. Feel better? Lily asked. Some, it doesn't feel as stuffed as before. Lily resumed the massage, rubbing in soothing circles. Harry continued to release the trapped air from his achy belly. How did this happen? Lily asked suddenly. I ate the chicken and chips meal with the slaw at the Three Broomsticks. Ron, Neville, and I got the large. Hermione got the small. We picked large because you got 3 pieces of chicken instead of 2. We had candy samples at Honeyduke's. And I ate some candy I had bought. Then we had ice cream from the ice cream parlor. No wonder your stomach hurts. That was too much, Lily commented. Did you eat all the candy you bought? There's some left, Harry replied quietly. Sorry, Mum. Are you afraid I was going to be mad? Harry nodded slowly. He was afraid Lily would be mad. I'm not mad, I promise. How's your stomach feeling now? Lily asked. A little better. It did feel better. Lily noticed that his stomach wasn't as bloated as it was. It was no longer distended, either. Want me to continue rubbing your stomach? Harry nodded. Lily smiled softly, knowing Harry just wanted comfort. His stomach was feeling better after letting out the air. Do you think you can handle a stomach soother now? Harry nodded. James helped him sit up while Lily went to get to the potion. She returned with the potion, and a cup of water. She uncorked the potion, handing it to Harry. He took it, bringing the vial to his lips. And swallowed. That should help you feel better, Lily said, taking the vial and handing her son the cup. Harry sipped on the water before handing Lily back to the cup. He laid back down as Lily sat back down on his bed. How about I keep rubbing your belly until you fall asleep? Harry nodded. Lily pulled Harry's shirt back up. She began to rub his stomach again, rubbing the same soothing circles. Harry's even breathing told her and James he had fallen asleep. I think he's asleep, James whispered. Lily nodded. She kept rubbing Harry's stomach until she was sure he was asleep. When she was done, she pulled his shirt down and tucked the blanket around him. I'll stay in here tonight, Lily said, standing up from the bed. James merely nodded. He conjured a bed beside Harry's bed. Lily would never leave Harry when he was sick, even if it was something as simple as a stomach ache. Good night, Lily Flower, James whispered. Good night, honey. Ooh. Lily woke up the next morning. Slightly disoriented. She was in Harry's bedroom in her quarters. Before she could think of why she was there, the day before came back to her. She looked over at Harry, noticing he was still asleep. The blanket was pilled at his waist, and his t-shirt had ridden up a little, bearing a small patch of his stomach. It looked like Harry had slept a rough night before, as the t-shirt was wrinkled. And his hair was wilder than Lily had seen it in a long time. Lifting up the t-shirt, she noticed Harry's belly had returned to its normal flat self. She straightened up his shirt and blanket and left him to sleep. Walking out of Harry's room, she headed to the kitchen. James was awake and had a cup of tea ready for her. "Thanks, babe." James smiled. He leaned over to kiss his wife good morning as he had for the last 14 years. "How's Harry?" James asked when they broke apart. "He's still asleep," Lily replied. A flush from the bathroom made James and Lily look toward Harry's room. Or he was. Harry shuffled into the kitchen. "Morning," he mumbled. "How are you feeling this morning?" Lily asked, raking her hand through her son's bedhead. "Better. Think your stomach is up for some breakfast?" "Yeah," Harry answered, sitting down at the table beside James. He ruffled his hair. Lily placed a bowl of cereal and a cup of orange juice in front of her son. Rice started to eat as Lily made herself breakfast. "I was thinking," James began, pausing for a second to sip his tea. "Since I'm here until tomorrow evening, I was thinking you and I could do something together." Quidditch. James agreed. "We could also go for a fly together as well." Lily leaned against the corner, watching her boys. She smiled as she watched them talk and joke with each other. After they finished breakfast, Harry headed to the bathroom. He quickly took a shower and dressed for the day. Thankfully, Lily had some of his clothes in her quarters. He stepped out 10 minutes later, dressed and ready to head to the pitch. James stood at the door, with his broom in hand, waiting. "Ready to go?" "Yeah, we'll have to stop at the tower and get my broom." James and RRY headed off to get Harry's broom and head to the pitch. Lily headed to the potions lab to brew some potions for the hospital wing. Walking to the potions lab, she thought about what had occurred over the last 24 hours. It didn't surprise her Harry had come back from Hogsmeade with a stomach ache. Really, she should have expected it. She should have known better. Harry was known to ignore her warnings. Her warning not to overdo it in Hogsmeade was one of them. She knew there would be times when Harry would come back from Hogsmeade sick. If he did, she would take care of him. It was the first visit. And according to Poppy Pomfrey, it's the aftermath of the first Hogsmeade visit. It was a quiet and peaceful night in southeast England. In the little town of Potter's Bar, 20 miles north of London, was a house surrounded by trees and forest. To the Muggles, the house was an average English family home. But it was not an average English family home. In the backyard was a flower garden and a small vegetable garden. Something you saw in a normal England garden. There also was a Quidditch pitch with a broom shed. That was something you didn't see in a normal garden. In the house lived a family of 3. In the master bedroom, James and Lily were sound asleep, if the sound of James's snoring was anything to go by. But Harry was not. The quietness of the house was broken by the sound of a door squeaking. Quiet footsteps approached the stairs. As Harry headed down the stairs, the 4th squeaked. He whispered a curse that if his mother heard, she would wash his mouth with soap. After waiting a few breaths to see if his parents were awake, Harry continued to the kitchen. Unbeknownst to his parents, this was his 3rd night this week that he hadn't been able to sleep, the 6th time since he got home. Harry had been home for 2 weeks from Hogwarts, where he was forced to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. On the night of the 3rd task, they learned the cup was a portkey. Harry and Cedric were transported to a cemetery in Little Hangleton. It was there Harry was forced into a ritual that brought Lord Voldemort back to life. Since that night and returning home, Harry didn't sleep much. Lily had suspicions of Harry not sleeping. She had taken to every few days, slipping some sleeping potions in his tea or hot chocolate. It at least let him sleep through the night without nightmares. On the nights the nightmares did occur, Lily would send James back to bed and stay with Harry. She tried everything she could think of in the beginning. One night, she remembered how she got Harry to sleep when he was younger. She would give him a massage. She would have Harry lie on his stomach to rub his back, shoulders, and neck. Other times, she had him lying on his back and would massage his stomach. He was asleep in minutes, no matter which massage she did. Harry made it to the kitchen, turning the light on as he walked towards the refrigerator. He got out tea. He milked and collected the cocoa from the cabinet. He warmed the milk in a pot on the stove. Harry had been making hot chocolate for himself since he was 13. Remus showed him how to make it during Christmas break of his 3rd year. He made it so much he could do it blindfolded. When the hot chocolate was ready, Harry collected his mug and poured it into his mug. Picking up his mug and a bag of marshmallows, he headed to the kitchen table. The day's daily prophet was sitting on the table, announcing Cornelius Fudge was no longer Minister of Magic, and Rufus Scrimgeour was elected as the new Minister of Magic. He declared he believed Harry's story Voldemort had returned. It was needless to say that a war was coming. It also announced that Kingsley Shacklebolt was taking Scrimgeour's place as head Auror. Kingsley selected James as his deputy head Auror, a promotion James welcomed, as it meant no more missions. Lily and Harry liked it because it meant James would be home more often. Ari looked over the paper for the 3rd time that day as he dumped a handful of marshmallows into his mug, using his spoon to dunk them in. He didn't hear the footsteps coming down the stairs and shuffled to the kitchen. "What are you doing up?" The voice caused Harry to jump. He had to cover his mouth with his hand to prevent a yelp from escaping. He looked up and found James standing in the doorway of the kitchen. His hair was messy from sleep. "Geez, Dad, you scared me," Harry hissed. "Sorry, Harry. What are you doing up?" James repeated. "Couldn't sleep," Harry replied, folding the paper. "Nightmare?" James asked. Harry shook his head. "No, I just couldn't stay asleep. I should have Mum rub my back before bed," Harry mumbled, propping his head on an upturned hand. "Yeah, your mum's hands can work wonders," James agreed as he fixed himself a cup of hot chocolate and collected the biscuit tin. Lily had made shortbread and chocolate biscuits that morning. Sirius wasn't there to hog all the shortbread. James set the biscuit tin on the table. He sat down in the chair next to Harry. "What's on your mind?" he prompted. Harry reached into the tin, pulling out a chocolate biscuit, dunking it in the hot chocolate. "What isn't?" "Voldemort's return, Cedric's death, the events of last year, how most of it is my fault," James cut Harry off at that point. "It is not your fault, kiddo." Harry looked at his dad. Shock written on his face. "What?" James asked. "You haven't called me kiddo since I was 11. James reached over, patting his shoulder. "I know, but I'm serious. Nothing is your fault. You didn't know that the cup was a portkey. You didn't know that Voldemort would return." "I know. But I still think it's my fault," Harry mumbled. James sighed. He recalled that night, that horrible night. He and Lily thought their son was dead for a second. But then they realized Harry was okay, but Cedric was dead. They were relieved and saddened that Amos lost his son. James and Lee panicked when they couldn't find their son a few minutes later. Someone told them Harry was taken back to the castle by Professor Moody. Only they found out that he wasn't Professor Moody. It was Barty Crouch Jr. James sent Lily to the hospital wing to wait for them while he and Sirius followed Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape back to the castle. After he rescued Harry from the Moody imposter, James carried him to the hospital wing. Being under the Cruciatus curse had made Harry feel weak. Because of this, he couldn't walk to the hospital wing on his own. James picked him up after casting a feather-light charm on his son and carried him to the hospital wing. Lily directed him straight to the bathroom. Between him and Sirius, they washed the sweat, blood, dirt, and grime off Harry. After the shower, Lily treated his injuries. James helped change him into the pajamas Lily had in her quarters. Sirius slept as Padfoot, next to Harry, allowing James and Lily to sleep in the next bed. Unfortunately, when he woke up the next morning, he found himself held under a tight hold by Harry. James had to help him get out of Harry's grip to go to the loo. It was the next day when everything came crashing down on Harry. He then did something he hadn't done since he was 10. He let Lily hold him as he sobbed into her shoulder. Lily rocked him gently, rubbing his back as she murmured "comfortee" in words as she shared a look of concern with James. "Harry, it was not your fault," James repeated. "It was Wormtail's and Voldemort's. We're just thankful that you made it out alive. I couldn't imagine life with you. Neither could your mum, Sirius, Hestia, or Remus. We love you, and we'll get through this. I love you all, too. You've had to deal with a lot with me, from the stone my first year, the chamber my second. Pettigrew my third, the tournament last year, and in between that, taking care of me when I'm sick or injured. We have, and we'll continue it. We're your family. It's our job. I stood by you through all of it. Even when I knew you were sick, especially when you had wizard's flu. James shuddered involuntarily. Harry looked at his father questionably until he realized something. I puked on you, didn't I? Harry guessed. Memories of those 3 days were a fog to him now. James nodded. It was not the first time, son. You've puked on me many times. Remember the chocolate frog incident? Harry groaned. Neither Ron nor I could look at one for months after that. Just thinking about it makes my stomach roll. That was one of the stupidest things I did in my life. To change the subject, James asked, so, do you know what you want to do after Hogwarts? I don't know, I've thought about being an Auror. I've inherited your Quidditch skills, so maybe play Quidditch professionally. I've thought of being a healer. But, the sight of blood and vomit makes me want to vomit. You inherited Great-Grandpa Potter's weak stomach, didn't you? James guessed. I must have. Harry broke another biscuit in half, popping one half in his mouth. I really didn't know I had a weak stomach until that slug incident with Ron. It was all I could do to keep from throwing up. I turned my head when he would. Harry trailed off. The memory had made him feel slightly nauseous like he had felt when Ron started vomiting slugs. Didn't you tell your mother? James inquired. I didn't have to. After witnessing that, I didn't feel like eating anything. I headed up to the dorm to lie down. Mum found me, and I told her what happened. She told me that I had always been like that. Seeing someone vomit made me vomit. You never told your friends. James figured Harry would have told one of them. Remus was the one in the group who had a weak stomach. He and Sirius knew about it and never judged him for it. But over time, Remus was able to overcome it. Now, he can handle being around vomit and has helped take care of Harry before. Neville, Ron, and Hermione didn't find out until something happened. I ended up telling them. It's still a deep secret of mine. Only my closest friends know about it. Harry nibbled on a biscuit, collecting his thoughts. There was something he had on his mind. It'd been on his mind for a while. He was waiting for the right time to ask James about it. It had been on his mind since Christmas. Dad. Yeah, Harry. Harry took a deep breath. He needed to ask this question. He knew he would be hearing things about his parents. Maybe things he would rather not know. How did you ask Mum out? He asked. If James was surprised, he didn't show it. Lily had told him about the Yule Ball and how much time Harry had spent with Ginny. She had a wonderful time at the ball. The smile was on her face all night. But Lily told him she noticed something about their son. She realized Harry was slowly but surely falling in love with Ginny. Hearing his son ask how he asked out his mother, James knew where this conversation was headed. James had waited for this moment since the day Harry was born. Which time? The final time, Harry countered. Sirius told me it took you multiple times to get Mum. She called you an arrogant toe-rag. Who told you that? James asked, stunned to know Harry knew about the old nickname Lily had for him. Mum. Figured, James sighed. He thought back to the day he finally got a yes from Lily to go to Hogsmeade with him. Lily had caved one afternoon in their 6th year and finally said yes. In truth, she had started to like the Potter boy. With the help of her friends Alice and Janice, she prepared for the date. Each night was dedicated to some form of beauty ritual. By Saturday, she was ready. If James thought she was beautiful on any day of the week, she was gorgeous on Saturday. The bulky robes hid her figure and curves. Her hair was down and curled, not pulled up at the top of her head in the usual messy bun. After breakfast, they headed down to the village, where they spent the day. By the time they had returned to the castle, they were laughing and talking like old friends. Over the next week, they spent some time together. They enjoyed each other's company by taking walks around the lake together, sitting together at meals, heading up to the astronomy tower at night, and even flying on his broom together. It didn't matter as long as they were together. One afternoon a week later, James plucked up enough courage to ask her to be his girlfriend. Lily said yes, and that was how they got together. Dad. James came out of his daydream when he heard his son's voice. Then he remembered why. He was thinking of the beginning of his and Lily's relationship. Who's the girl? James asked with a smile, already knowing the answer. He just wanted to hear from his son. Ginny, Harry said quietly. James nodded, smiling. The interaction between Harry and Ginny had been comical, for lack of a better term. Harry was tongue-tied around her. It was apparent that his son had it bad for the Weasley girl. You get tongue-tied around her. James asked. Yeah, Harry replied. Is your heart pounding fast? Yeah. You feel sweaty, the palm of your hands, especially. Yeah. What about your stomach? I feel like I'm going to throw up, or my stomach feels like I swallowed a bunch of snitches. James nodded, smiling to himself. Son, I felt the same way about your mother. Harry then let something else that had been bothering him off his chest. But she's Ron's sister. I don't know how to tell him. I'm afraid of how he'll react. She's dating Michael Corner now. I know I'll have a chance because when I talked to Ron, he said things aren't going well. James smiled to himself, knowing what Harry was thinking. Let me ask you this question. How did you ask Ginny to the Yule Ball? I just asked her, Harry shrugged. Did Ron have a problem with that? No. Son, he trusts you with his life. He'll trust you with Ginny. I would be thrilled if I had a sister and Sirius liked her. Don't worry because I trust Sirius with my life. Harry nodded, knowing he was worrying over nothing about how Ron would react. Thanks, Dad. Harry, how long have you liked Ginny? Harry nearly snorted hot chocolate up his nose. He quickly swallowed the rest of the hot chocolate. Before the Yule Ball. I can't really describe it, though. James nodded, smiling as he remembered feeling the same way about Lily. He had turned to his father one night before his 6th year and asked what he could do. He said the same thing that he had told Harry tonight. I think I'm in love with her, Harry whispered. Repeat that. James sat up straight, leaning forward towards his son. I think I'm in love with her. I've fallen in love with my best friend's sister. James smiled, leaning back in his chair. I figured you have. Here's what I suggest, James began. Harry leaned forward, ready to listen to every word. Wait until she's free. If she is by the time school is in session, follow my advice. Kay her to Hogsmeade as soon as the first date is announced. Once you do, make a plan. Ask for her input and then spend the day together. And if you feel that the time is right, ask her to be your girlfriend. Thanks, Dad. And lastly, don't share your plans with Sirius. He'll show up and make your day miserable. What did Sirius do? Harry asked with a smile. He followed your mum and me around. He would interrupt our conversation. He would loudly announce that we kissed. He tried to walk in between us to prevent us from holding hands. I ended up hexing him by the end of the day. I kissed her when we returned to the castle. Harry laughed, trying not to be loud. He didn't want to wake his mother. What happened after? Harry inquired. He didn't speak to me for a day. A week later, I took advantage of some alone time with Lily. We went for a walk to what is now our tree. Sitting there under the shade, I asked her to be mine. I told her what I liked about her first. Then I asked her, so, I should do that? Harry asked. Yeah, it worked for me. Son, the main thing is to be yourself. Be the Harry she knows. Which one? James snorted. The kind, caring, friendly one. The one who smiles more. Thanks, Dad. You're welcome, son. Harry picked up the tin, peering inside. You do know these will be gone tomorrow, right? Sirius and Remus were coming over for dinner tomorrow. Sir. Yous would eat all the shortbread biscuits, and Remus would eat all the chocolate. I do. It's why I got some shortbread biscuits in a tin hidden in my office. Does Mum know? No, she does. James B. Anished his and Harry's mugs to the sink and the biscuit tin back to the counter. They remained at the table, discussing their plans of going to Muggle London for a father and son day. Maybe go to a Quidditch match. James had a friend who could get him tickets to the next Puddlemere United and Appleby Arrows match. They had been so busy discussing what they would want to do this summer that they didn't notice Lily enter the kitchen. What are you two doing up? She asked. I had woken up, hearing someone down here. It was just Harry, James explained. Lily turned to her son. What were you doing up? She repeated. The question directed to her son. I couldn't sleep, Harry answered. Well, it's 2 in the morning, and you both need some sleep, Lily said in a tone that didn't merit any arguing. She looked at her son, who was now yawning. I'll clean up in the morning. Let's go back to bed. The 2 Potter men followed Lily back up the stairs. Lily pointed to their room and motioned for James to go on in. I'll be there in a minute, she said quietly. Okay. He hugged Harry. Good night, son. Good night, Dad. Harry followed his mother to his bedroom. She fixed the sheets on his bed and the comforter. Not needing to be told, Harry laid down on the bed. Turn over onto your stomach, and I'll rub your back, Lily requested as she sat on the edge of his bedside. Listening to his mother, Harry turned onto his stomach. He soon felt Lily's hand under his t-shirt, rubbing his back. Thanks, Mum, Harry murmured. You're welcome, sweetheart. She rubbed his back, watching as Harry fell asleep. And soon his breathing evened out, telling her that he had fallen asleep. She gently removed his glasses, as Harry didn't take them off, laying them on the nightstand. She got up from tea. He bed and tucked the covers around her son. Softly, she kissed his cheek. Good night, sweetheart. I love you, she whispered. She turned off the lamp on Harry's nightstand and left the room quietly, pulling the door halfway. Returning to her bedroom, she made a mental note to let Harry have a lie-in tomorrow morning. Harry would never forget the advice James gave him that night. It was advice that one day Harry could pass down to his sons. It wasn't the last midnight conversation Harry and James had. There would be many of them over the next year or two. But it was this midnight conversation that Harry would never forget. Harry stepped outside of the portrait hole, walking softly down the stairs. He stuffed his hands into the pocket of the blue hoodie he had put on over his pajamas. It was 6 in the morning. Lily didn't get up until 6:30. Luckily, Harry knew how to cook with magic to make things go quicker. It was a cold January morning. The sky was beginning to lighten up. Lee had a habit of getting up before the sun rose in the morning. It has been a habit since she was a young girl. Her favorite time of the day was early in the morning. Only she and her mother were awake in the house. It was their special time together. The corridors were quiet as he walked towards Lily's quarters. Harry could make the trip to his mum's private quarters blindfolded. It was where he came to when he needed to be alone. Wanted to escape from the craziness of the common room, and especially when he wanted his mother. He came to Lily's quarters during the Heir of Slytherin deal. He came here to sleep when he had a nightmare. Sometimes, he crawled into bed with Lily and not in his own bed in his room. He came down here when he was sick. It was where he recovered from his appendectomy when he was 14. Lily's quarters became his safe haven, where he could escape from the world. He and James always tried to make Lily's birthday special. In the morning, he and James would make her breakfast and serve it in bed. Sometimes, Lily came down to the kitchen for breakfast. Before Harry was in school, they would spend the day doing something fun. When Harry went to school, James would make breakfast for Lily. They would take her out for dinner that evening. Harry would present Lily with handmade birthday cards and a craft he made himself. James took him shopping for Lily's birthday and helped him pick out a small gift. When Harry went to Hogwarts, James and Harry shopped for Lily's present after Christmas. Now, Harry picked out the presents himself. A few times, he had then purchased it during a Hogsmeade weekend. Up early, aren't you, Harry? Harry jumped at the sudden voice. He turned around to find Professor Williams, the history of magic teacher. He had replaced Binns in Harry's 3rd year. It was an attempt the ministry made in hopes of improving Owl's history of magic scores. It worked, and Professor Williams was now a permanent employee. Yeah, I'm heading to Mum's quarters. Oh, Professor Williams replied. Off you go then. Harry slowly let out a breath of relief. Thanks. Turning toward the hospital wing corridor, Harry decided to stick in the shadows until he reached the portrait of Nurse Helga. Once there, he would slip in and begin making breakfast. He already had the menu planned out in his head. Eggs with sausage, chocolate chip scones, and fruit. Tea and orange juice to drink. Since he was at Hogwarts, Harry could use magic to hurry some things along. Upon reaching the portrait of Nurse Helga, Harry whispered the password, to which she replied while reprimanding him for waking her up. Harry grumbled about how cranky she was. Entering his mother's quarters, he noticed Lily wasn't up yet. Not knowing how much time he had, he got to work fixing breakfast. He had cooked here before and knew where Lily kept everything. James had brought him everything he needed that Lily didn't have. Harry could have easily had Dobby get the things he needed. James had volunteered to do it when Harry had talked to him about his plans. As Harry cooked, the memories of Lily's birthdays in the past came to his mind. James came up for Lily's birthday when Harry was a first year. He pulled Harry from his afternoon class and took him and Lily to her favorite restaurant in London. Lily's birthday fell on a Saturday when Harry was a second year. Harry spent the night in his mother's quarters to spend the day with her. James took her out for a romantic dinner for two, while Harry stayed at Hogwarts with his friends. Next year, James stayed with Lily and took her and Harry into Hogsmeade, and the family of three spent some rare alone time together. Usually, they were accompanied by Sirius and Remus, and it was a rarity that the Potters got out just them. To get Harry and Lily's minds off the upcoming second task for the Tri-Wizard Tournament, James pulled Harry from classes for the day and pulled Lily off from work with assistance from Madame Pomfrey. He took them to London for Lily's birthday. It was also Lily's 35th birthday, and it had occurred to her that she was only 5 years away from 40. But at the end of the day, Lily said they had a good time. Last year was the first year that Harry took charge of Lily's birthday. James still came up to Hogwarts, but Harry surprised Lily with breakfast fixed by him without help from James. It was the first time Lily didn't need to go to the Great Hall for breakfast. Harry made crepes and eggs last year for breakfast. To his mother's surprise, it was good. As Harry cooked breakfast, he reviewed what he had gotten Lily for her birthday in his head. Lily's birthday presents were simple. She liked jewelry, clothes, books, and pictures of Harry and James. Last year, Harry had borrowed Lily's Owl Order catalog and ordered a set of matching earrings and necklace. There was a book that Lily wanted. The book was written by a fellow Hogwarts student and friend of Lily's. She, like Lily, was a Muggle born and a prefect. She wrote a book called Love Under the Enchanted Sky. Harry owled the author, who had sent Harry a copy of the book with a note for Lily. He wanted something a little more personal. When he came across a picture of him and Lily, he got the idea to draw the picture. He asked James to copy the picture for him and got to work. Drawing was a hobby of Harry's. He had drawn a picture of James and Sirius and had drawn one for Ginny for her birthday. He picked up a frame for it while in Hogsmeade. He had worked on it from the moment he decided to draw the picture and had even stayed up all night on Fridays to complete it in time for Lily's birthday. He still needed to put the finishing touches on the drawing. The book was wrapped up in his room, hidden in the closet in the trunk. The unfinished drawing was hidden in his desk drawer. The frame was with it to make it easier for Harry when he did finish it that afternoon. The trunk was one of the places Lily would never look, as it was an extra trunk that she used to transport some of the clothes she kept of Harry's. Harry pulled the scones out of the oven and plated the eggs. Checking the time, he saw it was 6:30. Lily would be up any minute. Dobby appeared with the tea and some fresh fruit. Harry offered him a scone, and Dobby took it, returning to the kitchen. Harry started to set the small table. As he put the finishing touches on the table, he heard his mother start to move around in her bedroom. He finished setting the table and headed to his mother's bedroom. Lily was brushing her hair when Harry pushed the door open. "Good morning, Mum," Harry greeted. "Good morning, sweetheart. What are you doing down here so early?" Lily asked. "I made breakfast," Harry replied. He walked over to his mum, hugging her. "Happy birthday, Mum." "Thank you, sweetheart. You are so sweet." "You're welcome, Mum." Lily followed Harry out to the living area of her quarters. Harry had the table set for breakfast. Eggs, scones, fruit, orange juice, and tea sat on the table, ready for them. They sat down to breakfast, making some small talk as they ate. They would save any major conversations for this weekend. It was rare that Lily got any alone time with Harry during the school year. Harry's free time was occupied with Ginny and his friends. Sometimes, Harry would make time for her on the weekends. He even spent the weekend with her. This weekend was one of those weekends when Harry said he would spend the entire weekend with Lily. After breakfast, Dobby appeared to clean up the kitchen. He volunteered to help out. And Harry asked him if he could help him clean up. Lily thanked him again for breakfast. "How did I get so lucky to have a son like you?" She wondered. Whatever it was she did. She was glad she did it. Ooh. Lily didn't make an appearance in the Great Hall until lunch. She had spent the morning brewing potions for the hospital wing. It was odd to have 3 different potion makers at Hogwarts. Professor Slughorn had returned to his old post as potions master. Professor Snape's job now was to brew potions. He still taught potions only to those who needed help. While Professor Slughorn mainly taught potions, Madame Pomfrey relied on Lily and Professor Snape to brew the potions needed for the hospital wing. Lily had worked on her contraceptive potion that day. She could make it blindfolded since she had made it so many times. As she entered the Great Hall, Lily noticed Sirius was watching her closely. Lily had been lucky to avoid the shaggy-headed man but decided to get it over with. Sirius would sing happy birthday to her, James, and Remus every year on their birthdays. The downside was that Sirius couldn't sing. Harry described it as an opera singer dying. James said that dogs sounded better than he did. But Sirius only did it because it aggravated Lily. Sirius smiled, clearing his throat. He began to sing, "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Dear Lily. Happy birthday to you." The students in the Great Hall applauded after Sirius sang. Remus shook his head at his best friend's antics. Minerva gave him one of her thin-lipped expressions. She smiled as Lily walked by. "Happy birthday, Lily, and may you have many more birthdays," Minerva said as the red-headed woman passed her. "Thank you, Minerva." Some of the other professors greeted her and wished her a happy birthday. Lunch was almost over when Lily noticed Remus approaching her. "Happy birthday, Lily. I'll see you tonight." "Thank you, Remus." Glancing down the Gryffindor table, Lily noticed that her son was nowhere to be found. Ron and Hermione were at their usual spot. Ginny was with her friends at the end of the table. She leaned over and asked Minerva, "Did Harry already eat lunch? I'd seen him in here earlier. He had gotten a chicken sandwich and a bag of crisps with some water and headed out the door. I figured he was heading back to the dorm or something." Lily thanked Minerva and walked over to where Ron and Hermione were. Some sixth years didn't have class on Thursdays to allow them time to study. Harry was in that group. But he still came to the Great Hall for meals. "Hello, you two," she greeted her son's best friends. "Hello, Lily. Happy birthday," Hermione said. "Thank you, Hermione. Have you seen Harry?" she asked. "He said he would get something to eat and head back to the dorm. He said something about an essay he needed to finish." Oh. Lily imagined it was the defense essay Remus had assigned last week. Deciding to leave him to work in peace, Lily headed back to the hospital wing. Ooh. Harry bent over the desk, working on the drawing he had been working on since before Christmas. It was a copy of a picture of baby Harry and Lily. Harry must have been 8 months old and was smiling and laughing in his mother's arms. It was one of Lily's favorite pictures. Because of this, Harry decided to copy it. He had put the finishing touches on the border he had created along the top. Smiling at his finished work, Harry gently placed the drawing in the frame he had picked out a while ago. Once the drawing was set, Harry got the wrapping and used his wand to wrap the present. At least it didn't look like it was run over by a car. He laid the newly wrapped package on the table in the sitting room. James had arrived an hour ago and was beginning to fix the evening's meal. "Hey, Dad. Yeah, I'm going to go and return my drawing kit to the dorm and get that other thing for Mum. I'll be right back." "Okay." Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower, slowly taking his time. He had owled Lily a necklace for her birthday. He had forgotten about it until the owl delivered it yesterday at breakfast. Luckily, Lily never asked about it. She probably thought it was for Ginny for Valentine's Day. Now, he had the necklace, a book, and the drawing. He hoped Lily loved the presents and didn't gripe at him about spending so much. But in his defense, the necklace was on sale. Ooh. Laughter filled Lily's quarters as the meal was winding down. James had begun the Potter tradition of each person telling their favorite Lily memory from the year. He had decided to let Sirius go first since he said he had a good one. It was when he and James played a prank on Lily, which resulted in the red-headed witch having green hair. It was St. Patrick's Day. "You're Irish, Lily," Sirius said in a fake Irish accent, prompting more laughter from Harry and James. "Half Irish," Lily corrected. "My grandfather was from Ireland. He met my grandmother in England. Or at least that was what Mum said. That was why I had chosen green. It took a week for my hair to turn red again," Lily shrieked. "And we apologized for that many times," Sirius chuckled. Harry played with the cake crumbs on his plate as James leaned back in his chair. He was thinking, Harry could tell. James smiled at his wife. "My favorite memory is from last summer on the coast. For the first time, we went on a walk along the beach. At sunset. Alone." Lily smiled when she remembered the walk along the beach. It was romantic. They kissed when they reached the most central section of the beach. "Oi, I'm right here," Harry reminded them, causing them to laugh. Okay, Prongslet, your turn. Harry had thought long and hard about his favorite memory with his mother. Then it came to him. Mine is also from the coast trip last summer. When Mum and I went for a walk on the beach, Harry said. We talked seriously about things. They talked about everything, from how serious he was about becoming an Auror after Hogwarts to his relationship with Ginny. Speaking of, where is Ginny? James inquired. Study group, Harry replied. She was helping a friend of hers with her charms homework. Hestia talked about the girls' night they had over Christmas break. It was like old times, she murmured. James elbowed Remus. Okay. Remus, you're last. Well, my favorite memory is when I came to the house after my date with Dora. You sat up with me, and we talked. You reminded me that I was worthy of having someone who loved me. In that way, he shrugged. Sirius and James faked being offended. Oi, what are we? Sirius asked. Chopped liver. James finished. That's disgusting, Harry added. If you hadn't set me up with Dora, I wouldn't have fallen in love with her. Thank you again, Lily. Lily smiled and reached over, taking his hand in hers. You're welcome. They moved the sitting room where James served tea. And Lily would open her presents. Oh, James. You didn't, Lily exclaimed, opening James's present first. James smiled with a smug expression on his face. Lily had been eyeing the earrings for a month. Harry realized that the earrings would somewhat go with his present. That's not all, my dear, James informed as he handed her an envelope. Lily opened it and pulled out a day pass for a London spa. She looked up at James, stunned, too stunned to talk. I have the other pass, Hestia said. Sirius got it for me as a just because present. You've earned it, Sirius murmured, kissing her head. I figured you could go while you're on break for Easter. Thank you, James. She kissed and picked up Remus's gift. It was a potions book, a signed copy of the newest book that had come out. Lily loved it and hugged Remus as she said thank you. Open mine next, Sirius said as he handed her his. Lily was hesitant at first. After a few minutes and nothing squirted out at her, she ripped off the paper from the box. There in a frame was a picture of her and James when they first started dating. Lily had lost the picture in a fire at her parents' house and had never found a copy. Sirius had found a copy. He had it copied when he realized that Lily had lost hers. Hestia found a picture of the two of them in their Hogwarts days. She made a copy to give to Lily. This picture, too, was lost in the fire. We need to recreate this picture, Hestia said. We do, Lily agreed. Thank you. Lily looked at the 3 remaining presents. She glanced at her son and picked the first present. Breakfast this morning would have been enough from you. Pulling the rest of the paper off, Lily found the book she had been wanting and could never find. She looked up at her son, too stunned to talk. I called Katrina. She sent me a copy of the book. There's a note on the inside. Lily opened the book. Sure enough, there was a note inside. To my friend, Lily. Happy birthday, girl. Best wishes, Katrina. Lily smiled. She put the book aside and reached for the small box. Harry, this is. Lily trailed off. She had been wanting this necklace for a while. It was a heart pendant necklace with Harry's birthstone in the middle of the heart. She thought Harry would get this for her for Mother's Day. Lily had mentioned wanting something like this when she saw it in the catalog. This is beautiful. Do you like it? Harry asked. Oh, sweetheart, I love it. Lily pressed a kiss to his forehead. She sat the necklace to the side and picked up the last present. She pulled off the paper and paused when she saw the drawing. Oh, Harry, baby, it's beautiful. I love it. Lily pulled off the remaining paper. This is my favorite picture. She turned to her son and pulled him into a hug. I love my gifts, thank you. Happy birthday, Mom. I love you. And I love you. Very much. Ooh. Lily smiled as she looked down at her son. Harry had fallen asleep while James, Sirius, Hestia, Lily, and Remus were talking. Harry had lolled his head against his mother's shoulder. His eyes kept drooping until he was asleep. He must be exhausted to fall asleep this early, James whispered. It was only 9 in the evening. He was up early this morning to come down here to make breakfast, Lily murmured softly. No doubt he's been staying up late to help Ginny study. Do you want me to move him? Not right now, Lily whispered. In truth, she was enjoying having Harry close to her. Even though Harry was 16, he still sought his mother's comfort. Lily savored each moment like this when Harry was leaning against her. She savored these moments because she didn't know how many more she would have. Eventually, Sirius and Remus left to head to their own quarters, and Hestia left to go home. "You wouldn't think he was 16 when you see him like this," James whispered. Lily nodded and began to run her fingers through his hair. He may have inherited James's messy jet black hair, but the texture was like hers. Soft and thick. "I'm 37. I can't believe it," Lily whispered, even though she knew they wouldn't wake Harry if they talked in a normal volume. When Lily decided to go to bed an hour later, James placed a lightweight charm on Harry. He picked him with ease. "Don't hurt your back," Lily warned. They could have woken Harry, but Lily didn't have the heart to wake him. James laid him down on his bed. With practiced ease, James managed to change Harry into his pajamas. James lifted him enough for Lily to pull down the duvet. She tucked him in, kissing his forehead. James ruffled his hair before joining his wife at the door. "Happy birthday, Lily Flower," James whispered. "Thank you," Lily returned. "Ready for our other birthday tradition?" James asked. Lily smiled and nodded, letting James lead her to her bedroom. They had just crossed the threshold of Harry's room when they heard a voice mumble, "Don't forget the silencing charm." James and Lily looked at each other, then turned back to look at their son. Harry was sound asleep. "I thought that was," James trailed off. Shutting the door to Harry's room, James threw Lily over his shoulder and ran to her room. "Ready for birthday tradition number 2. Ooh." Lily lay awake sometime later. James was fast asleep, judging by his snores. She thought over the day's events. She had woken up to breakfast prepared by her son. Sirius sang to her off-key. Many people had wished her a happy birthday. She had received owls from friends with birthday wishes and small gifts from her closest friends. The day was complete with dinner made by her husband, another one of her favorites. Her evening was spent with her best friend and 4 of her favorite men. She turned over and watched James sleep for a while before getting up and walking to Harry's room. He was fast asleep. The duvet was piled at his feet. His shirt rode up halfway up his torso. His head was thrown back. Gently not to wake him, Lily repositioned his head, lest he not wake up with a stiff neck in the morning. Then he pulled down his shirt and then readjusted his cover. She leaned over and kissed his cheek before returning to bed. She crawled back under the covers and snuggled up to James, who had wrapped his arm around her. She smiled, feeling content with her life. She had a loving husband, who she loved dearly. And who was one of the sweetest boys she knew, and she loved him very much. Hestia was the sister she wished she had gotten. How she managed so long without her best friend, she didn't know. Remus and Sirius were the greatest friends she had the pleasure to know. She loved them like family. Letting the memories from the day, she let sleep claim her as she dreamed about events from that day. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out my Patreon. Details in description.